Godzilla from Warhammer 40K. Chapter 1. Warhammer 40K. In a distant and dark era, human beings were engaged in intrigues and wars between various alien races. 10,000 years have passed since the Emperor's Great Crusade was disrupted by the Horus Heresy in the 30K. During these 10,000 years, mankind has experienced unimaginable chaos and disorder. The idea of the Emperor, which was originally regarded by mankind as the truth of the Empire, disappeared, and instead the idea of state religion prevailed. This has brought unimaginable disasters to mankind. 40k years into human history, the Milky Way is still torn apart by a large rift that runs through it, dividing the Milky Way into two parts, the northeast and the southwest. But now, a giant beast appears on an unknown planet located on the northeastern edge of the Milky Way. No one knows the name of this planet, but from now on, humans, orcs, Eldar, and Necrons will all call it affectionately Godzilla Planet. And the reason? It's the king of the planet named Godzilla. Even the Emperor sitting on the golden throne couldn't help but admire in his heart when he saw the planet. Godzilla. At that moment, even the Emperor, who has long memories, will have the deepest fear of Godzilla in his heart. The story of Godzilla has just begun. It's over. Godzilla looked at the system panel in front of him and shouted in a behavior that was not in line with Godzilla's character, "Why Warhammer 40k? You said it was Terra that made me want to come. You didn't say it was Terra." "Yes, Holy Terra. I thought it was Terra from our knights. I was still thinking about how to greet that old woman Kelsey. Why is it Warhammer 40k? You know how scary Warhammer 40k is. But you are Godzilla. There is a use for eggs." Godzilla jumped angrily, causing the ground to shake as soon as the sole of his foot hit the ground. This is Warhammer 40k. Even among all space operas, it is the most tragic world. I can only imagine how many ways I could die. This is a world that even time travelers despise, and the risk of not having girls is high. It's not that exaggerated, you are Godzilla after all. Pull him down, look at my attributes. Name, the first generation Godzilla. Height, 50 meters. Weight, 20,000 tons. Attack method, white-hot light, hand-to-hand combat. With my attributes, it's okay to fight some miscellaneous fish. It's no problem to tear apart a Primarch and fight a Titan. But if I fight those fleets, I don't even know how I'll die. There are also the 4 big guys in the subspace. As we all know, Warhammer travelers must pass through the 4 of them first. As he spoke, airdrop pods suddenly began to fall from the sky above Godzilla's head. The airdrop pods produced sparks during the friction with the atmosphere, like falling meteors. Looking at the familiar style of the airdrop pod, Godzilla was surprised. Are these space marines here? Angzan, I'm not here to find you. You're not here to find me, what a piece of shit, you're not here to find me, then who are you here to see? Tyranid information appeared on the system panel. On a small planet, there are actually 2 forces, the insect swarm and the Empire. The swarm fleet has arrived. A fight has begun with the Imperial fleet in outer space. Godzilla raised his head, and the explosion of fire could be vaguely seen in the sky. Passing through the atmosphere, the fleet of the Empire's Ultramar star field was engaging in firepower exchanges with the Tyranids' fleet. All kinds of ion light and insect swarm acid were flying across the sky. The fleet frigates and the escort insect swarms were engaged in a fierce air battle. Hee. Godzilla laughed awkwardly inwardly. It's not too late for me to commit suicide now. Don't be nervous, first of all, you are Godzilla. Godzilla. It would be okay if I were the final Godzilla, but now I am the first generation Godzilla, and this value is not enough to feed the worms. Secondly, you have a version of Godzilla full form experience card, 1 hour. What's that? Wait, a full form experience card? Including that bitch from Singularity? Including but not limited to Singularity Godzilla. Okay, great. Godzilla is not so scared anymore. An ordinary Godzilla will definitely not survive long in the world background of Warhammer 40k. But if there is a 1-hour Godzilla full form experience card, the result is not certain, because there are 3 ridiculously strong Godzillas, Snow Godzilla, Hell Godzilla, and Singularity Godzilla. Hell Godzilla can make Godzilla slap the 4 evil gods of the subspace, and they won't dare to fight back. Singularity Godzilla can even allow Godzilla to restart the universe. Singularity Godzilla is the culmination of all forms of Godzilla, and it is not a fan creation, but a Godzilla form that has been officially certified and has been published in works. This is a good thing. At least it won't be killed by the game. Then I will definitely be able to obtain other Godzilla forms through missions. Yes, you can. That's no problem. Godzilla's tail was swaying behind him. He no longer had the initial fear, but now he was full of fighting spirit. Post the mission. Ah, don't you need some more time to relax? Have you never eaten pork or seen a pig running? Post the mission, I'm going to fight the Great Devourer today. Mission, survive. Mission description: in the distant and dark 40th millennium, Godzilla awakens on an unknown planet. No one knows why Godzilla appears on this planet. Perhaps it is because Space Godzilla has spread Godzilla cells. Or maybe Godzilla cells wandered to other planets in the galaxy through black holes. In short, Godzilla appeared. And now, Godzilla has to face his first problem since his birth. The tentacles of the Great Devourer from outside the galaxy have entered the galaxy. The fleet of the Ultramarines of the human empire has fought with them. Godzilla has been destroyed by the Great Devourer. Will the Devourer devour it, or will it kill the tentacles of the Great Devourer? This is a problem. Mission reward: 10 points for each Tyranid's Titan tyrant killed, 50 points for each Tyranid's mothership destroyed, and other targets do not count. Remarks: when using the Godzilla Full Form Experience card, 1 hour, points will not be counted for the targets killed. TCH, you're really good at plugging loopholes. If you didn't have this note, I could kill the Great Devourer within an hour. Bugs will result in your account being banned. Just keep working hard and you will reach that level sooner or later. Okay. Godzilla stamped his feet on the ground and let out a loud roar. Just a roar attracted the Tyranid ground units and the Space Marines of the Ultramarines chapter of the Human Empire from the surrounding land. Your Majesty, the Emperor. A space warrior who was closer to Godzilla was dumbfounded the moment he saw Godzilla. What the hell is that? Chapter 2. The Human Empire. It is troublesome to explain in detail, so let's just explain it in general terms. In the 30th millennium of the Human Empire, under the leadership of the Emperor, there were 21 primarchs, one of whom was a twin, each of whom had his own chapter, and each chapter had special warriors called Space Marines. They have undergone body transformation programs that ordinary people cannot endure, and their strength has surpassed that of ordinary people. Although many changes have occurred between the 30th and 40th millennia, the Ultramarines chapter led by the 13th Primarch still exists today and fights in various parts of the galaxy. The Ultramarines chapter currently on this planet is part of the Ultramarines. These Space Marines are more than 2 meters tall, have 2 hearts and 3 lungs, and wear special Space Marine armor, holding chainsaw swords and bolters, killing any enemy who dares to offend the majesty of the Empire. But Emperor. The tall figure of Godzilla appeared in the eyes of the Space Marine, which brought a huge psychological shock to the warrior. That kind of body, generally only the war weapon called Titan can have such a tall body. Is it the new war beast of the Tyranids? It's so huge. Even though there was some fear in his heart, this loyal warrior still raised the grenade launcher in his hand and aimed at Godzilla. For the Emperor. The first shot fired at Godzilla was fired from the muzzle of this Space Marine. The explosive bullet propelled by the rocket was fired and hit the skin of Godzilla's shoulder and exploded into a small spark. Godzilla's sight slightly deviated, looking at his shoulder, and then looking down at the Space Marine below. Through the color of the opponent's armor, Godzilla can roughly see the opponent's camp. Blue armor, no chaos mutation, it should be the Ultramarines. What does this Smurf want to do? Smurf, this is the common name of the Ultramarines by Warhammer enthusiasts, because the color of their armor is blue all over. Oh! Godzilla turned around and swung his tail gently. Before the space warrior could react, the tip of Godzilla's tail had already swung over. The seemingly small tip of the tail was half the size of the space warrior. To the space warrior, he was hit hard by the tail and was knocked out. Even though he weighed nearly 2 tons, he still flew a long distance and fell heavily to the ground, rolling like a ball for more than 10 rounds before stopping. Cough cough. Thanks to his superhuman physique, he did not die, but the space warrior coughed up a lot of blood. The life support device in his body began to stop the bleeding, temporarily saving his life, but when the space warrior struggled to get up, he found that he was not in a good position. A large group of Tyranids' low-level ground units, knife bugs, had surrounded him. Oh, damn aliens! The space warrior tightly grasped the chainsaw sword in his hand, the chainsaw sword started, the buzzing motor starter sound rang, and the friction sparks lit up on the ground. With his determination to die for the Emperor, he dragged his seriously injured body and charged towards the swarm of blade worms. Needless to say, the result was obvious. The blade worms also rushed forward, and in an instant, the Space Marine was completely covered by the blade worms. After killing several blade worms, the chainsaw sword was cut off by a Tyranid war beast that was much taller than the Space Marine. It was a warrior worm, one of the command units of the swarm. It was tall and had extremely huge and sharp chitin claws. His claws pierced the body of the Space Marine. Originally, it was not so easy for the warrior worm to kill a Space Marine, but the Space Marine was seriously injured. But before he died, he still swung the chainsaw sword and cut off the limbs of the warrior worm. Returned to the Golden Throne. For the Emperor. Both died together. For the human empire, they sacrificed a noble warrior, and for the swarm, they lost a low-level unit. Don't feel sorry for them, such things are happening all the time in the galaxy. Another warrior worm came out from the knife worm. After seeing Godzilla in the distance, the warrior worm did not attack immediately. It was too big. Such a big beast was obviously not an enemy that the warrior worm and the knife worm should deal with. The Tyranid swarm had almost no ability to think. They followed the will of the Great Devourer and came to plunder all the biomass that could be absorbed. The warrior worm reported the situation to the higher-level swarm unit, and the information went up all the way to the swarm tyrant, who then uploaded it to the swarm lord, and the swarm lord uploaded it to the queen in outer space. The queen, who was at the center of the layers of protection network of the outer space swarm fleet, made her own judgment after seeing Godzilla's information. Obviously, for a large beast like Godzilla, the Tyranids have their own way to deal with it. The Tyranid swarm's mothership squirmed and sprayed out an extremely huge airdrop capsule wrapped in biomass. They sent out a Titan Tyrant, a Tyranid swarm's behemoth unit. At the same time, a large number of Tyranid swarm ground units began to shift their attack targets and approached Godzilla. Titan's main attack, and the insect swarm's assistance, is a very good strategy. The insect swarm has killed countless behemoths the same size as Godzilla in this way, and even behemoths larger than Godzilla. They have also killed countless people. But alas, today Godzilla has to teach the Great Devourer a lesson. I'm coming. On the plain in front of Godzilla, densely packed knife bugs, gun bugs, and samurai bugs began to appear in his sight. On the hills in the distance, there was even a bug swarm tyrant and his guards. The tyrant of the swarm is also a huge Zerg unit, but its size of less than 10 or 20 meters is much different from Godzilla. They are self-aware, and the insect swarm does not want to suffer too many casualties. Godzilla stepped on him and he couldn't resist it. I knew the Great Devourer had to deal with me, but these ground units are not enough. Where is the Titan? What about Titan? Can this insect swarm Titan beat me? As soon as he finished speaking, the airdrop capsule projected by the insect swarm fleet passed through the atmosphere from the sky and landed with a bang among the large army of the insect swarm. Oh, here comes the highlight. The atmosphere began to heat up, as the Titan Tyrant's sharp claws pierced the airdrop pod, and its huge body crawled out of the airdrop pod, looking like an enlarged version of the insect tyrant. The massive body covered in thick chitinous carapace is so tall that swarms of insects can run beneath him. His fangs and claws are enough to tear apart tall buildings, and no matter how strong the fortifications are, they can't defend against those huge claws. The Titan Tyrant roared at Godzilla, and green acid dripped from its fanged mouthparts, making a sizzling sound as it dripped onto the ground. But the more Godzilla watched, the more excited he became. The Great Devourer also likes giant beasts to fight crickets. My first battle is about to begin. Godzilla steps forward and roars out his unique roar, responding to the Titan Tyrant's provocation. Do you want to use the Godzilla full-form experience card, 1 hour? Don't worry, let me try out the strength of this swarm titan first. Besides, there is a swarm fleet in space. Chapter 3. Naturally, there is no need to cheat when fighting against the Titan Tyrant of the Tyranid swarm, which is of similar size. If he can't beat this, Godzilla might as well lie down in the collection of endless Trazen and wait to die. I've never seen this Titan Tyrant before. It's not the Pope Titan, nor the Victor Titan. It looks a bit like a large tyrant. Tyranid Titan setting, the Tyranids have created many species with body sizes comparable to those of Titans. Like all other Tyranid creatures, high-frequency genetic mutations and high adaptability are fully reflected in Tyranid Titans. This kind of Titan seems to be a combination of several Tyranid creatures that were closely combined. The degree of combination is so deep that the appearance of different creatures has become indistinguishable. Oh, that means the Titan's appearance may be different, right? Yes, it is a living organism after all and can be adjusted. Godzilla still wanted to say something. On the plain in the distance, a huge cannon bug appeared in Godzilla's sight carrying a cannon barrel half the size of their body. With its 4 legs beating on the ground, the cannon worm stood firm on the ground. In the barrel on its back, spore mine shells, which were also biological organisms, were loaded into the depth of the barrel, accompanied by a squirming movement of the muscle-like structure. Load, aim, fire. Boom. One cannonball fired, and then other cannonballs also opened fire. A dense fire net composed of spore mines flew towards Godzilla, some bombarded Godzilla, and some exploded around Godzilla. The spore mine not only has the impact of the explosion, but after the explosion, Godzilla is surrounded by green poisonous gas. These biochemical poisonous gases include inorganic toxins, blood toxins, mycotoxins, and phage cells, which are enough to kill all surrounding organic matter. Except Godzilla. As the cannon bugs opened fire, the knife bugs and gun bugs also began to charge. The knife bugs with sharp claws rushed in front of Godzilla, preparing to tear the giant beast in front of them into pieces and feed it to the mother as biomass. Nest. However, from the lifeless green biochemical poison gas cloud, white light lit up, and white flames spurted out, sweeping across the land densely populated by tyranids. Countless sword bugs had no time to react, and were enveloped in white-hot light, burning all the way from Godzilla's feet to the distant hills. Several huge cannon bugs were unable to dodge, and were also enveloped in white-hot light. In a few seconds, he was turned into cannon fodder by the white-hot light. In the flames, Godzilla slowly walked out of the green cloud of biochemical poisonous gas, almost unscathed. Your Majesty, the Emperor. Further away, a certain team of Ultramarines had reunited after the airdrop operation. That giant beast is not a member of the Tyranid war beasts. He is fighting a Tyranid war beast, and he does not have a Tyranid war beast to protect him. It doesn't look like there is an internal fight between the Tyranid war beasts. Although the Ultramarines know that after losing their commander, the Tyranids will attack all surrounding creatures uncontrollably, including other Tyranids. But the current war situation does not lack commanders. What do we do now? Don't get close to that giant beast. Let him fight the swarms of insects. I don't know what the name of that giant beast is. Godzilla. A name appeared in the mind of this space marine out of thin air, which startled the space marine. It was as if some inexplicable force had carved a name into his mind just now. These space warriors said almost simultaneously, Godzilla. Sensing the strange atmosphere, the leading space warrior spoke first, his name is Godzilla. His name just appeared in my mind. The same goes for us, oh, by the Emperor, it can't be the erosion of subspace. No matter what, our mission is not to fight that giant beast. There is only one of him, and he is still cleaning up the insect swarm. Swordworms and gunworms began to appear in the surrounding land, and the Space Marine squad quickly made up its mind. Report the situation here to the company captain, and let these damn aliens know that we are waiting for you. For the Emperor. Godzilla didn't know what the team of Space Marines on the distant plain was thinking. He just wanted to burn the swarm Titan tyrant in front of him to ashes. For the Emperor. Playing tricks? Godzilla's voice was just a strange roar to the Space Marines and Tyranid swarms. After the roar, Godzilla walked into the plains filled with swarms of worms, and the knife bugs followed Godzilla's legs and tail. Climbed up Godzilla's body. They raised their sharp claws, trying to pierce the strange creature. However, after their sharp claws stabbed, they couldn't even penetrate into the skin. Some knife bugs were lucky. The sharp blades of their limbs penetrated the gaps in the folds of Godzilla's skin, but they only penetrated less than a few centimeters deep. When these knife bugs wanted to pull out the sharp blades and attack again, they found that he couldn't pull out the sharp blade no matter what. Some of the knife bugs even broke their limbs and blades due to excessive force, and green blood sprayed out. Godzilla didn't care about these knife bugs at all. If they could break Godzilla's defense, Godzilla would just wait for death. Even the dense net of firepower shot by those gun bugs hit Godzilla like raindrops. They were either bounced away or hung on Godzilla, but they could not break Godzilla's defense. In Godzilla's unstoppable advance, even the swarm tyrant stood aside for fear of dying under the giant beast's feet. Only the tyrant Titan can confront Godzilla. The Titan tyrant strode forward. The Titan tyrant with 4 arms held 2 sharp scimitar-like weapons in both hands, and biochemical plasma cannons in both hands. He fired first, and 2 huge balls of plasma hit Godzilla's chest. Godzilla felt pain for the first time, but it was only pain. The 2 balls of plasma only left a little bit of white smoke on Godzilla's chest, completely unable to burn Godzilla's flesh and blood. That's it. I think highly of you. Godzilla stepped forward to fight the Titan Tyrant in hand-to-hand combat. The Titan Tyrant swung a scimitar with both hands above him, but Godzilla grabbed the scimitar. The scimitar was actually clamped in Godzilla's hand. Even if the sharp scimitar cut Godzilla's skin, Godzilla never let go. But this left Godzilla's chest defense wide open. The biochemical plasma cannons on the arms below the Titan Tyrant were aimed at Godzilla's abdomen without any hindrance, and fired continuously, hitting Godzilla's body one after another. Wave after wave of pain made Godzilla roar, which also inspired Godzilla's ferocity. As Godzilla exerted his arms, the 2 arms above the Titan Tyrant began to make creaking and twisting sounds. The chitinous carapace began to deform visibly with the naked eye as it twisted under Godzilla's terrifying power. The Titan Tyrant's joints cracked, and large swaths of green blood began to spill out from the cracks. There was a sting. Godzilla twisted both of Titan Tyrant's arms. Despite Titan Tyrant's ferocious character, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Well, yes, I do think highly of him. Throwing the 2 huge limbs to the ground and killing countless unlucky knife bugs, Godzilla continued to move forward. His steps were steady, approaching the retreating Titan Tyrant step by step. In other words, the will of the swarm underestimates me. Chapter 4. It cannot be said that the will of the swarm looks down upon Godzilla. It should be said that a battle of this level is not worthy of the will of the swarm's attention. The swarm fleet attacking Godzilla's planet is just a small branch of the Tyranid Leviathan fleet. Only a Norn Queen can manage this swarm fleet, and there is no need for the will of the swarm to pay attention to the battlefield. However, this Norn Queen miscalculated. She never understood why the tyrannic tyrant, who was the same size as Godzilla, had his arm broken even though Godzilla didn't look very good. But it doesn't matter, the swarm will not be confused. Since 1 Titan Tyrant is not enough, let's get a few more Titan Tyrants. Judging from Godzilla's huge body, he will have a lot of biomass. As long as the loss is not big, the insect swarm will have to kill Godzilla. The slaughter is here. So, with the squirming of the swarm brood warship, the 2 Titan Tyrants were loaded into the airdrop bags again, and they sprayed out of the ship's hull and smashed into the planet below. The Norn Queen couldn't put all her thoughts on Godzilla for the time being. Because next to the insect fleet, there is also a human fleet. Dense plasma beams and artillery bombardment hit the outer hive fleet individuals. This swarm fleet is just a branch within a branch and is not large in number. If the Norn Queens make a mistake in their judgment, they may be annihilated by the human fleet. Compared with those ships that are often hundreds or thousands of meters in size, Godzilla, which is only 50 meters long, seems so insignificant. On the other side, the human fleet also learned of Godzilla's existence. On the human fleet flagship Emperor's Will, an ultramarine who was taller than other space marines studied the Godzilla image data in front of him. He has a badge of courage on his head, a hero's emblem on his shoulders, and an honor patch all over his body, highlighting his identity. What the hell is that? The second captain of the Ultramarines, Kato Sicarius, made the same confused noise as the other space marines. As the second captain of the Ultramarines, the Lord of the Watch, the Grand Duke of Thalassar, the Knight Champion of Makraj, the High Lord of Ultramar, the Slayer of Kings, and the Breaker of Worlds. In all his centuries of fighting, Kato Sicarius had never seen a creature like Godzilla. But like the space marines under his command, when he wondered about Godzilla's identity, the name Godzilla appeared in his mind. Godzilla. Kato Sicarius was startled by the knowledge of his name, which was like the infusion of psychic energy. He thought that his consciousness had been invaded by some evil chaotic existence. This ancient name is not in the Imperial database. After thinking for a long time, the sound of the insect fleet's bombardment hitting the fleet's void shield brought Kato Sicarius back from his thoughts. There is only one alien creature. It may be a native creature of this planet. Inform the ground troops to ignore the alien and fight in a war zone far away from Godzilla. Our targets are only those bugs. Kato Sicarius slapped the podium and named the unnamed planet Godzilla Planet on the spot. It seems like a random act, but it fits the current situation very well. The human fleet cannot take care of Godzilla. The battle with the Tyranid swarm is already very fierce. Kato Sicarius can no longer care about any creatures on this planet. The Ultramarines chapter and the Mortal Auxiliary Army had already tried their best to deal with the insect fleet alone, let alone a 50-meter-tall behemoth. At least that thing can't fly out of the planet. At this moment, back to Godzilla. Godzilla has once again approached the retreating Titan Tyrant. The Titan Tyrant's retreat was not out of fear, but the Queen of Worms ordered him to minimize casualties before the other two Titan Tyrants arrived. This seemingly simple order is now very difficult to execute. The Titan Tyrant, which lacks 2 melee arms, only has 2 arms holding biochemical plasma cannons, which is really not conducive to close combat. The Titan Tyrant could only retreat while allowing more low-level Tyranid swarm units to delay. Want to leave? He can't leave the Titan Tyrant. Godzilla opened his mouth, a white light lit up deep in his throat, and blazing flames spurted out from his mouth, like a dragon in classical legends. The Titan Tyrant can only rely on its chitin carapace to resist the white-hot light. This is a primitive but advanced fight. Is Godzilla's white-hot light more powerful, or Titan Tyrant's chitinous carapace? Apparently Godzilla's white-hot light was stronger, and the Titan Tyrant's chitin carapace began to melt. The Titan Tyrant actually began to scream tragically under the continuous bombardment of the white-hot light. For a moment, it made people wonder if the Tyranids still retained their sense of pain. The surrounding low-level units of the Tyranids noticed the Titan Tyrant's call and rushed forward without fear of death, hoping to share some damage with the Titan Tyrant. But it didn't work. Even though this was the white-hot light of the first-generation Godzilla, it was not an attack that these knife bugs and gun bugs could hit. They were burned to ashes as soon as they entered the range of the white-hot light. They failed to survive the battle between Godzilla and the Titan Tyrant. There was a stir in the battle. After about a minute of bombardment, the Titan Tyrant's chitinous carapace finally gave out and was burned through by Godzilla. The fragile organs were exposed to the white-hot light and were scorched and carbonized in the blink of an eye. The Titan Tyrant collapsed with a wail. Godzilla's mouth closed. The Titan Tyrant was already dead. Even the Tyranid swarm could not survive with a large area of the body's organs completely carbonized. Only his legs were still twitching naturally. Points earned, 10. Godzilla's Soleil stepped on the body of the Titan Tyrant, crushing the burned-out body of the Titan Tyrant. The chitinous carapace had been burnt to the point of becoming brittle, and it shattered as soon as he stepped on it. Godzilla looked up to the sky and let out a menacing roar, as if to demonstrate his status on this planet. The Tyranid swarm, which has always been unafraid of death, actually had no unit dare to charge forward. This is the judgment made by the warrior bugs and the swarm tyrants. They believe that letting the knife bugs come forward now is to die and waste biomass. Although the insect swarm did not retreat, it did slow down the pace of the attack. Well, it's okay. There are quite a lot of titans in the Tyranid swarm. It's quite cost-effective to continue farming like this. Godzilla is a bargain, Tyranid swarm is certainly not. In the sky, 2 airdrop pods had just passed through the atmosphere. After the Norn Queen learned that the Titan Tyrant had been killed, if she had any confused thoughts, she was probably confused. These 2 Titan Tyrants have not yet landed. Why is the previous Titan Tyrant gone? Where's the big Titan Tyrant like me? It's gone as soon as it's served? Even the Space Marines were amazed at Godzilla's power while fighting the swarm. My lord, the Emperor, it only took him less than 3 minutes to kill a Tyranid Titan beast. He looks like a Titan champion. Space Marines have seen many planets devoured by Tyranid swarms, including behemoths the size of Godzilla or even bigger than Godzilla. However, few behemoths on planets can fight back to kill Tyranids. The Titan Tyrant of the Loon Swarm. Chapter 5. Someone once said, if you hate someone, let him travel to Warhammer 40K. In the world of Warhammer 40K, the traveler is like stepping into the abyss, and every step is full of unknown dangers. But now Godzilla feels. The feeling of traveling to Warhammer 40K may not be as bad as imagined. Godzilla sighed. It's pretty good, but it's limited to the fact that you haven't been noticed by the background boards of Warhammer 40K. The 4 gods should have seen it. I can't see it for the time being, because of the subspace shadow of the Zerg. The vision of the 4 gods has been affected a little, but the one on the Golden Throne is not necessarily. The Golden Throne is a device located in the center of the real Terra, Earth, Emperor's Palace. It can extract the power of psychics and block a webway gate under the Golden Throne. Legend has it that during the Horus Heresy, it was because of Magnus that the webway space was out of control for a time, and demons surged out. The Emperor had no choice but to sit on the Golden Throne and close the webway gate. Since then, the human empire has fallen into endless darkness and despair. This is why the time travelers are unwilling to come to this world. Of course, nothing is absolute. Don't worry about the big golden guy. He shouldn't dare to provoke me, and he doesn't have the ability to provoke me. But the Tomb King and the Eldar should be a little more careful, especially a certain figure king. If he sees me, he will definitely use the stasis device to capture me. Well, this is true. If the Infinite Diraxon sees you, he will definitely capture you as a collection. The Tomb King, the pinnacle of galactic technology, the technology they mastered exceeds human imagination. If it were their technological level, Godzilla today would not be able to match it. No, Godzilla is actually not out of danger now. 2 huge airdrop capsules fell on the plain not far from Godzilla, and they were 2 more Titan tyrants. Moreover, after the Norn Queen learned that Godzilla's melee power was very strong, the 2 newly sent Titan tyrants were all melee specialized types. The Norn Queen seemed to be afraid of Godzilla's melee ability, so she sent 2 Titan tyrants who were specialized in close combat. They were covered in thick chitinous carapaces, and 2 of their sturdy arms were like gorillas, with shield-like structures on the back of their hands, while the 2 arms below were still tightly holding the standard broadswords of the Tyranid tyrant. The 2 Titan tyrants surrounded Godzilla on the left and right, and Godzilla could only look back and forth. I feel that the will of the Mother Nest is a bit against me. After all, a Titan has died. You won't forget what the specialty of the Tyranid swarm is. How could I forget? In response to various situations, the swarm will change its combat strategy and make the swarm evolve accordingly, but those low-level knife worms and gun worms are useless to me, and only the Titan Tyrant is effective against me. No, only the Titan Tyrant is effective against you among ground units, but have you forgotten? The swarm also has a special unit. Special unit. Godzilla was still thinking about what else he should pay attention to besides the Titan Tyrant, but he saw a special Zerg unit that not only did not approach him, but ran away instead. Chicken thief. Godzilla suddenly remembered that the Tyranid Zerg had a unit called Gene Stealer. The function of this unit is just like their name, stealing the genes of creatures on various planets and sending them to the Mother Nest. The Mother Nest will record the genes and add the genetic characteristics of those creatures to the Tyranid Zerg when needed. Generally speaking, Gene Stealers are the pioneers of the Zerg, but occasionally there will be Gene Stealers following the Zerg. They haven't got Godzilla cells yet. What do you think? Damn you! Godzilla angrily spurted out white-hot light, intending to turn the Gene Stealer and the large group of knife bugs into ashes. However, 2 Titan Tyrants suddenly rushed forward and sandwiched Godzilla tightly in the middle. The incandescent light narrowly passed by the Gene Stealer, but ultimately failed to destroy it. Oh, some people might ask why Godzilla doesn't spray radiation or atomic breath. Because the current Godzilla can only use incandescent light, and it will take until the second-generation Godzilla form to have the skill of radiation. Can the Tyranids really mass-produce Godzilla? With the ability of the Tyranids, it can indeed be done. Won't it be out of control? In any attempt to copy Godzilla, loss of control seems to have become an inescapable law. Whether it will lose control is still unknown. After all, we are talking about the Tyranids. The horror of Warhammer 40K gradually unfolded in front of Godzilla. Yes, that is the Tyranids, the will of the Great Devourer, the Tyranids that can make all races in the galaxy exhausted with just a few fleet tentacles. At this time, the Gene Stealer took a gargoyle, and with the help of the wings of this Tyranid air beast unit, he flew into the sky. Godzilla was trapped between the 2 Titans. He pushed the heads of the 2 Titans with his arms and slowly pushed them away. However, the 2 Titans exerted their strength again and held Godzilla tightly. Ah, damn it! Godzilla watched the Gene Stealer disappear into the clouds without a trace. I'm angry. Godzilla was angry, but in addition to the Titan Tyrant, the other Tyranids also began to take action. Countless knife bugs took the opportunity to climb onto Godzilla's body, and some of them stared at Godzilla's nostrils, eyes, and other vulnerable parts. Godzilla had to close his eyes and spray out white-hot light to burn those annoying bugs to ashes. However, more knife bugs surged up, completely covering Godzilla like a tide. Oh, what a shame, those Tyranids won't let him go. Although he is also an alien, his heroic fighting style really shocked me. There's nothing we can do about it. Seeing the battle situation besieged by 2 Titan Tyrants, the Space Marines of the Ultramarines chapter were helpless. Those are 2 Titan Tyrants tens of meters tall. Their target was the Empire's God Machine, which was by no means something they, the Space Marines, could fight against. At this moment, the Space Marines already believed that this would be another tragic event in the galaxy. They have seen too many things like this that they want to change but cannot. However, damn it, I need to give the Great Devourer a hard punch and let him know that there are some things he can't eat. Are you going to use the Godzilla Full Form Experience card, 1 hour? Yes, I want to use it. The big devourer I want to fight will have to avoid me when he sees me in the future. Already used, feel free to make noise, but be careful not to blow up this universe. The power of Godzilla from the first generation, second generation, Heisei, New Heisei, War Dragon, Diablo, Millennium, and New Age Singularity is filled with Godzilla's body. Boom! At that moment, the earth-shaking explosion was like the roar from the beginning of creation, which was heart-stopping. This force is centered on Godzilla and spreads in all directions with an unstoppable force, as if it is going to tear the entire world apart. The once mighty sea of sword insects turned into powder in this ruthless explosion and disappeared in the violent energy. Even the two arrogant Titan tyrants suffered heavy losses in this frenzy. Their huge bodies were blown to pieces, their flesh and blood flew everywhere, and they fell miserably to the ground. The once formidable majesty has become so fragile and pitiful at this moment. The whole world seemed to have fallen into apocalyptic chaos at this moment, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder smoke and blood, which was suffocating. And that Godzilla, like the destroyer of the world, reappeared in the field of vision of the Space Marines. He stood on the earth, lonely and powerful. Its existence was proof of this doomsday. This time, the brood mind, no, the Great Devourer cast its gaze over. Chapter 6. Many people may be curious, does Godzilla have the ability to make the Great Devourer fearful? Those are the Tyranids. Even in the worldview of Warhammer 40K that is full of tragedy and despair, they are powerful enough to cause headaches to even the Necrons and Chaos Demons. The subspace shadow of the Tyranid Zerg makes Chaos Demons fearful, and the soulless Zerg units make the demons have no desire to kill. The powerful technology of the Necron was unable to shake the astronomical number of individuals of the Tyranids, but the individuals of the Necron died one by one in the battle with the Tyranids, which depleted the vitality of the Necron. The Great Devourer is a background-like existence. It is said that the Tyranids' huge brood fleet is just a microbiome in the mouth of the Great Devourer. Of course, this is just a rumor. No matter what, the Great Devourer's swarm fleet is capable of swallowing billions of planets in the entire galaxy. However, there really is a Godzilla who is even bigger than the Great Devourer. That is the pinnacle of Godzilla's power. It is currently a rare background plate individual in the official Godzilla setting. Singularity Godzilla. Regarding his setting, it can only be described as a background board. Whenever he ends, any story will end in 2 sentences. Singularity Godzilla is over, the universe is shattered, it's over. Almost immediately after Godzilla used the Godzilla Full Form Experience card, 1 hour, a Godzilla projection larger than the Milky Way, no, subspace appeared in the subspace. Countless demons were afraid of it, and even the 4 evil gods who were extremely worried by the time travelers were swept away by the terrifying impact the moment they stared at Godzilla's projection. As soon as the Scarlet Lord of Slaughter raised his head, he was directly knocked unconscious on his brass throne by brute force. Among the countless changes in the future that the ever-changing Master of Destiny has seen, only the end of Godzilla's existence remains. The Prince of Joy of the 6-ring demon realm was lying in the palace, twitching all over. Her mind was filled with everything related to Godzilla, and she turned into the shape of Godzilla. In Nurgle's garden, the eyes of the loving father Nurgle's family reflected the figure of Godzilla, and they couldn't help but bow their heads in worship. Even Nurgle was looking at that family with fascination. No, Godzilla. Ra is the father. Within that hour, the connection between the demons in the material universe of the Milky Way and the evil god of subspace was completely severed, as if the network cable had been unplugged. In the Terra Palace of the human empire, the supreme being on the golden throne seemed to know what would happen in this hour. After sitting for 10,000 years, he stood up for the first time. The body, which had been drained of spiritual energy for thousands of years and dried up like a skeleton, regenerated its flesh within a few seconds. Surprisingly, no demons emerged from behind the webway gate. This may be why the emperor stood up at this time. The custodes guarding the golden throne were shocked. Holy Lord, you stand up. In these extremely precious 3,600 seconds, the first words spoken by the greatest and most powerful psychic in the history of mankind were, "Don't mess with Godzilla." The Imperial Guard had a question mark on his head and seemed incomprehensible. In the next 59 minutes, it no longer mattered what he said or did. He had already said the most important thing. This is something that can only be known in the future. The Gene Stealer had just placed Godzilla's cells in the thick liquid of the brood chamber, and the Gene Stealer had just taken its claws out of the thick green pus. Snapped. His head exploded. Before the other insect swarm units could react, their heads began to explode one by one. Knife bugs, gun bugs, warrior bugs, and all parts of the insect swarm units that could be called the nerve centers began to explode. In less than a minute, Cato Sicarius witnessed the demise of a large insect fleet without knowing it. Your Majesty, God Emperor, what happened? Unable to understand, Cato Sicarius could not understand what was happening in front of him. He didn't need to understand, because the same thing happened in all the Zerg fleets in the galaxy. This situation could not be explained by the laws of subspace or the physical universe. Even the Tyranid swarm fleet outside the galaxy is experiencing similar things. Countless Tyranid swarms are dying every moment, so that holes appear in the shadow of the subspace. Don't make it too much of a fuss. This thing is for you to try out Godzilla's form, not for you to clear Warhammer 40,000 in 1 hour. I haven't beaten the Great Devourer to death yet. How can the plot continue after being killed? It's okay if you mean it. The Great Devourer knows it's wrong and won't dare to do it again. TCH, give me a 1-hour experience card and it won't make me feel better. You are already happy. The damage you caused to the Great Devourer is more than the sum of all the damage caused by the Necron after discovering the Tyranid swarm outside the galaxy. It is much more. By the way, it also defeated the 4 gods of chaos. The 4 gods are now disconnected, and the Golden Guy has 1 hour of free time. I don't care, you didn't let me beat the Great Devourer to death, I'm not happy, you are an abuser, just a little bit. Although he is obviously quite a big man, Godzilla is still sticking his tongue out at the system in his mind. There are no Tyranid swarms on his planet, and there will even be no Tyranids in the Milky Way for a short time. This is no joke. Even Godzilla, the hybrid gene stealer in the hive, has not let go. So much so that it caused quite a bit of chaos within certain green-skin tribes, the Imperial Tribunal of the Ecclesiarchy, or the Tau Fleet. This hour is probably the most stable hour for the Milky Way in 10,000 years. Even though Godzilla can wipe out the entire galaxy at any time. By the way, can I leave a singularity projection in subspace to help me fight demons? Theoretically it's possible, but it's best not to do it. Why? Because the purpose of this Godzilla full-form experience card, 1 hour, is for self-protection. If you complete it in 1 hour, other Godzilla time travelers may not have this benefit in the future. Seeing that Godzilla was still hesitating, the system continued. If they evolve into Singularity Godzilla, they may come to beat you, fight in groups, and beat you to death. Okay. We won't do this kind of thing of digging up the roots of our descendants, so I'll stop here. I can kill the Great Devourer, the 4 gods of chaos, and Brother Mao with just a single thought. Now it's enough to give you face. Yes. Then I can give you some compensation. What compensation do you want? Give me a new Godzilla form. I'm not asking too much. Choose between Snow Godzilla and Hell Godzilla. The second generation of Godzilla. The second generation of Godzilla. You are too stingy, Legend Godzilla Headquarters. The second generation Godzilla form, if you like it or not, you can continue to use the first generation Godzilla form. Okay. I want it. In fact, what Godzilla didn't know was that after he used the 1-hour experience card, he had been passively protected by Godzilla from Hell and Godzilla from Singularity. Several factors that the time traveler feared most when he arrived at Warhammer 40K had disappeared. He can now start his life as a time traveler in a safer environment. The various races in Warhammer 40K are also safe. They were almost wiped out by Godzilla at the beginning. Chapter 7. Godzilla doesn't do nothing for the remaining 50-odd minutes. He began to use the power of Hell Godzilla and Singularity Godzilla to create some races exclusive to him on this planet. I think Godzilla also needs to have his own race. This is possible. They're going to have a lizard tail like Godzilla, with fangs and sharp teeth, and be humanoid like Godzilla. Well, this is also possible. They need to have strong bodies and be able to survive in various environments full of cosmic radiation, just like their boss Godzilla. With Godzilla's abilities, all of these can be accomplished. Finally, of course, I must advocate close combat and like to kill enemies with all kinds of huge weapons, because this is wag enough. Is this the race you are looking for? In front of Godzilla's eyes, an image of a lizardman from the medieval Warhammer next door appeared on the system panel. This is a race created by the Old Saints, a common background race in the Warhammer world, using local biological genes in the medieval Warhammer next door. His name is Lizard Man. Existing only in medieval Warhammer, this race does not exist in Warhammer 40K. As much as I want to shout for the big plan, it's not this, it's this. A beautiful green-haired girl with fair skin and a good figure appeared on the system panel. She was wearing a piece of cloth that could only cover special parts. She had a thick tail like a crocodile or a lizard, and she held up a loyal chainsaw. Axes and chainsaws emitted wild war cries. The style of painting is very different from Warhammer 40K, but it is somewhat similar to the Sisters of Atonement from the Empire of Man. Slaanesh on top. You still can't forget Terra from our Knights, right? What's wrong? I will always like Gavel. What about the Anaconda? Well, your joke is something that most people can't understand. Just tell me if I can make it out. Okay, but if you pinch them too much, they will really be targeted by Slaanesh. You don't want them to be targeted by Slaanesh, right? You can't defeat Slaanesh now. Of course, Slaanesh wouldn't dare fight Godzilla now. Then let's set it up like this. I don't know how many generations of lizard people will give birth to such a unique individual. Mothra can have a little beauty, and I, Godzilla, have a little beauty. It's no problem, right? Okay, just one or two individuals, whatever you want. Okay, let's get started. For the rest of the time, Godzilla used all his power to transform the planet. The Space Marines can visibly see changes in the surrounding environment. Dense rainforests are growing on the surface of large tracts of planets devoured by the Tyranids, but this rainforests are completely different from ordinary plants. A Space Marine accidentally touched a plant leaf, only to find a scratch on his extremely strong Space Marine armor. He pinched a plant leaf in confusion, but what came from his hand was a metallic touch and hardness. These rainforests are all Godzilla derivatives reproduced from Godzilla cells. This is the power of planet Godzilla, coupled with the power of Singularity Godzilla. This planet has spanned an unknown number of thousands of years of evolution in just 1 hour. It's not that Godzilla changes the planet's environment, but that the planet's environment adapts to Godzilla's existence. The Space Marines huddled together. They didn't know what was happening, but they just held their weapons warily. But they all looked in the direction of Godzilla, and they instinctively felt that these changes were related to Godzilla. At this time, Kato Sicarius's voice sounded in the communication channel. This is the flagship Emperor's will. I, the second captain of the Ultramarines, Kato Sicarius, order all Ultramarine Space Marines and mortal auxiliaries to leave this planet in vehicles immediately. In the sky, blue aerial vehicles engraved with the double-headed eagle emblem were descending rapidly, mainly Thunderhawk gunships, supplemented by other aerial vehicles. The Space Marines may not be able to see the specific changes on the planet, but Kato Sicarius in space can clearly see the changes on the planet. Traces of water resources began to appear on the surface of the originally barren planet, and the land area was completely filled with dark green vegetation. The changes that occurred on the entire planet worried the second company commander of the Ultramarines chapter. The changes on this planet were much faster than the weird planets in space. Kato Sicarius's judgment was correct. Soon, after the first batch of space warriors had left the atmosphere, roars of wag began to be heard from the rainforest, but the roars did not come from the orcs that humans had long known, but from another. A humanoid lizard creature that is over 2 meters tall and armed with primitive weapons. Not only that, there are also huge amphibian primitive creatures, their size is comparable to the Titans. An alien race that conforms to the setting of Warhammer, but slightly does not conform to the setting of Warhammer 40K appears on this planet. They are all Godzilla, but they are not Godzilla. Your Majesty the God Emperor, maybe I should apply for an extermination order. Kato Sicarius really wanted to do this, but he heard the Emperor's voice. That voice traveled a distance of 60,000 light-years and appeared directly in Kato Sicarius' mind. Don't mess with Godzilla. What? This voice. The God Emperor is above. I heard the God Emperor's revelation. Occasionally, this happens, the Emperor's revelation or something, but after experiencing it personally, Kato Sicarius could understand the glory of being noticed by the God Emperor. He did not doubt whether this power could be someone's. The power of a subspace evil god. Because when this voice entered his mind, he already knew that it was a revelation from the God Emperor. No reason, no doubt about it. Cato Sicarius issued new orders. After waiting for all the Space Marines to return to the team, immediately return to the Ultramar star field, truthfully report the existence of this planet to Chapter Captain Calgar, and mark it as a critically dangerous world in the database. Lord Sicarius, there are still alien behemoths on this planet. I know. Of course Cato Sicarius knew that all aliens should be eliminated, but the demise of the insect fleet was too strange, and coupled with the revelation of the God Emperor, he had no reason to continue fighting. But this is an order, soldier, carry it out. As you command. There were no more questions, and the human fleet quickly began to retreat and left the star field. This allows them to avoid being destroyed. Whenever a cyclone fish enters the atmosphere, Godzilla's radiation rays will sweep across the starry sky without hesitation, killing them. By the way, Godzilla's favorability toward the human empire is lowered, even though Godzilla doesn't have much favorability toward the human empire. Godzilla is only interested in the Emperor and the Primarch. He is not interested in the Inquisition, the Ecclesiarchy, or other high-level human beings. It is unknown how many human organs are left in those guys. Alright. An hour later, the power in Godzilla's body weakened. The Godzilla storm in the subspace began to subside. An hour after being disconnected, the demons returned to their subspace nature and began to spread chaos and disorder. After explaining everything, the Emperor sat back on the golden throne and sealed the gate to the webway. The galaxy avoided destruction. Godzilla also evolved from the first-generation Godzilla to the second-generation Godzilla form. Chapter 8. Name, Godzilla, second-generation Godzilla form. Height, 50 meters. Weight, 20,000 tons. Attack methods, radiation heat, white-hot light, melee, flying. Are you serious? Flying? Godzilla sighed as he looked at the last skill on the system panel. Just criticize the second-generation Godzilla. The second-generation Godzilla is one of the few Godzillas that can fly, but that flying posture is Godzilla's eternal black history, and Godzilla will never use it. There is not much change from the first-generation Godzilla to the second-generation Godzilla, except that the nuclear organs in Godzilla's body are stronger, and can use more powerful radiation heat skills, which is Godzilla's most common breath. As long as you see blue-white or blue-white beams coming out of Godzilla's mouth, they are basically radiation heat rays. Even the atomic breath of the legendary Godzilla is actually radiation heat rays, but the translation is different. As for other skills, such as the high-temperature particle radiation stream on the back of the real Godzilla and the electromagnetic interference of the planetary Godzilla, they are all special skills. Back to Godzilla's site. Godzilla looked around, and after seeing that the originally uninhabited planet has now become a habitable planet with rainforests all over the place, he nodded with satisfaction. Okay, it feels like the beginning of Planet Godzilla. Where are those blue elves? Did they run away? Now this planet is full of 2 or 3 meter tall lizards. The stronger ones can tear the Space Marines apart with their hands. It would be strange if they didn't leave. Hey, the Space Marines have become combat units. All kinds of monsters want to fight the Empire. Do you think this world can be good? Godzilla began to walk in this dense rainforest. In the gaps between the vegetation, some lizard-like creatures looked at Godzilla, and after seeing Godzilla's huge body, they bowed down from the bottom of their hearts. These lizard creatures and lizardmen were not created out of thin air, but were created by Godzilla using the power of Singularity Godzilla to distort time and space in the distant past. In the eyes of the lizardmen, they have been residents of this planet for a long time and have survived under the protection of their god Godzilla. No matter how powerful the enemy is, they cannot defeat their god Godzilla, and they maintain a peaceful but power-loving life under the enlightenment and guidance of Godzilla. Lizardmen will not take the initiative to provoke battles with other races, but they will not show mercy to any enemy who actively attacks them. Lizardmen have no gender. All of them are born in the incubator of this planet, which is a few red lakes. There are not many lizardmen born, but each one is an adult at birth and will not die of old age. When lizardmen are born, in addition to ordinary individuals, there is also a probability that unique individuals will appear. Their dorsal fins and tail fins are naturally larger than those of other lizardmen, and they have organs that spit flames, which are enough to melt the armor of heavy vehicles. Lizardmen worship dueling customs similar to those of the orcs. The winner of the duel will become stronger, their skin will become harder, and their body will become huge. There is almost no upper limit to this change. Some of the largest lizardmen have a body size comparable to that of titans. Among all the lizardmen, there are the most special individuals. They are the priests who are born with different appearances from ordinary lizardmen. They have strong learning talents and psychic powers, and they will grow. Priests are rarely born, and there may not be one in hundreds or thousands of years, but once they are born, it indicates that the god of the lizardmen Godzilla will appear and lead the lizardmen to carry out a great supreme plan. Okay, Planet Godzilla likes you. Godzilla has many forms, some are the embodiment of the fear of nuclear explosions, some are the collection of the resentment of the dead in the war, some are mutant creatures that evolve very quickly, and some are supreme gods who kill through the gods. Even the system thinks that this setting of Godzilla is pretty good, a bit like Godzilla. Why do you insist on creating a race? Nonsense, if you don't create a race that believes in Godzilla, how can you show Godzilla's divinity? Although I think Godzilla as a nuclear explosion product or a titan monster is more suitable for the background of Warhammer 40K, it won't work without divinity. In the future, he will be captured by 4 chaos giants. Oh, I thought you were obsessed with girls. Girls are part of the reason. I still have to consider myself. Besides, I can't use Godzilla's form to negotiate with other races. There must be someone who speaks up. By the way, what time point am I in now? I see there are Tyranids, which is probably 40 millennia. Early Battle of Makraj. The Battle of Makraj was a confrontation between the Ultramar Star region of the Human Empire and the Tyranids. The two sides involved in the battle were the Ultramarines of the Human Empire and the Leviathan fleet of the Tyranids. The two sides fought a fierce battle around Makraj, the home planet of the Ultramarines. It was so fierce that the Tyranids felt that it was a loss to take over the planet and retreated on their own initiative. The Ultramarines won a tragic victory. Even the Ultramarines chapter leader Kalgar was seriously injured in that battle. Wait, the early stage of the Battle of Makraj? Shit, did I help the Smurfs by blowing up all the Zerg vanguards? Godzilla annihilated all the Tyranids in the galaxy just to vent his anger. It seems that he helped the Smurfs by mistake. Let me first say that I am a human being, but I have no favorable impression of the Human Empire in the 40K period. I like the Human Empire in the 30K period. I just accidentally helped the Ultramarines chapter, not because I wanted to help humanity. Godzilla is a classic image of anti-humanity and anti-nuclear pollution, which is equivalent to the incarnation of nature or a distorted representative of nature. This image of taking the initiative to help humans is a behavior that ruins the character setting. It's okay, all you have done is give the Ultramar Star territory some breathing time. The swarms will still come, but if you hit the Great Devourer a few more times, the Great Devourer may have to bypass the galaxy. Fortunately, if the Great Devourer doesn't come, then I will lose a lot of points, no, a lot of fun will be lost. Godzilla looked at his own planet and nodded with satisfaction. Then who's going to get me wrong next? They are Tau people. It's the Tau. Your planet is very close to the Tau Empire, and there is also a wave of medium-sized Orkwak underway. No, I thought it might be demons, Eldar, or Necrons, but would the Tau be a bit too bullying of this race? Unlike the Human Empire, which has a history of 40,000 years, the Tau only have a history of 5 or 6,000 years, which is too young. Compared to this galaxy, the Tau are too young. It's okay, Mr. Titanium will come to your house soon to teach the higher good. Then you will know what it means to bully you. Then let's fight Titanium Lord. Godzilla looked at the distance of the planet. He saw a lizard man temple, which was a building similar to the style of the Mayan civilization in Central America. Godzilla walked towards the temple and expressed his thoughts. The prototype of Titanium Lord. Godzilla just needs to fight Titanium Lord, he must fight Titanium Lord. Chapter 9. The Tau Empire where the Tau are located is very close to the Ultramar star field where the Ultramarines are located, so close that they can be reached even without faster-than-light flight. Just as the system said, within 2 days, a Tau fleet appeared in the galaxy where Godzilla's planet was located. This fleet is small. There are only a few merchant-class cruisers and a large number of defense gunboats. If this number encountered the previous Tyranids fleet, they would probably be swallowed up by the Tyranid swarm's brood ship in less than a few minutes. The merchant-class cruiser is just an armed civilian ship of the Tau. Judging from its size, it is only a Tau merchant fleet. As expected, the commander of this fleet was a female Tau from the water caste. The Tau race is a caste system. Their race is divided into 4 major clans and the Ether clan. Among them, the Ether is the leader of all Tau people. I don't know what caused it, maybe it's subspace and psychic energy, or other things that GW hasn't set yet. Ether has the ability to control all Tao people. All Tao people will feel a sense of intimacy and intimacy when they see Ether. A sense of obedience. Ether has since become the leader. However, the number of Ethers is too scarce, and the social system of the Tao is still composed of the 4 major clans as the main members. The 4 major clans are Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water. Each clan has the same status, but they are good at different fields. The Earth caste is good at forging and is the main craftsman and engineer of the Tao. The Fire caste is good at fighting and is the main member of various armies. The Wind caste is good at driving, especially aerial vehicles. The Water clan is good at speaking. They are natural businessmen and diplomats, and have amazing talents in learning languages. The greater good, what happened here? The Tau fleet was startled as soon as they entered this star field, and expressions of fear appeared on their blue faces. Countless fragments of the Zerg fleet are floating in the universe, as well as the wreckage of several human warships. These are warships destroyed by the Tyranid Zerg. The human empire does not have the time or ability to recover them. It seems as if there has been a tragic war near this planet. This was a big shock to the Tau. Commander Aurora, we have discovered the wreckage of a warship of the human empire. According to inference, the human empire seems to have had a fierce battle with a fleet of unknown alien creatures. I can see that. The Tau have not experienced the severe beatings of the Tyranid swarm, so they do not know this race. Even the human empire had just fought against the Tyranids not long ago. Now, the Water caste fleet commander was puzzled as to what caused those arrogant monkeys to suffer such heavy losses. She even saw the wreckage of a battleship among the wreckage of the human fleet. However, the Tau's eyes were quickly attracted by a habitable planet next to them. It is a beautiful planet with dense rainforests and abundant water resources. The Tau people like water very much. They are a race evolved from marine life, so they are affectionately called fishermen by Warhammer players. An unknown planet with a superior environment, praising the greater good. It seems that our trip was not in vain. Order the fleet to prepare to land on that planet. The Tau are a young race, and their empire is in a state of slow expansion. A livable planet is enough to make any race jealous. Even demons, if they knew about the existence of this planet, they would not hesitate to come here to spread the truth of chaos. As a result, the Tau fleet began to enter the atmosphere and slowly landed on the planet named Planet Godzilla by the human empire. Soon, they will also name this planet Godzilla Planet. At the same time, somewhere on this planet, a tall Mesoamerican pyramid-like temple nestled in a lush tropical rainforest, blending in with its surroundings. This temple is built of huge stones and looks solemn and mysterious. The walls are carved with intricate patterns telling ancient myths and legends. The sun shines through the dense rainforest into the pool near the temple, creating mottled light and shadow. There is a circle of stone altars around the temple, with various sacrificial supplies placed on them. The air is filled with the faint scent of incense and moist earth, and occasionally you can hear the roar of wild beasts and the scraping of leaves. Entering the temple, the light gradually dimmed, with only a few torches burning in the corners, emitting a faint light. The interior of the temple is spacious and the high ceilings make the entire space appear more majestic. The walls are also intricately carved, depicting scenes from mythology, most of which are related to Godzilla. Some are Godzilla fighting moth-like creatures, and some are Godzilla fighting ape-like creatures. The most impressive thing is probably the 3-headed dragon that covers the ceiling and almost covers Godzilla. In the center of the temple, there is a huge stone altar with a statue of Godzilla placed on it. This statue is carved lifelike, as if it will come alive at any time. The expression of the statue is solemn and mysterious, making people involuntarily awe-inspiring. Respectfully. In front of the statue, a strange girl with a lizard tail was kneeling on her knees, praying to the Godzilla statue. The girl gives people a mysterious and solemn feeling. She is dressed in a thin gauze dress that covers her graceful figure, which makes her very different from her peers. The seemingly young girl seems to hide endless secrets and power. If you look at this girl from the subspace, you can deeply experience the power of the girl. The image of her soul condensed in the subspace is probably comparable to that of the Chaos Evil God. Big Devil. Suddenly, the girl noticed something. She opened her eyes, revealing her lizard-like brown pupils. My God, Godzilla has reappeared, and the big plan is about to begin. She felt something and raised her hands, praising Godzilla. Then, she got up and returned to the temple gate. Above the rainforest, a dazzling beam of light flashed in the sky, and the Tau fleet appeared in the sight of the lizard man girl. The huge hull of the merchant-class cruiser looks even more spectacular under the cover of the rainforest, as if it is a god from another world. The fleet descended slowly, the surrounding trees trembling slightly under their gravity. The creatures in the rainforest noticed the arrival of the fleet and looked up at this alien race from the sky. The air is filled with unknown tension and excitement, as if it heralds an unpredictable change. With the last ship's engines shut down, the Tau fleet successfully landed in the rainforest clearing. The surface of the battleship shines with silver light, which is in sharp contrast with the surrounding green. The eyes hidden in the rainforest begin to quietly approach this mysterious fleet, and they curiously look at these alien creatures. The Tau people walked off the ship in formation, and fire-caste warriors wearing power armor protected other personnel, preparing to explore the planet. At this moment, the creatures of the rainforest and the Tau fleet formed a wonderful picture, as if they were the intersection of two worlds. What a beautiful planet! Even Commander Aurora couldn't help but admire the beauty of this planet. As beautiful as our home planet. Chapter 10. The Earth Clan engineer quickly tested the environment of the planet. He reported to Aurora, "Sir Aurora, the atmosphere of this planet is breathable, which is very suitable for the living environment of our Tau people." Aurora took off her helmet and took a breath of the planet's air. Moist, fragrant, with a bit of earthy smell. "Very good, this planet belongs to us Tau people from today on." Aurora has found no traces of interstellar civilization on this planet. According to the Tau's colonial style, as long as they reach a planet without a main civilization, they will claim sovereignty over the planet. For this reason, they have had many conflicts with the human empire. But when Aurora wanted to walk down the stairs of the battleship, the fire-caste warriors in front suddenly stopped her. "Wait a minute," the radar scan detected a biological signal near the battleship. Almost all the fire-caste warriors began to raise their weapons and aim at the rainforest around the battleship. In the darkness deep in the rainforest, pairs of yellow eyes lit up, and the creatures lurking deep in the rainforest began to appear in the sight of the Tau. Inside. At first, they were just lizard-like creatures crawling on four legs. This kind of creature has a back full of sharp dorsal fins like Godzilla. White heat is leaking out from between the teeth, which means they also have nuclear organs in their bodies. At least it breathes fire. At first, the Tau were not too surprised. After all, it was normal for there to be living things on such a habitable planet. Aurora stood with one hand behind her back, scanning these creatures, with no fear on her blue face. But then, what appeared in the Tau's sight were the bipedal lizardmen. At first glance, these lizardmen looked like miniature versions of the legendary Godzilla, holding rough wooden sticks or stone axes in their hands. But the axe is not an ordinary stone, but a fragment of the dorsal fin of a large Godzilla-like creature on the planet. It is a natural biological material. Because the hardness and toughness are ridiculously high, it is difficult to process, so it looks very rough. A murmur that was obviously different from a roar came from the lizard man's mouth, and Aurora was a little surprised. They turned out not to be ordinary beasts, but civilizations with a language system. That would be easy to handle, and Aurora was extremely happy because she could once again promote the great higher good of their Tau people in front of other races. Perhaps these seemingly tall and brave local natives will become members of the Tau Empire, just like the Vespas and Kroot, becoming mercenaries of the Tau Empire. In that case, the ownership of this planet will naturally belong to the Tau Empire. As soon as Aurora heard the other party's language, she began to try to remember those languages in her mind. She used her watercast's talent for learning other people's languages to write down and summarize the language rules of these aliens. "Put down your weapons first." "But, Lady Aurora, these creatures look dangerous." The height of the lizardmen all starts at 2 meters, which is indeed a bit too tall for the fire caste. "It doesn't matter. They didn't attack us. As long as we maintain adequate defensive measures, there's not much danger, but we can't show too much hostility. I want to convey the idea of the greater good to them. The lizard people are also quarreling here. They are debating whether to expel these outsiders or welcome them. There have been no outsiders on this planet for a long time. The 2 tallest lizards are the leaders of these lizardmen. The hierarchy of the lizardmen is very simple. Whoever is bigger, taller, stronger, is the boss. For the sake of the great god, these outsiders must be driven out. No, they just landed here and did not launch an attack. According to our ancient precepts, we should not initiate an attack. The opinions of the 2 lizardmen are very consistent with Godzilla's style of doing things. Even Godzilla rarely takes the initiative to drive away enemies who are not hostile, but once they show hostility, they will feel Godzilla's terrifying power. At this time, on the Tau side, a member of the water caste stepped off the battleship and walked to the front of the queue. This is a very bold and risky behavior. The members of the water clan muttered words in soft tones. Seeing this, many people may feel that this is incompatible with Warhammer 40K, but because of this, they are the Tau, and the Tau are an immature cosmic race in this dark and chaotic galaxy. So far, they have only encountered the orcs and the human empire, and other forces have rarely been seen. If it were the greenskins and chaos, this Tau caravan would have been killed long ago, and the corpses would be piled up as a spectacle. Look, they didn't attack us. Then just trust your judgment. If you are killed by these outsiders, I will smash their heads with a stick. If they attack me, I will crush their skulls. The first contact between the lizardman and the Tau was relatively friendly, but I saw. The girl on the temple seemed to have seen the distant future. The ideas of those outsiders are different from those of the gods like us, but it is not the time to start a war yet, the gods are still on tour. The girl returned to the depths of the temple. The lizardman brought a small wave of Tau envoys back to the town where the temple was located. Aurora's brother was also among the envoys. They saw the scene of the lizardman hunting beasts and the gathering of the lizardmen. Market, selling spices and meat. And the hatching pools located around the temple. The red hatching pool is the place with the highest concentration of singularity Godzilla in the universe. It does not require any energy or biomass, and the lizard people were born. There is no need to worry about the hatching pools being destroyed. Godzilla can pat his chest and say that since the 4 evil gods of chaos are dead, these hatching pools will not be destroyed or infected. The only way to seal these hatching pools is surround the entire hatching pool and build a fortress to reversely defend the hatching pool. After all, Godzilla only needs one race, and it is not a race that beats other races. The undesigned setting is too outrageous. Oh, the greater good, these local creatures are born from water just like us Tau people. Having the same origin means they are not incomprehensible existences. Compared to the green-skinned orcs who like to fight, these lizardmen seem to be quite gentle. At this time, a tall lizard man more than 3 meters tall came from the main road of the temple. When other lizard men saw him, they all bent down and saluted. This is a temple guard, and only the most elite lizard warriors can serve as temple guards. With his tallness and strong body, I am afraid that ordinary space warriors cannot defeat him. The priest has sensed the arrival of outsiders. She invites these outsiders to go to the temple and communicate with her. Ah, praise the priest. When the lizard people heard the priests and gods, there was a hint of inexplicable fanaticism in their voices. At this moment, a female voice also sounded in the Tau man's ears. Visitors from the Tau Empire, hello, I am Priest Isis, a humble servant of the great god Godzilla. Please follow the temple guards in front and come to the temple. I want to talk to you. Shockingly, it was the language of the Tau. Chapter 11. What is Godzilla doing at this time? He was patrolling his planet, and at the same time, he was also thinking about a problem. System, how should I leave this planet? After all, Warhammer 40K is a space opera type story set in the Milky Way. Godzilla can't stay on this planet forever. At most, if he accumulates enough points on this planet, Godzilla will leave this planet. There is a webway gate. Webway gate. Godzilla was shocked. Holy shit, the system actually moved this, so there was really nothing wrong with it. The webway gate is an ancient technology left behind by the ancient saints. It is widely distributed in various ancient and Eldar worlds in the galaxy. It is one of GW's favorite settings. One of the settings of this thing is that it can be found everywhere, and it is not surprising to appear anywhere. The biggest advantage of the webway gate is its stability. The world inside the webway gate is not connected to the subspace, so the Emperor wants to realize the webway plan so that humans will no longer be troubled by the subspace. Unfortunately, the plan went awry, and the webway gate that was supposed to be stable turned out to be filled with demons. The demons were so numerous that even the Emperor's custodes and Sisters of Silence could not suppress them, and the Golden Throne was necessary to seal the webway gates. Then what? Will a demon emerge from my webway gate? Who knows, maybe a planet connected to this webway gate was captured by demons, and then the demons happened to enter the webway gate. It's not sure, but the most likely ones are the Dark Eldar and Eldar. I understand, let's set up a foreshadowing in advance, so that when black bean sprouts and white bean sprouts come later, there will be no problem eating books. You learned so well from GW. Do you know that there are 2 things that GW cannot learn? Which two? First, eat books, second, math. GW's mathematics is more terrifying than eating books, so although the setting of Warhammer 40K is interesting, it is never rigorous. Okay, the Tau have arrived, and now the second mission is coming. Post it, I'm still waiting for your mission to give me points. I just earned 10 points before, and the Tyranid swarm flipped the table for me. Mission, Godzilla's big plan. Task description, the greater good. The philosophy respected by the Tau has allowed them to implement a more moderate policy and have concluded peace treaties with many planets. However, the gods that a race can believe in are limited. The lizard people will not believe in the greater good. They only believe in Godzilla's truth. There will definitely be a conflict between the Tau and the lizardmen, and there will only be one winner. Mission reward, destroy the Tau Vanguard Caravan, reward 50 points, destroy the Tau follow-up reinforcement fleet, reward 140 points. With your 140 points, did you really learn math from GW? The system seems to allow Godzilla to complete these two tasks. The greater good, this concept is actually quite good, very good, but it's a pity, this is Warhammer 40K. In the distant and dark 40th millennium, a race that is too immature cannot survive. And I believe in the truth of the Empire and defeat all demons and monsters. Only physics and chemistry are worthy of trust. If this fellow Emperor knew what you were thinking, he would definitely burst into tears. The Emperor was already in tears. He didn't even know why a virtual creature that appeared in the 2K era actually appeared on a certain planet in the galaxy, and the abilities possessed by this Godzilla were most likely the abilities of the most troublesome Godzilla. Just recalling what Godzilla was capable of during the 2K era makes the Emperor cry. If those blind members of the state religion were allowed to touch Godzilla, the human empire would be destroyed. Okay, Godzilla's great expedition, the big plan has begun. Yes, yes. Why do you, Godzilla, smell like a horned rat? Ignore the system's complaints. Godzilla began to walk towards the temple where the Tau were. As long as he arrived at the temple, there would be a bloody storm. At the same time, deep in the temple, the temple guards had led the Tau envoys to the depths of the temple, and when they saw the true appearance of the priest, they were all shocked. Human? No, not human. Although Priest Isis is similar to humans in all aspects, the faint scales on her arms and calves, as well as the gently swaying tail behind her, indicate that she is not human. I'm not human. Isis smiled. Can you understand us? The members of the envoy were particularly surprised. Communication is often the biggest problem when encountering a race for the first time. Isis does not have this problem. I am just a humble servant of my god Godzilla. As his spokesperson, he has given me the ability to communicate with all living things. Godzilla. Although it was the first time for the envoy to hear this name seriously, he felt as familiar as if he had known it for a long time. The name was even engraved on his DNA, making him unable to forget it. But he was confused. What is Godzilla? Look around you. These murals record everything about my god Godzilla. The Tau people in the mission looked around, and with the help of the temple's torches, they saw the ancient murals. When they saw the upright lizard-like creature, they immediately knew it was Godzilla. There are many small figures at the feet of Godzilla, and it can be vaguely seen that they are lizard men, and Godzilla is facing various behemoths that are as huge as him. My god Godzilla is one of the Titan gods that has existed since the birth of this planet. He protects his family, that is, our family. We have been fighting against the other Titan gods and winning one by one. And finally, Lord Godzilla became the king of the Titans. Good guy, according to Isis's description, the Titans can almost form a god system. Titan, is that god Godzilla big? Well, it's very big. The other Titans are also huge, but there is an enemy. He is not a Titan. The Tau envoys looked at the ceiling of the temple. The largest mural occupied most of the ceiling, and even Godzilla was almost obscured. Ghidorah, that is the eternal enemy of my god Godzilla. The Tau looked at the three-headed dragon. Although they had never seen Ghidorah, they instinctively sensed a sense of oppression. It seemed as if they could see a glittering giant beast appearing in front of them, but it was just an illusion. I see. The Tau can probably understand what kind of race the lizardmen are. We Tau people respect your history, and your gods are worthy of respect, but I don't know if you are willing to cooperate with us to jointly develop this planet. We Tau people will give you the technology to leave this planet. What I want to say is, we don't need those, we just need Godzilla. The Tao were surprised. That's technology. The Tao people have spent countless years working on these technologies. These people actually refused the invitation of the greater good? While the Tao were puzzled, they also felt that there was something wrong with the natives of this planet. They might be friendly, but they were too ignorant. Master Priest, maybe we can talk again. The environment of this planet is very good and the value of development is great. The Tao envoys didn't want to give up so early. Envoys of the Tao, I am not inviting you here to tell which of our two races is better. I am here to advise you not to do unnecessary things. Just now, these Tao people actually had the idea of robbing this planet in their hearts. This idea is the difference between the Tao and the reptilians. The Tao are too eager to expand their territory. Chapter 12. Incomprehensible. After Aurora learned that the lizard people rejected them, she seemed very confused and a little angry. She complained loudly in the captain's cabin. These savage natives have no idea of the greatness of the greater good. They will only believe in a savage and abominable beast. Although the Tao are very gentle creatures, it does not mean that they are not competitive. On the contrary, their moderation is only based on areas that are beneficial to the expansion of the Tao Empire, which is the so-called selective moderation. Now that she learned that the natives of this habitable planet were unwilling to accept the guidance of the greater good, Aurora was very angry. This is a livable planet. There are hundreds of habitable planets like this. Can't find anything like this. Aurora could pat her chest and say that as long as this planet is included in the Tao Empire, within 100 years, it will definitely become one of the main planets where the Tao people live. Commander Aurora, we should respect the indigenous people of this planet. This is the guidance of the greater good. In the early stage, they also abide by the guidance of the greater good. This planet is too important to our empire. If they are unwilling to accept the guidance of the greater good like the Kroot, then they are our enemies. The fire caste warriors in the captain's room knew they had work to do. Syavita. I'm here, Commander. A tall fire clan warrior came out. Go teach these primitive people a lesson and let them know how powerful our empire's technology is. Yes. The fire caste warriors came to the hangar of the ship. They put on the common battle armor of the Tao. These power armors were also the standard type of armor worn by the fire caste warriors. The combat armor is divided into two layers. The outer layer of the armor is a hard, high-density nanocrystalline metal attached to the inner layer of high-performance, thermosetting, high-molecular polyethylene material. The outer material is known as FIO-TAC in the Tao language, due to its lighter mass and impact-resistant construction. It is widely used as a form of armor on almost all types of Tao units. Underneath the armor is a jumpsuit made of composite nanofibers, which is fire-resistant and can isolate most harmful gases and chemicals. This jumpsuit is very wear-resistant and adaptable to most environments. The helmet is the essence of the essence. The hemispherical helmet integrates multiple systems, including communication systems, night vision sensors, aiming and ranging systems, and command network access devices. The helmet's configuration also allows for simple upgrades, such as a black sun filter, target locking device, and preset vision slots for seeing marker lights. In terms of weapons, the Tao use ion rifles to release ion currents that vaporize the enemy's armor and flesh. In terms of technology, although the Tao are young, as a race with a history of only 6,000 years, their technological level is already excellent enough. Not only that, they also have a technology that is now completely banned by the Empire, and that is AI. The small AI unit interceptor bees floating around soldiers are one of the most common combat units. They are more like flying automatic turrets, assisting the Tao in building a powerful firepower network. Because the Tao are not good at close combat, if the firepower network is broken through, it will basically be like the Tao being chopped into pieces by a group of loyal melee races in Warhammer 40K. Fighters of the Fire Clan, the order has been issued. We will teach the natives of this planet a lesson. Raise your guns and don't be careless. Everything we do is for the greater good. For the greater good. For the sake of the greater good. The fire caste warriors raised their weapons and walked out of the cabin. And all this has long been seen by Isis. She has seen it all through the pool of the temple. If the Tao were really such a gentle race, there would be no conflict between us. But unfortunately, they are not that gentle. The temptation of a livable planet is too great. Isis is not afraid, everything is part of Godzilla's grand plan. She had already sensed it. Their great god, the supreme god, has come to the vicinity of this temple. Finally, with the first shot of an ion rifle in the distant forest, the battle began. From this moment on, the Tau will gradually understand that this is not a habitable planet, this is a Godzilla planet. The beam of the ion rifle hit a 3-meter-long lizard-like creature, and the skin and flesh were not torn apart as the Tau had imagined. On the contrary, the skin of the lizard-like creature aroused a burst of light and absorbed the beam emitted by the ion rifle. Tips on Godzilla: all Godzilla cell creations have the ability to absorb energy attacks, including but not limited to fire, ion and other energy. What? The fire warrior once wondered if the ion rifle in his hand was malfunctioning. After the lizard-like creature was shot by the Tau's ion rifle, it knew it was under attack and began to turn around and charge towards the team of fire warriors. The lizard running on all fours was very fast. Fire! 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 The team leader immediately gave the order, and the fire warriors and interceptor bees started shooting together. The first few shots were still absorbed by the lizard-like creatures. But soon, it seemed to have reached the upper limit of absorption. The lizard-like creature was shot through the body before attacking the fire warrior. At this time, it had absorbed about a dozen direct hits from the ion rifle. So much so that the fire warrior team was still a little frightened. What's wrong with this creature? It can actually withstand more than a dozen ion rifles. Maybe it's the strongest in this area. The captain of the fire warrior wanted to comfort the emotions of the team members, but in the depths of the rainforest, pairs of eyes lit up, and there were more lizard-like creatures before. Oh, damn it! Aurora was still waiting for good news from the Fire Clan warriors, but the good news didn't come, she waited for bad news. Commander Aurora, please turn on the ship's energy shield immediately, and we need the ship's firepower support. What? Aurora could never have imagined that the fire warriors who had just entered the rainforest were experiencing a great defeat. If they were good at close combat, they might be able to deal with some creatures in the rainforest, but they were only good at long-range and energy attacks, and they were almost restrained by everything on this planet. While Aurora was still wondering why firepower support was needed, several fire warriors fired into the rainforest while covering their retreat. Damn, 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 they are everywhere. A fire warrior even saw many tiny scratches on his companion's battle armor, each of which was very deep, and blood could be vaguely seen flowing from the scratches. Those trees, the leaves of those trees are problematic. What's wrong with this planet? But at this time, the turrets on the Tau ship turned, and the huge gun barrel pointed at the rainforest area where there were no Fire Clan warriors, and fired a shot. Ionized gas clouds rose in the rainforest, and the nearby Fire Clan warriors watched those lizard creatures being hit. When the gas clouds dissipated, only the remains of the lizard-like creatures were left. The rest of the turrets also began to fire. The power of the ship's turrets is still worthy of recognition. Even if you let the Primarch come, they dare not take a single shot from the ship's turrets. Soon, the originally disadvantaged Fire Clan warriors regained their advantage. Thank you for your support, Commander Aurora. You're welcome, Shavita, go and finish it. Before she finished her words, the roar of a giant beast suddenly came from the rainforest. Several huge biological signal reactions appeared on the screen of the Tau people, and Aurora was stunned. The greater good, is there something bigger? Of course there is something bigger. When Godzilla appeared on the radar screen in front of Aurora, she almost immediately stood up from the captain's position. That's Godzilla. Like everyone else, she knew the name almost instantly. Godzilla. Fear spread rapidly in the communication channel along with this name. Chapter 13. There is no other reason for fear, no bigger than that. The second generation Godzilla is 50 meters tall. What is the concept of this size in Warhammer 40K? The official setting of the Imperial Warhound Titan is about 15 meters. Godzilla is taller than 3 War Dog Titans put together. Although battleships, for example, are much smaller, after all, Warhammer 40K battleships often start at 100 meters, base at 1000 meters, and can reach 10,000 meters. Those with more than a few hundred kilometers are not impossible, such as a certain mountain formation and Blackstone Fortress. That's why Godzilla said, you can never trust GW's math. He can really do some tricks for you. The Fire Warriors' morale collapsed the moment they saw Godzilla. Currently, the largest units of the Tau on the ground are the LX-139 Supreme Armor and the KV-128 Thunderstorm Battlesuit, which are only the same size as the War Dog Titan and Night Titan, not Titan unit but called Titan, quite. But now this fleet does not have such top-notch ground behemoth armor units. Even if there were, it wouldn't be enough in front of Godzilla. The greater good, is that Godzilla? The so-called god on this planet. It looks huge, but it's only on this planet. That's right. Fortunately, the battle is fought near the ship. In front of several merchant-class cruisers, this creature will be blasted to ashes by the artillery fire of the greater good. Praise the ether, praise the greater good. It seems that today our empire will have a new home world. After being frightened, every Tau man became excited. There are large electromagnetic railgun turrets on the bow and center of the merchant-class cruiser. This turret can easily smash the defenses of small and medium-sized Titan units. Even when facing the energy shields and solid carapace of large Titan units, it is still capable of fighting. The Tau believed that Godzilla would be blown to smithereens if the sacred forts were opened fire. The surrounding small forts protected the Tau's ground parts. As the electromagnetic orbital main guns were being loaded, Aurora looked at Godzilla and gave the order. Fire! The electromagnetic railgun fires, and this level of firepower is enough to cause damage to Godzilla. I saw the cannonballs hitting Godzilla's body. Godzilla's body paused and stopped moving forward. However, the shell did not bombard the body, but got stuck in Godzilla's skin. You must know that this is an electromagnetic railgun. It may not be as destructive as the Empire, but in terms of penetration, it is slightly higher than the Imperial cruiser of the same level. Even so, Godzilla still felt heartbreaking pain. Pain. That's why I said Warhammer 40K shouldn't come. It's okay to fight Titans, but it's not enough to fight battleships. Godzilla's size is not enough. Nonsense, if you switch to other Titan units, they won't dare to resist the main guns of the battleships, but Navy in space rarely come to land, and only the Tau will do this. Okay, no more nonsense, the Tau have finished fighting, now it's my turn. The Tau were preparing for the second round of main gun reloading, and at the same time had a sweet dream of asking for credit from the ether and accepting the summons of the ether. However, Godzilla broke the Tau's dream with one action. Godzilla's mouth opened, and a blue light lit up from the depths of his throat. High energy reaction detected. What? Aurora was shocked and immediately gave the order. The entire fleet activates energy shields immediately. We have started. Other ships are starting up. That's too late. Under Aurora's gaze, Godzilla sprayed a blue beam of light from his mouth, spanned the long distance, and bombarded the fleet's mooring. Except for the flagship whose shield was activated, the other two merchant-class cruisers had no time to activate their shields and were instantly hit by blue light, causing an extremely violent explosion in the rainforest. Even the flagship with its shield turned on was vibrating violently under the bombardment of radioactive rays. Aurora sat back in the captain's position, holding on to the armrests to avoid falling badly. But strangely, the plants around the explosion not only did not burn, but instead swayed their branches in the flames, as if the terrifying energy that could destroy the Tau fleet would not harm them. Damn, 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 what on earth is this guy? That level of energy attack is already at the level of a battleship. Does he have such a large energy response organ in his body? Commander Aurora, a high-energy radiation reaction was detected outside the ship. What did you say? High-energy radiation reaction? Although there is more than one kind of radiation, radiation is fatal to most living things. Even the crude people who live by scavenging and have strong resistance dare not say that they can eat radiation. Things. And it means there is a radioactive reaction. There is a radioactive reactor inside this creature. It's the greater good. I'm afraid this thing is not in the same group as those bugs. The Tyranids said don't talk nonsense. It's not like they haven't eaten the Imperial nuclear bomb before and were bombed badly. You replace the big brother Godzilla with the Empire's nuclear bomb. Well, okay, the current second-generation Godzilla may also be bombed badly. The Empire's nuclear bomb has a large yield and can blow up the planet. But at the level of Legend, Finale, and Shin Heisei, most 100-meter level Godzillas will not be afraid of nuclear explosions. Commander Aurora, please stop thinking about this. Should we retreat now or continue fighting? Retreat, yes. Aurora looked around. 2 friendly ships had been destroyed, and only their fleet was left. At this time, they must have made a choice. Start the engine, retreat immediately, and send a signal for assistance to the nearest Imperial Navy. This is a home world with rich supplies. They know what to do. The merchant-class cruiser began to slowly take off, and Aurora was really about to escape. But Godzilla took one look at this battleship. How could he let them escape? About there. Over at Isis, the priest of Godzilla smiled. Do we really think we are not wary of these aliens? The pathetic Tau, Oxolius, sabotaged this ship's engines. Follow your orders, Lord Priest, for the greater good. At the core of the engine of the merchant-class cruiser, a short lizard man emerged from the air. This lizard man was so short that he was smaller than many newborn lizard men. Even shorter than an average human, but if you look closely, you can see that this lizard man has the same unique appearance as a chameleon. This is the lizardman's assassin unit chameleon rogue. A top assassin who can adjust the body temperature and body surface color, this short chameleon stalker is the leader among chameleons, the temple champion Oxolius. He is one of the oldest lizard folk assassins, possibly older than the Imperium of Man. Oxolius did not have many great deeds. The only one he could take advantage of was when a demon invaded the planet. He sneaked into the demon portal and survived there, not only resisting all the temptations of the warp, and also assassinated a Tsiench demon. When he came back, it was already 7,000 years later. As for how long it really took, it is unknown. After all, time inside the subspace is chaotic. Of course, that Tsiench demon was set up by Singularity Godzilla, and is not the Tsiench demon known to any Warhammer player. Looking at the engine core, Solius took out a blowpipe, removed a thorn from his back, and put it into the blowpipe. Then he took a deep breath and blew it out like Godzilla. The thorn was instantly ejected under the action of high-pressure air, penetrated the engine casing, and penetrated into the Tau's engine core. The originally stable engine core suddenly became unstable due to foreign objects, but this was not enough to paralyze the engine. But the thorn was frantically absorbing energy, and the energy was guided to form a lightning storm inside the engine. The already unstable engine instantly became violent under the lightning storm and exploded quickly. Oxolius, who had done all this, had already disappeared. Lady Aurora, the engine has failed. What did you say? Aurora, who originally thought about escaping from the planet, fell to the bottom of her mood. Isis watched the cruiser slowly fall in the distance and smiled. Our existence is to relieve my god's worries, so how could we not make preparations? Everything is for the big plan. Chapter 14. Why? Why did this ship fall? When Godzilla originally wanted to accumulate a wave of energy and smash the cruiser together with the turtle shell, the cruiser had already fallen down. Your lizardmen sneaked into the spacecraft and destroyed the engine. Oh, these lizardmen like me are quite useful. Although the reason I created them in the first place was just to pick up girls. The cruiser crashed on the coast not far away. The seawater saved their lives. Aurora struggled to hold herself up. The fall caused the ship to suffer massive damage. The captain's room was already full of damage and sparks. Most of the pilot's crew members were in a coma, and most of the Feng clan crew members who were still unconscious were injured. They reported the situation to Aurora. Lord Aurora, the ship system has been severely damaged and cannot be started again. I saw. Aurora sighed, I made a mistake in my judgment this time. The ideas of these lizard people have long been far away from the higher good. We should not have landed. The distress signal has been sent out, and the Imperial fleet will come to rescue us soon. Whether the rescue was successful or not is no longer important. Aurora looked out the window. From this angle, she could see Godzilla walking towards the ship. At the same time, the lizard people also eliminated the fire warriors who had lost the support of the ship's guns and walked out of the rainforest. We can no longer escape from here, but the coordinates of this planet have been uploaded to other tribesmen. They will come here with a larger fleet, all for the sake of the greater good. The other Feng clan crew members also seemed to understand something and showed firm expressions. For the greater good. The Tau at this time really have the style of the Warhammer universe. For the sake of the greater good, they are not joking, but will really devote themselves to the greater good. Their only mistake is to fall in love with Godzilla's planet. The lizard people are not human beings. Human beings live a life of suffering, so some people believe in the greater good. However, the lizard people do not need the help of the Tau people, but the Tau people do not want to part with this livable planet, so they make mistakes. Judgment. They began to adopt interventionism. They spontaneously believed that the greater good was the most superior system, and brutally conquered those planets that were unwilling to abide by the greater good. This is the dark side of the Tau. If it weren't for the lizard man being so powerful, if it wasn't for Godzilla, then the current Tau people may have stepped on the corpses of the lizard men to praise the greater good. But now, it's Godzilla stepping on their corpses. The last merchant-class cruiser was destroyed by Godzilla's radioactive rays, bringing the battle to a temporary end. On Godzilla's chest, the projectile of the electromagnetic railgun was squeezed out by Godzilla's muscles. Fortunately, the caliber of the Tau's shells was not large. If it were an Imperial battleship, the shells might be bigger than Godzilla's. All big. Ti Lord, Titanium Lord, why did you die? I haven't seen your Titan units yet. This is just a caravan, where did the Titan units come from? Moreover, Titan units cannot defeat battleships. The main way to fight battleships is to rely on loyal gang members to fight in close combat. Loyalty is amazing. Godzilla looked around, and at this time, he noticed that the lizard men were looking at him with a pious and fanatical look, and lowered their heads and knelt down on one knee. Even the tallest lizard man is pitifully small in front of Godzilla. Praise be to Godzilla, the supreme god. Praise for big plans. Godzilla listened to the fanatical murmurs of the lizard men and said nothing. Although the lizard men believed in him as a god, Godzilla only had the truth of the Empire in his heart. All the demons and monsters of subspace should be defeated. Godzilla's gaze swept over the lizard men one by one, immediately making these lizard men feel inspired. But what Godzilla is looking for is the girl he pinched. Where is my sister? According to the setting, one should be born in the nearby temple. Oh, Godzilla began to turn around and walk towards the temple next to him. The great image of being indifferent to everything immediately made the lizard people admire him even more. This is their great supreme god. All for the big plan. The next thing to come is the Tau main fleet. Yes, it is probably a combined military fleet composed of several Guardian motherships, a dozen Protector-class cruisers, and numerous gunboats. Oh, it's so fierce. Can they fly? I remember the Tau still use sublight engines. Before the third expansion of the sky, Tau ships widely used the ZFR Horizon acceleration engine, which is a near-light-speed engine. It takes several years to reach neighboring star systems. During the third expansion of the sky, it was upgraded to an FTL engine. It is a hyperdrive that can travel 300 light-years across the Tau Empire in a matter of months. That's slow enough. So, GW is cheating again. During the fourth expansion of the sky, the Tau used the AL-38 undercurrent module. By creating a powerful antimatter bubble, the spacecraft could cross large areas of reality and achieve super-light subspace navigation. Then it was severely beaten by the subspace, and hundreds of spacecraft were swallowed up. Although it was finally sent back by a certain greater good god, it was only used as the engine of the star-tide hub of the wormhole. I'm eating books again. I'm used to it. Before I traveled through time, Grandpa Blue, Gilliman, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, had been resurrected. It seems that the Lion King is also coming back. It's great. Now the Second Empire really has no secrets. Enough said. Hey, do you think I have any projection in subspace? Yes, and it is very big, almost at the level of a sub-god. It was left by Singularity Godzilla for you to save your life, so that you will not be captured by the big golden guy too early and taken to Earth to block the gate of the webway. Also he would not be captured and used as a toy by the Chaos Gods. Blocking the gate of the webway. Think about it this way, if Godzilla can block the infinite demons at the gate of the webway, he can indeed make the Emperor step down from the Golden Throne. The Golden Throne is powered by spiritual energy. It has been absorbing the Emperor's spiritual energy for thousands of years. An ordinary Psyker would have died long ago. Even Malkador, the second most powerful Psyker in the Empire, only lasted for a while. Only the Emperor can persist. As for the Emperor's ability to recover quickly after stepping off the Golden Throne, the Emperor's strength is not just a Psyker. He defeated a larger star god fragment Void Dragon a long time ago and sealed it on Mars. The current Emperor has been worshipped for thousands of years and has probably become a god long ago. Forget it about blocking the gate of the webway, forget about the four gods. Although I want to vote for Slaanesh, I am more afraid of being exposed. Godzilla has already arrived in front of the temple. Isis already knew that Godzilla would arrive. She leaned down and knelt down on one knee to salute Godzilla. My god Godzilla, Isis, will be your eternal servant. Okay, this girl has a good figure, and she also has a tail and scales. She's so Slaanesh. Godzilla lowered his head and approached the top of the temple. His head was less than 1 meter away from Isis. Isis could even feel the hot breath in Godzilla's breath, but she enjoyed it all. Soon, Godzilla raised his head and let out a roar that spread to the entire planet. The lizardmen in countless temples let out excited roars. The beasts in the rainforest also roared. The giant beasts in the ocean also woke up one by one, emitting sound waves that resounded throughout the seabed. The creatures on this planet know that their god has awakened, and then they have to fight for their god. The big plan begins. Chapter 15. Calling all warriors, our god is calling me. The big plan is about to begin. All the lizard people began to get excited, with endless fighting spirit burning in their cold blood. The lizard people began to gather an army, and even the beasts in the jungle and ocean began to answer the call. They didn't know what the future would be like, but they knew that following their god Godzilla was absolutely right. Isis raised her wand for the first time. Her psychic powers were so powerful that she had never needed a wand before. But now, her voice is heard across the planet. Gathering the champion warriors from various temples, Godzilla's first order has been issued. The Tau fleet is about to arrive. Our mission is to give those Tau people a little shock. Well, although the Tau are currently the youngest race in Warhammer 40K, it is undeniable that they are indeed capable of being on the table. 3 Guardian carriers, 15 Protector-class cruisers, plus a large number of escort gunboats. The Guardian mothership is a large mothership unit carrying 3 gunships, while the Protector-class cruiser is the main cruiser of the Tau, and its benchmark is the Lunar-class cruiser of the Human Empire. Although it can't beat the Moon-class cruiser one-on-one. The size of this fleet is not small at all. You know, the Battle of Talos is well known to Warhammer players. In this battle, the Tau Empire participated in a breakup fleet with a Guardian-class mothership and 2 Protector-class cruisers as the core. The Guardian-class mothership was responsible for attracting the Imperial battleships in the space were pursued and killed, while the 2 Protector-class cruisers were responsible for breaking up the Imperial transport fleet transporting supplies and troops. Although the Guardian-class mothership was eventually destroyed, it still managed to sink a Lunar-class cruiser of the Imperial fleet and damage a Overlord-class battlecruiser before sinking. However, it successfully caused the Empire to sink lost fleet supplies and was in trouble in the land battle. But now the Tau fleet has 3 Guardian motherships and 15 Protector-class cruisers. Even facing the battleships of the Human Empire, it is enough to sink them. Of course, defeating a planet never relies on blasting the planet into minerals. If the Tau want to take over this planet, they must conduct ground combat, otherwise no matter how strong the navy is, it will be useless. This is why Godzilla is not afraid of the Tau fleet. GW will not allow a planet to be captured without melee combat, loyal melee combat. Even the Tau must engage in firefights with Eldar and humans at close range, otherwise it will not be considered a successful battle. But I don't have a fleet. Isn't it a bit of a loss? There is no need for a fleet at the moment, there will be one when a fleet is needed. How come there is? Can I figure it out? I think this is a major feature of the green-skinned orcs next door, but the orcs haven't appeared yet, so I won't introduce them too much. Don't think so much, I'll tell you when the time comes. Now, let's face this Tau fleet first. If you say so, I can't fly, so how can I deal with that fleet? We can only deal with ground units. It means to build ground units, someone from the Navy will take care of it. What Godzilla doesn't know is that besides the lizardmen, there is actually another race on this planet, and that is the Dark Eldar. In the Webway Gate somewhere on the planet, a team of Dark Eldar came to the planet quietly. They seemed to have no purpose, and they showed a puzzled expression when they arrived on the planet. What's going on? Didn't we pass through the gate to Comoros? The Webway city of Comorak is the main gathering place of the Dark Eldar. Although it is called a city, Comorak is a very, very, very large city, so big that it is almost impossible to count. The Regent Lady Everine, well known to Hammer players, is also a member of Comorak City. As a Webway city, Comorak is connected to all Webway gates, and it is not surprising that the Dark Eldar appear at any Webway gate. They are a group of pirates who rely on the Webway gates to plunder everywhere. Surprisingly, the Dark Eldar themselves didn't know where this was. They returned to the Webway gate to do some operations, but the Webway gate closed abnormally. What? Kane, are these old guys from the conspiracy doing this? No matter what this Dark Eldar team does next, the gate of the Webway has the meaning of I won't open the door as much as you like, and it has been unable to be opened. Damn it! The angry team leader kicked the door frame of the Webway gate. The gate was fine, but his feet hurt from the kick. The other Dark Eldar were holding back their laughter. Now that their captain looked so funny, he could be considered the Harlequin of the laughing god. His dancing would definitely make the nobles of the conspiracy burst into laughter. After the captain calmed down, he no longer paid attention to the webway gate, but looked at the dense rainforest around him and fell into deep thought. This disgusting gate and this planet are so green it's disgusting. The Dark Eldar walked to a tree, raised his fine Eldar scimitar and chopped it. He wanted to chop it down to vent his anger, but something unexpected happened to him. The blade collided with the branch, making a crisp metallic sound. His blade cut into the branch, but it only cut into the branch, without cutting off the branch. Although the branch was relatively thick, about the thickness of 2 Eldar arms, he was still shocked. Pulling out the knife, he glanced at the blade first, and a small gap appeared on the blade. Looking at the branch again, there was a not deep cut, and it was starting to heal slowly. The Dark Eldar captain's head calmed down. What's going on this planet? Even though he was just the captain of a Cabal warrior team, he wouldn't be targeted like this. Did he offend a certain consul of the Cabal? No, I can't remember. He offended too many consuls. He turned to the team members and asked, "Is our fleet nearby? Call for support. There is a pirate raiding force carrying out a quota of slave capture missions. Call for backup." No one could have imagined that there would be problems with the webway gate. This thing was the technology of the old saints. Even if the Dark Eldar captain had many objections, he could not complain. Webway gates are not something that the Eldar can build and repair. If one is broken, one will be missing. Waiting for the signal for support to be sent, the Dark Eldar captain was already complaining. Now we need to capture an extra batch of slaves to pay for the support. Suddenly, the Dark Eldar captain seemed to notice something and looked back at the rainforest behind him. From the rainforest, a behemoth with a height of more than 5 meters, no, maybe close to 6 meters, walked out. It was a lizard man holding a huge mace. His body was full of scars, and there was even a slash on his left eye. Huge scar. The swollen muscles are almost jumping out of the protection of scales and skin. The strength is far beyond that of ordinary lizardmen. It is like a giant beast unit, probably even higher than the dreadnought mecha. If other lizardmen see him, they will definitely bow to him and salute, because this big guy has a resounding title among the lizardmen. Eternal Divine Blessing Warrior Thuras. Chapter 16. The arrival of the Dark Eldar was not accidental, which meant that the Eldar's god of laughter, Xylogo, had noticed this planet. The rest of the gods will also watch this planet later, but now, the first one to pay attention to this planet is definitely Xylogo. Xylogo is one of the gods of the Eldar. His image looks like a clown. As one of the few gods of the Eldar who are still alive, he shoulders the responsibility of reviving the Eldar while also having fun. He is carved from the same template as the star god Aha in the Star Dome Railway next door. These Dark Eldar are just some unlucky ghosts he threw over. By the way, he used the Dark Eldar fleet to help the giant beast solve the fleet of the Tau people. After all, the giant beast called Godzilla doesn't look like it can fly, hee. Back to Saurus. The tall lizard man stunned all the Dark Eldar as soon as he appeared, and even the captain of the conspiracy warriors took a step back in shock. Is it a native of this planet? It's so big. In their eyes, this huge lizard-like creature can definitely create a lot of value in the arena of Comoros. No need to say anything, as the captain of the Dark Eldar took a fighting stance, the other Dark Eldars also drew their weapons, their scimitars flashed cold light in the dark night, showing their sharpness. Although they can also use their long-range weapons to attack the enemy, the Dark Eldar prefer to use sharp blades and spikes to make the enemy feel pain before killing them, so that the enemy's soul will be more delicious. However, Thuras did not have any fear. His eyes swept across the conspiracy team. The cold-bloodedness in the bones of the lizardman made him as cold as a biological robot. Enemy. In the end, it was the Dark Eldar who couldn't help but take action first. Blood sacrifice to Cain. Go, capture him and send him to the arena in Comoros. Those he-monkey will pay a high price for him. A Dark Eldar warrior rushed forward with a big stride. His figure was extremely agile. He slid past Thuras' legs with a clever step slide. His scimitar brushed Thuras' thigh. Instead of the imagined skin and flesh being torn apart, a burst of sparks was aroused. Thuras looked back at the Dark Eldar at this moment. The Dark Eldar was about to turn around and continue to attack, but a thick tail whipped over at a speed faster than his reaction. When the tail swept past, the Dark Eldar's head was gone, and it had been whipped to the tree next to it. Enemy. Thuras said calmly. The other Dark Eldars also rushed up. They wanted to make this big guy feel pain. Only the captain did not move. A bunch of idiots, can't they see that the two sides are not enemies of the same level at all? Sure enough, within a few seconds, the Dark Eldar were knocked to the ground by Thuras, who was in action. The last Dark Eldar was even grabbed by the head and lifted up like a chicken. No matter how he struggled, he could not get rid of Thuras's heavy hand. Even if the scimitar was chopped up, it would only cause a few sparks. This is normal. After all, this lizardman is also the oldest batch of lizardmen. His skin has long been as tough as a titan. If you want to kill him, you must at least use a large caliber weapon of the gunboat level. Snap! As Thuras clenched his palm, the Dark Eldar's head was crushed, and blood splashed all over his hands. After doing all this, Thuras looked at the gate. The Dark Eldar captain was no longer there. After a moment of silence, Thuras looked up at the sky. Some Tau gunboats had entered the atmosphere and flew over his head. The tall lizardman turned and left. A new battle was waiting for him. 3 Tau gunboats arrived above the Aurora commander's fleet and checked the situation below. Commander, we have reached the sky above the distress signal, but there are only shipwrecks here. The greater good, it seems that Captain Aurora has been killed. This expedition was followed by an ether, who sat in the fleet command position. He was wearing a light outfit that was completely different from his combat uniform, with golden decorations on his body, and the smoke from the incense burner beside him was faint, quiet, and peaceful. The Guardian Mothership Command Center was filled with a tense and orderly atmosphere. The captain of the Wind Clan stared intently at the screen in front of him, surrounded by large screen displays and various instruments. The crew members moved their fingers quickly on the console, commanding the huge fleet. My lord, it has been confirmed that Captain Aurora's fleet was destroyed by an unknown force. Their last signal said that there is a habitable planet here and they hope we can colonize it. Yes. The ether whispered, let the fleet enter low-altitude orbit. Captain Aurora's last wish cannot be ignored. No matter what danger she encounters, everything she does is for the greater good. Everything is for the greater good. The Tau gunboats began to fly out of the Guardian Mothership and entered low Earth orbit. Teams of Tau began to land on the planet in front of them. This time the scale was completely different from that of Aurora. Aurora's fleet was just an armed civilian ship. There were weapons, but not many. This time, the ether came with one of the main fleets of the Tau. The weapons carried by this fleet were by no means comparable to those of Aurora's fleet. Transport ships descended into the atmosphere one after another. In addition to the most common fire-cast standard battle armor, there are more battlesuits and ground vehicle units this time, and the main force is even the 15-8 Crisis battlesuit, a larger and more powerful battlesuit. Among them, the XV-25 Stealth Combat Team, as the Vanguard Infiltration Unit, landed early to conduct reconnaissance operations for subsequent units. At the same time, there are also some Kroot warbands and ancient Visa warriors. These ancient Visa warriors are humans who grew up in the Tau Empire. They have long believed in the greater good, and they can almost be regarded as different types from the humans in the human empire. Even the mortal auxiliary troops of the Empire's ground forces would get a little headache when seeing this posture. The Empire's overall strength may be countless times stronger than the Tau Empire, but on local battlefields, the battle between the Tau and the Imperial Army is not so crushing, and even may be counter-crushed. However, the Empire would not allow the Tau to conduct landing operations so safely. We encountered almost no anti-air fire. It looks like a wild planet. Don't be careless. One of our fleets has been destroyed here. There may be dangers here that we cannot imagine. However, these Tau people soon understood that this planet did not have anti-air firepower, it just didn't fire. When the number of Tau transport ships increased, a beam of fire shot out from the ground and hit a transport ship in the air within seconds. What? Subsequently, more fire lights were sprayed out from the rainforest, including some small beam-level strikes. However, the most exciting thing is of course Godzilla's attack. I've been waiting for you for a long time, little titanium girls. Godzilla opened his mouth and aimed at a Fortress-class frigate, which was a fully reinforced model of an ordinary gunboat, almost a small Protector-class cruiser. After turning on the deflector of this thing, even the warrior-level Titan may not be able to destroy it with one blow. Radiation hotline. A thick blue light beam shot into the air, passed through the center of the Fortress-class frigate, penetrated the ship, and turned to sweep towards other transport ships. The Tau were careless. Chapter 17. Godzilla's size is not yet strong enough to withstand the main guns of the Tau mothership, but he can still destroy some small gunboats. Transport ships began to be shot down one by one. Even transport ships with deflectors, shields, turned on would be directly penetrated by Godzilla's radiation rays. It was not that the deflector defense was not strong enough, but Godzilla's attack power is too high. Commander, the ground firepower is too strong and we cannot land. All units in combat uniforms begin to airborne, and transport boats are transported at a safer altitude. The Tau troops jumped out directly from the cabin of the transport ship and began airdrops in waves. When they were about to reach the ground, the jetpacks behind them activated and landed smoothly as a buffer. The ground troops established defensive positions, and all small units centered on the vehicle units concentrated their firepower for defensive operations. The Tau's ground vehicles and large battle suits also began to form simple positions surrounded by small units. Countless fire warriors and drone soldiers formed a dense firepower network in the rainforest. The missiles and missiles of the large battlesuits. The beams of light flew across the rainforest. But what they don't know is that they think the rainforest is full of enemies. However, there are only the lowest lizard beasts in the rainforest. After the bombardment continued for a period of time, the Tau discovered that there were not many trees missing in the rainforest, and their energy had been reduced a lot. Thanks to the Tau people for feeding me. The tree would probably say so. There wasn't much damage, but the tree absorbed a lot of energy and was almost full. Commander, we have established a position. Please give us the next combat order. But there is no sound in the communication channel. Commander. Still no sound. Communications interrupted. Of course it will be interrupted. Isis smiled at the temple gate, her lizard tail swaying restlessly, appearing to be in a happy mood. Do you think you can come to this planet and leave if you want? You are not fighting us lizard people, you are fighting the entire planet. At the same time, the Tau fleet was also in panic. The Feng clan's fingers were almost broken when operating the instruments, and they were unable to make contact with the ground troops. Commander, our communication with the ground forces has been interrupted. An electromagnetic field has appeared in the entire planet's atmosphere, which has seriously affected our communications. Our vehicles and combat suits can still break through, but the communication channels cannot penetrate these electromagnetic interferences. What did you say? Some planets have harsh environments, and Tau vehicles have long been equipped with the ability to resist electromagnetic interference. But communication channels are not so easy to break through electromagnetic interference, and it is even more difficult to maintain communication in an unstable environment. This is trouble. We have lost contact with the ground troops. Commander, please calm down. At this time, Ether, who was sitting in the most distinguished position of the entire battleship, spoke. I can feel that those Fire Clan warriors are still alive. Don't mess up the situation. They are just out of contact, not dead. Yes, I lost my temper. If there is electromagnetic interference in the atmosphere, then we can only trust the judgment of the ground troops. Continue to deliver troops and let transport ships deliver messages. Although it is primitive, it can at least maintain certain communication capabilities. Well, the Tau have felt one of the darkness of this universe. The battle situation of some mortal auxiliaries in the Empire next door is so complicated that they may need to use wired communication channels, or simply shout out through loudspeakers, because the subspace interference of some planets will make the heads of astropaths explode. The communication outage was just the beginning. The Tau immediately built a position on the ground. It may not be as good as the trenches dug by Krieg next door with a sapper shovel, but it is also a simple defense. But the lizard man has not launched an attack. So much so that the Tau still don't know who their enemy is. However, a team of XV-25 stealth combat suits soon brought information about the enemy. Their figures appeared out of thin air. These combat suits had the ability to become invisible. Also appearing is the lower body of a lizard. Sir, I brought the enemy's corpse. Very good. The Supreme Commander of the position looked at the corpse with admiration. It was a corpse similar to a lizard, and he immediately called a Kroot. The Kroots, who have been introduced many times before, are an extremely powerful primitive race. Their appearance is a bit like people with bird heads, quite Indian-like. But don't underestimate them. The Kroot have close combat capabilities comparable to those of the green-skinned orcs, which greatly makes up for the Tau's melee disadvantage. At the same time, they also have a characteristic, that is, they can eat corpses to analyze the enemy's genome and express this genome on their own bodies. They even assimilated the genomes of the greenskins and Eldar into their bodies, but not the Tyrannid. After the Tyrannid's corpses were eaten, they would destroy the Kroot's own genome, causing the death of the Kroot. Eat this body and see what the hell these creatures are. The Kroot nodded, raised the lizard's tail, and bit it. His teeth were really good. Instead of chipping any teeth, he bit through the scales of the lizard's skin, tore off a large piece of flesh and swallowed it. Originally everything was normal, the Firecast commander was waiting for the Kroot's reply. But suddenly, the Kroot's pupils suddenly opened wide, and he began to hold his head crazily and scream, which made the Firecast commander frown and silently raised the ion rifle in his hand. The Kroot's body is changing. His body begins to become more like a lizard. Sharp spikes begin to grow on his back. Even the tail that the Kroot does not have is also growing out. Just when others thought this was a normal manifestation of the Kroot's assimilation genes, the Kroot suddenly pounced on the Firecast warrior closest to him. But the moment he pounced, a large diameter ion beam penetrated his head. The Firecast commander put down his gun. He already felt something was not good, but his intuition came true. Now, pass this order to all ground forces, tell the Kroot that they are not allowed to eat the corpse of any living thing on this planet. As soon as the order was passed on, the commander of the Fire Clan was keenly aware of the shaking of the earth. They are coming. All soldiers immediately arrive at the bunker and get into position. The battle, which was originally full of technology, has the feel of a World War II positional battle. The commander of the Fire Clan looked at the rainforest ahead, and the Fire Clan warriors were equally prepared. The vibrations were getting closer and closer, and they seemed to be the footsteps of some huge creature. Every Fire Clan warrior was mentally prepared to fire. Then, they saw a large group of giant lizards more than 20 meters long rushing towards them with a terrifying momentum. At that moment, even the commander of the Fire Clan felt his heart skip a beat. Fire! Intensive firepower began to tilt towards the enemy in front. But those giant lizard swarms actually withstood the attack of the large caliber ion rifle. Even the continuous bombardment of missiles did not have much impact on them, and they crashed into the Tau camp all the way. Godzilla watched this scene from behind and sighed. Ranged damage reduction, melee damage maxed out, these are not lizardmen, this is the Kernoir band. Chapter 18. Godzilla didn't need to take action at all. These lizardmen led these lizard behemoths to smash the Tau's position. The brute strength they displayed was enough to make Gurn turn his head. Godzilla just walked among the lizardmen, and the lizardmen rushed into the Tau's position one after another. Damn, damn, damn! The Firecast commander fired an unknown number of shots, and the stable ion rifle in his hand almost became unstable, before he blasted the head of a 6-meter-long lizard beast into pieces, but the defense of the position had already been broken through. Even the main defense line of the Tau consisting of 15-8 crisis battlesuits cannot stop the defense of these behemoths. Where's the firepower? We need fire support. The XV-88 broadside combat suit at the rear immediately began to provide fire support. The XV-88 broadside battlesuit is the Tau's fire support platform. It can use heavy railguns or cluster missile arrays to bombard enemies from a distance. A large number of missile groups began to be fired from both sides of his body, and they were bombed in front of the position. On the land, the continuous explosions are enough to block the charge of any living thing. The KV-139 Supreme Armor in the center of the position is finally free. These battlesuits are 16 meters high, twice as tall as the KV-128 battlesuit, the highest in the Tau Empire. They are the Titan units of the Tau Empire. This thing is used to compare the Titans of the Empire and the Zerg, which can only make people laugh. This size can only fight some small Titans. The Titan Tyrant that Godzilla fights at the beginning is not something that these Tau Empire Titan units can fight. The pulse cannon array behind them rose from behind, mounted on their shoulders and heads, and aimed at the largest lizard-man beasts. The pulse cannon began to accumulate energy and was fired violently. The white beam bombarded the 20-meter-long behemoths, but it was not destroyed instantly. Instead, the skin lit up with large rays of light. The vehicles also began to tilt their firepower, and for a while, Godzilla was dazzled by the large number of vehicles. Wow, rays, piranhas, hammerhead sharks, swordfish, so many ground vehicles. Godzilla was like a hammer player who saw countless vehicle chess pieces, his eyes were shining, but in the next second, several of these vehicles were torn apart by a giant lizard that broke through the Tau defenses. Countless beams and missiles bombarded the giant beast but could not stop him. It's obviously Warhammer 40K, but it uses the medieval Warhammer style of play. What is the way to play the medieval Warhammer? Giant beasts hug together, giant beasts hugged together. At this time, several huge gunboats stopped in the sky and began to use their ship-based artillery to tilt fire downwards. Shipboard firepower and ground firepower cannot be compared. The giant lizard beasts that rushed into the formation were beaten with bloody holes all over their bodies. The angry giant lizard beasts shook their heads and opened their mouths to spit out a fiery tongue of fire into the sky. Well, it's obvious that it's Godzilla's cub. He can't go to the theater anymore, so it's time for me to go. In the atmosphere, more gunboats are falling. These gunboats are of various types, some of which even Godzilla can't name. But most of them are in the shape of manta rays, which are devil fishes. More Fire Clan warriors were also added to the battle line. At the same time, the addition of air power increased the firepower on the battlefield to a higher level. Even the Space Marines would not dare to charge at this level of firepower. But Godzilla stepped forward. Even though the war was raging on the Earth, Godzilla's arrival attracted the attention of countless Tau people. They made the same surprised noise as Aurora. The greater good, is that the leader of these creatures? Godzilla. The Fire Clan commander calmly gave instructions. Aerial gunships, Titan units, attack Godzilla. The gunships suspended above the battlefield began to shift their attack targets. At the same time, the Titan units also began to aim their huge caliber pulse cannon array at Godzilla, but Godzilla was not afraid. If you want to kill me, you have to use a macro cannon, or give me a cyclone torpedo. The macro cannon may not kill you, but it will definitely cripple you. Forget about the whirlwind fish, that thing is bigger than you. The Tau don't know this. Rather than believing in the strength of their enemies, they prefer to believe in the performance of their own weapons. Fire. The gunboat began to tilt its firepower. One gunboat had 2 heavy rail guns, 6 long-barreled ion cannons, 2 sets of missile pods, 10 seeker missiles, and 16 long-barreled rapid-fire cannons, all of which were activated at this moment. At least 5 such gunboats were firing at Godzilla. At the same time, the KV-139 Supreme Armor on the ground also began to fire with the pulse cannon array behind them and the triple ion cannon on their arms. The missile pods on the chest opened, and countless swarms appeared. Missiles fired. Godzilla's body lit up with explosions one after another, and the fire engulfed Godzilla directly. Even a mountain should be blown into pieces under this kind of firepower. But in the flames of the explosion, Godzilla stepped forward with the solace of his feet and walked out of the ground. Godzilla walked out of the Tau's fire net almost unscathed. Even though the firepower continued to bombard him, those attacks could not affect Godzilla's attack at all. No, this kind of small caliber weapon is just scratching the surface compared to the guns of the merchant-class cruiser. If 10 or 8 cruisers fire a salvo of main guns, I might die, but a gunboat? Next time, you can say that there will be 10 or 8 Blackstone Fortress main gun salvos, which will be more powerful. You think I'm not dying fast enough? Blackstone Fortress, that thing is a low-end phalanx. It can't beat phalanx in a one-on-one fight, but phalanx is definitely no match for it in a 2-on-1 fight. Can it resist the main gun salvos of 10 or 8 Blackstone Fortresses? Who is so arrogant to say such a thing, the Chaos 4 gods or Gogo? Soon, the attacking firepower network stopped, and the weapons of the Manta gunships were overloaded, but they couldn't stop Godzilla's advance. The KV-139 pulse gun array also began to run out of energy and needed buffer time. Your attack is over. Godzilla's dorsal fin began to flash blue light, and the sound of energy surges rang out. Even without the detector of the tactical helmet, you can see the exaggerated energy gathering. I remember that the Imperial Mortal Auxiliary Army or Krieg had a super large artillery platform. What was it called? You don't know, you ask me? Forget it, I'll encounter it later. Godzilla stopped worrying about the question that suddenly popped up in his mind, and the energy in his mouth was accumulated to the limit. Accompanied by a dazzling blue light, Godzilla fiercely ejected the radiation heat line, first bombarding the position of the Titans. In an instant, a precious Titan unit of the Titans was bombarded to only 2 metal legs, and the remaining Titan units could not escape the fate of being destroyed. Chapter 19. The Fire Clan's commander is going to collapse. That thing can't be hit at all. The ground firepower of the Tau was strong enough. The Firecast commander could pat his chest and say that even the Tyranid swarm would be unable to break through this firepower position in a short time, but they were able to break through the position. Moreover, Godzilla is still in a no-man's land, advancing against countless artillery fire and beams. Do the ground forces have large-caliber gunboats? We need heavy firepower. There are no more powerful vehicles, we have lost contact with the naval forces, and large ships cannot land and lock on ground units. Send a gunboat to contact the fleet and ask the fleet to send a Protector-class cruiser for air fire support, otherwise we will all be responsible here." As he spoke, the Firecast commander saw large numbers of lizardmen rushing out of the rainforest. The front line that was originally torn apart by the giant beast encountered another impact and completely collapsed. "Oh, damn, there's no end to these creatures, isn't there?" Before, it was the giant beasts breaking through the formation, now it is the infantry resisting the line, and then, as expected, it will be long-range volleys. Sure enough, countless flames shot out from the rainforest, flew over the commander's head, and finally fell into the Tau's position, triggering a series of explosions. The Tau's position turned into a sea of fire within a dozen seconds, toxic gases began to fill the air, and nuclear radiation began to spread. Even the Firecast warriors began to feel uncomfortable. The Fire Clan commander put on his helmet. As we all know, in Warhammer 40K, the helmet is the halo suppressor of the protagonist. As soon as the commander put on the helmet, a lizardman warrior riding a giant lizard beast rushed into the enemy formation. The Firecast commander activated the jetpack behind his back and successfully avoided the lizard. The bite of a giant beast. But his chest was pierced by the lizard man's spear. The XV-8 Crisis battlesuit was unable to block the piercing of the thick spear, and he was pushed up. Ah! The commander raised the ion rifle in his hand and opened fire quickly, bombarding the lizard man. However, the lizard man was obviously not an ordinary lizard man. He withstood the attack of the Fire Clan commander and slammed into the back of the position. Inside a supply box. Boom! The supply box exploded, and flames shot into the sky. After a while, the lizardman warrior and his mount stepped out of the flames. He raised the spear in his hand high, with the Firecast commander's head stuck on it. Blood dripped down the spear and dyed the lizard man's back red. The lizard man raised the sky and let out a war cry. This scene is really Warhammer style. In the sky, blue beams of light once again swept across the sky. Each air gunship tried to dodge, but it was too late. The radiation rays completely destroyed the Tau's air gunship troops. Godzilla fired 2 radioactive rays and cleared out the gunships in the air and the Titan units on the ground. Now the lizardmen only needed to clear out the remaining Tau. This is the end of the fight. No, we are about to enter the plot. What plot? The Dark Eldar warships drove the Tau fleet into the atmosphere. At the same time, outside the atmosphere, the Tau fleet was still thinking about its next combat strategy. But a Torment-class cruiser of the Dark Eldar has quietly arrived near the Tau fleet. The cruisers of the Dark Eldar all have similar appearances, with the shape of a spear tip. Only the specific color matching is different. Small amounts vary. The Dark Eldar cruiser was completely out of the Tau radar's radar. Thanks to the shadow stand generator and the mimic engine, even the Imperial astropaths cannot see these blades hidden in the darkness. Only the Zerg and Necron can detect their arrival. The commander in the cruiser was a Dark Eldar Archon. He had received an order for help. However, the Tau fleet in front of him made him a little happy. Arons, those ridiculous fishermen. Humph, it looks like our slave quota mission can be completed ahead of schedule. The Dark Eldar Archon let out a cold laugh. He played with the scimitar in his hand and then gave the order. My crew has not enjoyed killing for a long time. I dedicate the pain of these fishermen to Cain. The whole ship moves forward, aiming at the thrusters of the main battleships. When they are panicked and frightened, jump to their ships and kill them all. 1/3 of the people on the ship, the rest will be taken as slaves. Blood sacrifice Cain. This Dark Eldar cruiser, which was completely unnoticed by the Tau, opened fire. Dark Eldar warships have a characteristic. Their defense is very weak compared to other warships, but their attack power is very strong, even at the same level. It's so powerful that even other warships can't bear it. Although this is a cruiser, it has battleship-level firepower. Just as the Tau fleet was all facing the planet Godzilla, fire from the side suddenly blasted through a Guardian-class mothership. The propeller of the Guardian-class mothership suddenly failed. This sudden attack really frightened the Tau. Where did the attack come from? I don't know, there's no response from the radar. It's those Dark Eldar. The experienced Wind Clan commander immediately knew who was attacking them, and only the Dark Eldar warships had the ability to become invisible. While speaking, the propeller of another Protector-class cruiser was penetrated. The deflector failed to block the Dark Eldar's firepower and was paralyzed in place. Hearing that they were from the Dark Spirit clan, Ether opened his eyes and seemed a little uneasy. Those Dark Eldar are cruel and ferocious executioners. One of our etheric envoys once went to negotiate with them, but he was hung on the bow of the battleship by them, causing countless people of the Empire to grieve and mourn. Pain. Commander, we must make a choice. Currently we have no way to counter the Dark Eldar's invisibility. If we continue to stay here, our entire army will be annihilated. After hearing this, the commander of the Feng clan made a prompt decision. He waved his hand and issued combat orders. Enter the atmosphere to fight. Judging from the firepower, there should be only one Dark Eldar ship. They dare not enter the atmosphere, otherwise they will face ground troops several times their size. What about the ships with damaged engines? If you force a landing, you will only get ganged up on in space. Even if you fall, your chances of surviving are higher than fighting those executioners. The commander's judgment is always subject to the judgment of the laughing god Zylogo. Now, there is only one result for this fleet to forcefully land on the ground, and that is destruction. And a perfect starting point for Godzilla's big plan. The Chaos Gods also began to set their sights on the planet called Godzilla. Even the two green-skinned gods Goj and Mao also looked over. Chapter 20. Almost all the Tau troops on the ground have been killed. The scattered Tau teams have long been eliminated, and the remaining large positions have also been cleared. Even if there are still some Tau troops left, they may not be able to survive in this land comparable to the Katachan rainforest. You have to know that all living things on this planet are Godzilla cells. Those trees, the moss on the ground, and even the microorganisms that decompose biomass are Godzilla cells. Godzilla crushed the last Tau gunship with the solace of his feet and looked around. That's almost it. Aren't the main forces of the Tau coming down yet? Come down. In the atmosphere, those large protector cruisers began to enter Godzilla's sight. Such large battleships generally would not take the initiative to enter the planet, but this time the situation was special. The protector cruisers broke into the atmosphere one by one, and the Tau warships whose engines failed plunged into the planet's ocean, using seawater and deflectors to cushion the impact of the fall on the warships. Even so, these battleships will probably never be able to leave this planet again. The greater good. The Wind Clan commander looked at the burning Tau positions on the ground and the lizardmen cleaning the battlefield, showing an extremely angry expression. How dare these barbaric and primitive natives of the planet attack the great warriors of the Tau Empire? Most of Commander Aurora has been killed, they really deserve to die. Commander, do you want to fire downwards to clear a landing zone? No, wait a minute. The Wind Clan commander was waiting for the Dark Eldar warship, but before the Dark Eldar warship appeared, he saw Godzilla. The 50-meter-tall giant beast is a very eye-catching presence in the rainforest, and it is difficult for the Feng clan's crew to miss it. What it is? After scanning, the target behemoth is over 50 meters tall, and there is a high-energy reaction in the body. My god, he is bigger than any tyrannid beast we have ever seen. But that's about it. The commander of the Wind Clan was not intimidated by Godzilla's large size. The Guardian-class mothership she was currently riding on was many times larger than Godzilla. A huge beast, no matter how powerful it was just a beast and could only affect a small area, can affect at most one planet. Can he still influence the entire galaxy? Are you going to fire on them? No, not yet. Before he finished speaking, Godzilla opened his mouth and sprayed a beam of radiation towards the Guardian-class mothership in the sky. The blue beam was blocked by an invisible barrier before it touched the Guardian-class mothership. And stirred up waves. Oops, it can't be penetrated. Yes, it can't be penetrated. This is the Tau's main cruiser. The second-generation Godzilla cannot penetrate it with one shot. Also, let me remind you in advance that the city-level void shield, the second-generation Godzilla, cannot be penetrated. If I could break through the city-level void shield, I would dare to fight Holy Terra. Godzilla stopped attacking. He still knew himself. It didn't matter. It didn't matter if he couldn't break the turtle shell. The Tau would certainly not be able to withstand such a provocative attack. We are under an energy attack. The target has an energy attack at the level of a cruiser's main gun. The deflector is taking effect, but the shield strength is decreasing. He's attacking us before we attack him. The Wind Clan commander was furious at Godzilla's hostile behavior. The left side main gun turret, start loading. Give that giant beast some color. The turret on the left side of the Guardian mothership began to turn. In order to provide a better shooting angle, the hull turned slightly to the left, so that all the turrets on the left side could shoot Godzilla. The large-caliber railgun on the main battleship of the Tau Empire was no joke. A few flashes of lightning flashed, and 3 blood flowers exploded from Godzilla's body. He was breached. The 2 projectiles that hit Godzilla's chest penetrated the outermost layer of protective skin and entered the inner layer of the skin, but did not damage Godzilla's organs. A cannonball that hit Godzilla's shoulder actually penetrated Godzilla's skin, and the wound flowed from the shoulder. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. That's right, it hurts. Even the ceramite armor of the Imperial battleships dare not resist the Tau Empire's main guns like you. Is Titanium Lord so fierce? You didn't shout that you wanted to go back to Earth before. Have you forgotten how terrible this world is so quickly? Godzilla thought the same thing. No matter how much the Titanium King was defeated, it was still a force that could compete with the Empire in local areas. There were many forces in the galaxy, but not many that could bring the table to the table. Titanium is strong, Titanium is fierce, Titanium is powerful, how can I fight this? That is of course one of the eternal themes of Warhammer 40K, gang jumping. While he was talking, a protector cruiser that was still some distance away from the battlefield suddenly had an engine explosion and began to tilt toward the ground. At some point, a team of lizardmen had entered the Tau ship. Thuras, the Eternal God's blessed warrior, swung his stick and knocked out a fire-cast warrior. He flew until he hit the wall at the end of the corridor and stopped. Even if this 6-meter-tall giant lizard man stood next to the battleship engine, he would not stop. Other lizard warriors were swinging their weapons, smashing against the Tau's delicate engines. The engines are exploding, and no matter how powerful the Earth Clan engineers are, they can't repair them. Then, these lizard men were enveloped in a burst of white light and disappeared. Next, Isis continued to cast spells, sending the lizardmen team to the engine area of the next warship. Even though the Tau were well prepared, they were still stunned when facing the huge beast of Thuras. Then they were flattened by Thuras's big stick. Fire! The Fire Clan warriors ignored the inside of the ship and began to pour fire. But those ion beams shot at Thuras, which did not cause any ripples. Thuras had not been injured for a long time. Every scar on his body was caused by some extremely powerful enemies. The most recent wound was caused by the priest Isis 300 years ago. At that time, Isis was just born for more than 10 years. Within a few minutes, Thuras cleared all the Fire Clan warriors in the engine area and raised his weapon to hit the engine. Even if the terrifying energy leaked from the engine core was bombarded on this blessed warrior, it was difficult to cause effective damage, but it just made him feel a little hot. The second Protector-class cruiser fell. The commander of the Wind Clan was panicked. What's going on? Commander, our fleet has been boarded. Boarding? Impossible, we don't see any ground troops. Wait, is it teleportation? The Tau have seen the Empire's beacon teleportation technology, but they have never seen a powerful force like Isis that can directly teleport troops to the core area. Not only the Tau, but even the Empire has not seen it a few times. I'm afraid that only the psychic power of the great demon of Xianch can do it, or the technology of the Necrons. This is not a boarding method that ordinary people can see. Chapter 21. In the sky, Godzilla has nothing to do with the Tau warships, but down on the ground, he is no better than a Viking on the ground. All units are ready for impact. The crew members clung to anything they could grab, and the magnetic adsorption on the feet of the combat uniforms was turned to the extreme. A few seconds later, with a bang, the Protector-class cruiser suddenly hit the ground. The violent impact sent the crew members inside the ship flying up and down. Even if the magnetic adsorption on their feet was turned on, some soldiers were jolted off the ground by the impact. By the time the impact was over, the Tau warship had been severely damaged internally, with broken circuits and flying sparks everywhere. More than half of the combatants have lost their combat capabilities. It's my turn now. Godzilla has already strode forward, ready to tear this huge space battleship into pieces. Even the armor of the Tau will never be able to stop Godzilla's claws at this time. Hateful. The Feng clan commander looked at the fallen battleship and punched the command table. You actually used this method to shoot down the fleet one by one. Godzilla even walked all the way to the fallen battleship. The Tau people were helping each other out of the fallen battleship. When they looked up, they saw Godzilla next to them. No, we can't let him attack the battleship anymore. There are many people inside. The Tau's ground troops wanted to attract Godzilla away, but Godzilla completely ignored the firepower. He was weak, too weak, and the firepower could not penetrate Godzilla's skin. There were several more on the crashed battleship. The turret is operational. However, due to lack of energy supply, they could no longer activate the fort after firing only one shot. After Godzilla withstood this last round of bombardment, he waved his claws and tore apart the armor of the Tau battleship. This Protector-class cruiser, which was many times larger than him, was torn apart by Godzilla. Gap. The claws kept waving, and in less than a few minutes, Godzilla walked out from the other side of the cruiser, and the Protector-class cruiser was torn to pieces. Precision instruments were scattered throughout the rainforest, and the Tau warships were buried in this seemingly primitive rainforest. Next ship. Godzilla and the lizard people cooperated very well. The lizard people fought in gangs everywhere and destroyed the engines of the battleships, while Godzilla destroyed these battleships from the ground that moved nearly a kilometer away. At this rate, all the Tau fleets will remain on this primitive planet in the last day. But not soon enough. Godzilla decided it wasn't fast enough. As if aware of Godzilla's thoughts, Isis murmured, "Does my god still feel slow? In this case, there is no need to hide. The ancient priests sleeping under the temple, wake up and implement Godzilla's plan. Pull the will." From the top of the temple where Isis was, a bright beam of light suddenly shot out into the sky. In other temples, huge light pillars began to be emitted one by one, and the entire planet was enveloped by the light emitted by numerous light pillars. This terrifying power gave the Tau people who did not understand psychic powers a great shock. Even the Chaos Gods looked at this scene with eager eyes. And these linked psychic beams form a simple but powerful psychic network. This energy is huge enough to allow the planet to navigate through subspace, which is beyond what the most powerful Tsinch demon can achieve. Isis's eyes shone brightly, and she raised her hand slightly. One Tau warship's engine exploded for unknown reasons, and then the next one, and the next one. Within a few breaths, the engines of the 3 Tau warships were instantly paralyzed, and the Tau commanders were frightened. "It's psychic," one of the human crew members muttered. "Is this what humans call psychic energy?" This is the first time the commander of the Wind Clan has seen such a large-scale psychic attack. Indeed, the psychic energy currently controlled by Isis has exceeded that of the original Primarch and the current great demon of Tsinch, Magnus. The strength is already very close to that of the Eldar gods. "I will carry out my god's will." Her whole body was shrouded in radioactive blue light, and the thin gauze clothes on her body had long been burned to powder. Fall. Alien battleship. Isis held her hand in vain, and all the Tau's battleship engines failed. Don't ask what the principle is, it is subspace, and the laws of physics cannot explain it. Anyway, if you see anything you can't understand in the future, it must be because of the subspace. All the Tau warships were disabled, including the Guardian mothership on which Ether was riding. In the violently shaking battleship, Ether lost his previous elegance and was replaced by a look of panic. "No, it shouldn't be like this. Sir, we will escort you safely to our world." The commander of the Feng clan still didn't understand at this moment that they couldn't go back. Also unable to go back is the Dark Eldar cruiser. "Archon, we are under a powerful psychic attack. The engines are failing and we are going to fall." "What? How did they break through the shield and attack the engine?" The Archon stood up, and the Dark Eldar wearing black armor seemed to be no longer calm at the moment. "Damn it, the conspiracy warriors couldn't be saved, but we are going to fall on this planet? Let the soldiers prepare, we are going to capture this planet." The hunter becomes the hunted. The Tormentor-class cruiser of the Dark Eldar appeared, and Godzilla saw the unique blade-shaped huge warship at a glance. The other side was slowly falling into the distance. "Oh, black bean sprouts." Bean sprouts are the nickname of the Eldar. They are tall and thin, very much like bean sprouts. Because the Dark Eldar are black, they are called black bean sprouts. There is actually a black bean sprout ship. I like that. Do you like the black bean sprout ship? Or do you like the black bean sprout body? I like both. The Dark Eldar's appearance in Warhammer 40K is generally pretty good, mainly because they like to wear some clothes that show their figure, such as tights, assassin clothes, and other clothes, and they have a very good figure. So they are more popular among Hammer players. Of course, don't think about marrying a Dark Eldar. Just like what is said in the introduction, the Dark Eldar can compete with Space Marines with their slender bodies. It is rumored that the Dark Eldar Witches, a female unit, can break the necks of Space Marines with just their legs. It is impossible for a time traveler to marry a Dark Eldar. Even if he does, he might be stabbed by her in his sleep in the future. I want a ship as a collection. Collection? What? Do you want to compete with the king of figures for character design? Chapter 22. The Dark Eldar never expected that they would fall into the hunter's trap as they kept catching slaves. After the Torment-class cruiser crashed, the Dark Eldar troops organized some equipment and began preparing to capture the Tau on this planet. But before the Tau were encountered, Godzilla arrived. Godzilla's size is not comparable to these battleships, but again, a landing battleship is not as good as a chicken. Godzilla's figure appears in the rainforest, and every step he takes will cause the earth to roar. Kane is on top. The face of the consul who had not yet stepped down from the command seat was full of surprise. What kind of monster is this? It's as big as a fragment of the Star God. This Archon once saw the Star God fragment of the Space Commander. On that time, the Dark Eldar lost several fleets in front of the Space Commander fleet. The power of that huge Star God fragment was beyond anyone's imagination. And today's Godzilla puts this kind of pressure on the Archon. As for the other Dark Eldar, haha, no matter how high the morale of those cruel warriors is, they will have a morale hit when they see Godzilla. We haven't heard of encountering such a monster. Damn it, you want us to fight such an enemy? I would rather go to the arena of Comoros to fight. If the battleship is still intact, the Dark Eldar troops will certainly have nothing to fear. Godzilla may not be as big as the main gun barrel of the Torment-class cruiser, but that's the problem. Without a battleship, the Dark Eldar can't do anything to Godzilla. The Dark Eldar do not have Titan units. Some Cabal warriors said disdainfully, "Stop talking nonsense, we have seen more powerful behemoths on other planets. If we capture him in the arena of Comorak, those homunculi will definitely fight for it." He broke his head and paid a huge price for it. The words of this Cabal warrior restored some confidence to others. A number of Raider and Devastator gunships were launched, and the Dark Eldar boarded these maglev vehicles in preparation for an attack on Godzilla. These gunships look more like ships. There is a dark light spear launcher in the front aimed at the main gun of the heavy vehicle. This thing can kill a space marine with only the lower body left in one shot. Ha ha ha, die, die, die. A Dark Eldar whose mind was obviously screwed up by Kane rushed forward first. Godzilla watched as the vehicle, which was only about 5 meters in size, rushed towards his face. As the Dark Eldar opened fire, the dark light spear launcher fired a blue beam and struck Godzilla in the face. Superior. Then it flew past Godzilla's face. Godzilla looked back at the Dark Eldar and said nothing, but his eyes were particularly fierce. But this Dark Eldar is not afraid, he only thinks about killing and blood. Blood sacrifice Kane. With his cry, he spun around from behind and attacked Godzilla again. The next second, a thick tail swung over at a speed several times faster than the speed of sound, accurately smashing the Marauder gunship into pieces. The Dark Eldar and his gunship disintegrated in the air and smashed into pieces. In the rainforest, a spark exploded. I'm still offering the throne. Those who believe in Kane are almost the same as those who believe in Kern. Most of them are ruthless guys who only think about slashing or killing people. But even so, facing the sense of oppression given by Godzilla, most of the Dark Eldar swallowed their saliva. The Archon tried to calm himself down. It's such a calm and violent creature, but you only have one. Let the troops attack separately. Don't get too close to this creature. Use the grapple gun to control his movements and use the impact blade to cut his joints. The consul's command was calm and wise. If Godzilla were an ordinary behemoth, it would really be possible to catch him in this way. But in fact, the wisest choice when facing Godzilla now is to run, not fight. The noble Dark Eldar did not want to believe that they could not defeat this behemoth, and ran away before the fight began. This is not the style of Kain's followers. One by one, the Marauder gunboats took off. At a glance, there were dozens of them. Their division of labor was clear. Some of the Marauder gunboats attracted Godzilla's attention, while some were suspended around Godzilla, carrying the man-sized gunship. Of huge claws. Godzilla was looking at the Marauder gunboats, but a dozen hooks hooked on his shoulders, arms, etc., and pulled Godzilla backwards. The engines of the Marauder gunships are running at full speed. These gunships are not small, and their engines are also very powerful. But Godzilla couldn't be pulled at all. The Archon also noticed a problem. How much does this giant beast weigh? It can't even pull it. Generally, the weight of a 50-meter giant beast is only a few thousand tons. For example, the green-skinned orc squig beast, and the general Skogo beast of the size of Godzilla, would have been pulled by more than a dozen Predator gunboats at this time. Suspended. But now Godzilla doesn't even move. Even if he stumbles, the Archon can think it has an effect. After all, it can restrict Godzilla's movements. No way. If it cannot be pulled, the consequences will be serious. Godzilla looked back at the Dark Eldar who was pulling him frantically, feeling a little depressed. What are they doing? I want to capture you and sell you to the Comoros arena. TCH, why don't you arrest me? Just tell me and I'll go. Godzilla turned his body slightly, grabbed the hook on the left side of his body with his right hand, and grabbed the hook on the right side with his left hand, holding all the hooks. Okay, now it's my turn. Godzilla grabbed all the hooks with his right hand and began to swing his right arm vigorously. The quick-reacting Dark Eldar had already jumped ship in advance, and the quick-reacting Dark Eldar had already spun along with the Marauder gunship under them. Yo yo yo! The hook chain drove the Marauder gunship to fly up. The centrifugal force generated by the swing caused even the Dark Eldar to be thrown away. They flew for an unknown number of meters before finally falling to the ground. Some Dark Eldar did not fall to death, but were only injured, but some Dark Eldar fell so hard that their bodies were broken in half. The consul was stunned. Kane, come on! What is this guy's background? Like the Tau, the name Godzilla came to Archon's mind. Godzilla. The Archon was angry that the beast had killed many of his soldiers, and although he didn't care, it would undoubtedly lower his status in the Komorian cabal. This is what the Dark Eldar are like, status, they only care about status and wish they could become the king of Comorak. Just as the Archon stood up and prepared to meet Godzilla again, a thorn shot out from the darkness. The Archon was keenly aware of the slight change in the air and raised his hand to slash it out. But the moment the thorn came into contact with the blade, it actually penetrated the blade. The Archon's reaction speed was very fast. In his eyes, the thorn almost moved forward at a speed that delayed time. He watched with his own eyes as his sharp Eldar scimitar was penetrated by the thorn and headed towards his head. The Archon thought not to panic, he still had a shield, and the shield was indeed activated, but the moment the tip of the thorn touched the shield, it easily broke through the shield. Under the helmet, the Dark Eldar Archon's eyes gradually widened, and he spoke the last words of his life. This is impossible. The next moment, his helmet was penetrated by thorns, and a bloody hole appeared on his head. He was assassinated. The assassin was none other than Oxolius, the lizard man who assassinated Psianch. He did not reveal himself because there was a Mandela assassin from the Dark Eldar tribe in this hall, but this guy broke through the Dark Eldar Mandela assassin's senses and sneaked into this hall. He only showed a trace of fluctuation at the moment of the attack. Unfortunately, if the Archon chooses to dodge the bullet instead of trying to chop it, he may not die. Humph, what is your identity? Do you want to fight against Godzilla-sama? Isis opened her eyes with a sneer. She naturally arranged the Archon's death. Komora, if my god Godzilla really comes to Comorak, that Webway City will eventually turn into a sea of fire. Chapter 23. Both the Tau and the Dark Eldar have experienced Godzilla's oppression. There is no need to worry that the death of these Dark Eldar will cause too much damage to the Dark Eldar. Unlike the Eldar have not been able to increase in number due to their survival in the Ark world and the low reproduction rate. But the Dark Eldar are in Comorak all day long. Although their souls are more easily taken away by Slaanesh, their population base is much higher than that of the Eldar. Not to mention that they are more prolific than their peers, and the Dark Eldar don't care about using clones. Technology and transformation technology. So much so that their base was so large that the Imperial fleet was deeply troubled. And how big is the Webway City of Comoros? It's hard to describe. Anyway, GW said that Comorak is very big. There are so many Dark Eldar in it that if you stab a few to death on the street, there may not be guards to arrest you. Instead, there may be Dark Eldar buddies looking at your skills. Yes, I recommend you to go to the arena in Comoros. In short, remember the Comoros arena, where you can really earn your place in Comoros by winning continuously. As long as you can defeat the opposing Tyranids, the Ultramarines captain, the green-skinned boss, the leader of the Death Army, and a series of other monsters, let me start by saying that a certain Regent Lady Evelyn has been widely spread by Hammer players and Cloud Hammer players. He is also a member of the arena, not the most powerful one yet. But remember, Everine and Guillemon do not have an actual relationship as a couple, at most they are comrades in arms. Watch out for the Ultramarines knocking on your door. Back to the topic, news of the Archon's death soon spread to the ears of other Dark Eldar. The Archon is dead. A certain Dark Eldar shouted excitedly while being sad, "Great, I will be the Archon from today on." The next second, he was crushed to pieces by Godzilla. The Dark Eldar tribe is like this. After the leader dies, the second in command will serve as the leader. In the Dark Eldar tribe, betrayal and assassination are commonplace. The reason why the Archon was able to quickly detect the assassination is because he is used to being assassinated. Godzilla has already stepped in front of the Dark Eldar cruiser. The general structure of this battleship is still intact. It's so big. GW's numbers are all filled in randomly. This thing is too big. Godzilla is already very big, but he looks so small in front of this battleship. I doubt I can jump on board this battleship. This cruiser can't do it, it's too small, but a battleship can probably do it. Battleships are several times longer than cruisers, and some Tyranid motherships are much larger than this. Anyway, people once thought that GW was filling in random numbers. Are there any Dark Eldar girls on this ship? I suddenly remembered that I had read a book about lizard men, and it was quite good. Are you Khan? If you say drive, just drive. I just suddenly thought of that book. Lizardmen have begun to emerge from various places and surrounded the Dark Eldar fleet. The Dark Eldar were not afraid of these lizardmen at first. They are the most elegant killers in the universe. Even the Necron, they can to contend with one or two, let alone this unknown creature. But soon, they realized how terrifying these lizard people were. A Dark Eldar fights a lizard folk warrior one-on-one. He used his agility to dodge the lizard man's swing and slashed the lizard man's armpit with a knife. It didn't break him in half as he imagined, but only made a wound as deep as the blade. This feeling is not like the feeling of flesh at all, but more like cutting on some kind of ore or plant. The Dark Eldar began to circle around the lizard man again. His knife left wounds everywhere on the lizard man, until it hit the spine of the back and the blade bounced off. What? The moment he flicked the knife became the cause of his death. His head was smashed flat by the big stick in the lizard man's hand, and blood flowed down the helmet. Ordinary Dark Eldar did not have a special protective shield. The rest of the Dark Eldar also began to be captured or killed on the spot one by one. The Dark Eldar never expected that they who came to capture slaves would instead become captured slaves. There is no reason, just because the lizardmen will regularly hold living sacrifices. These defeated Dark Eldar are sacrifices and are also the keys to the Webway Gate. The Eldar are needed to open the Webway Gate. In this universe, weakness is the original sin. Isis knelt down devoutly and murmured, "Strength is the reason for existence." Even if she is just kneeling in worship, the powerful spiritual energy is still affecting the planet all the time. With the help of the power of priests of all generations, she will carry out Godzilla's will to the end. My God wants a great expedition. Then, this planet will move according to his will and go to those dangerous star fields. However, Isis could also sense that some pure being was peering at them from within the warp, and the Crimson Lord on the brass throne had given orders. "Blood and head, bring me that guy's head." On the eternal demon plane, countless Kern demons were fighting. Following the command of the Scarlet Lord, they temporarily stopped killing. Because they know that a more brutal battle is waiting for them. Also acting at the same time is the Lord of Change, who never knows his true identity. He is not targeting Godzilla, but Isis, the psyker under Godzilla. In the eternally changing castle, Xiancha's laughter came out. No one knows how the Lord of Change plans to carry out his actions, not even Godzilla. At this moment, Godzilla was dismantling the Tau warships. The Wind Clan commander was supporting Aether, surrounded by Aether's personal guards. "Commander, I have a hunch that I will not be able to return to my compatriots today." "No, sir, please don't be discouraged. As long as we are alive, we will have a chance to return to our home world. They're already here." In the surrounding rainforest, the lizardmen no longer concealed their figures and appeared in the Tau's field of vision. This is the last wave. On the distant ground, the Guardian mothership that Godzilla demolished is the flagship of Aether. At this moment, the Tau have no chance to escape. No matter how elite the soldiers are, it is impossible to break through the blockade under heavy siege. Isis's voice echoed in the ears of every Tau. "In the name of my god Godzilla, I hereby declare your defeat. Put down your weapons. I, the High Priest Isis, can guarantee your life safety. Otherwise, there is only death. The warriors of the Empire will not surrender easily. Is this your answer? Tau Aether. Holding the rosary in his hand, Ether took a long breath and finally said, "We will not surrender for the sake of the greater good." "Very good." Ether's answer brought the battle to an end. However, the re-energized Tau position would obviously waste the lives of the lizardmen, and Godzilla was overqualified to clean up the Tau position. So, Isis used her offensive ability for the first time. Nothing high-end either. Her white and tender fingers gently lifted, and a Tau warship split in half by Godzilla floated up. Go! As the fingers were gently lowered, the wreckage of the battleship crashed into the Tau's position under the extremely frightened gaze of the Tau, smashing the Tau's Ether and their commander to pieces. This is a psychic power that the Tau never possess. Chapter 24. The battle started quickly and ended quickly. The lizardmen escorted the surrendered Tau and Dark Eldar and began to return. They received a full harvest in this battle and captured hundreds of Tau and dozens of Dark Eldar. These Dark Eldar were not even clones, but also there are naturally born Dark Eldar. But this is all secondary. Nothing makes a lizardman's blood boil more than a victory. Now that we have won, we can't help but celebrate. Returning to the temple, the lizardmen threw the prisoners of war together and left. This made some Dark Eldar dissatisfied. They felt that these lizardmen looked down upon them. You are a bit too underestimated if you want to tie up Kane's loyal warriors with just a rope. But he tried to break free from the rope, but failed. The slender rope was stronger than the strongest steel. Some Dark Eldar dislocated their wrists in an attempt to free themselves from the ropes, but the ropes also contracted. Don't try to escape, this thing is alive. Isis walked in with a wand in hand. She smiled and said to each prisoner of war, if you want to run away, you must at least have the consciousness to cut off your hands and feet. Even the Dark Eldar gulped. Cut off the hands and feet? Stop making trouble, they are the Dark Eldar. Although they can do this kind of thing, it is not as good as being a prisoner of war. Anyway, they are almost used to being a prisoner of war. In the corrupt life of the Dark Eldar, becoming a slave to others is already a very common thing. But cutting off hands and feet, even the toughest assassin would not do such a thing to reduce the chance of survival. Unless you can really run out after cutting off your hands and feet, there are still a ridiculous number of lizardmen outside. It seems like no one dares to escape, right? That's good. In the corner of the warehouse, several chameleon stalkers appeared, startling the Dark Eldar who originally wanted to escape. Good guy, they knew there was someone hiding here. Isis waved her hand again, and the chameleon stalkers disappeared again. Very good. If you don't run away anymore, I can guarantee your temporary safety, especially the Dark Eldar. I need the Dark Eldar to do something. The Dark Eldar's hearts trembled, it was over, they were targeted by this lizard man. Although Isis looks like a human, her lizard tail and some scales on her body really don't make people associate her with humans. First of all, are there female Dark Eldar? At that moment, Slaanesh expressed ecstasy. More, she, or he, likes to watch this kind of plot. Dark Eldar captives, look at me and I look at you. Although they are captured, their helmets have not been taken off yet. After a long time, several Dark Eldar slowly raised their hands. Isis picked them up with her fingers, and their helmets flew up out of thin air, revealing their faces. Isis looked at them one by one, and finally said with slight dissatisfaction, the quality is a bit poor. She is also picky and can make hammer players mad. It is already difficult to catch a Dark Eldar, but it is even harder to catch a Dark Eldar woman. Judging from the general appearance of the Dark Eldar, there is basically no one below the average. Even these Dark Eldar women were very angry. If you have the ability, go and capture the Queen of the Arena, Lailis Hespera. She is one of the most beautiful, elegant and powerful female warriors of the Dark Eldar tribe, and she is also the leader of the Witch Spirit sect and the Fighting sect. If you think our quality is not good, go find her. Lailis Hespera, or Lailis, she is indeed the most powerful Dark Eldar female warrior in the Dark Eldar's mouth. Let's take a certain regent's wife as an example. Do you know how the regent's wife became the leader of the Death Army? She fought Lailis in the arena and was killed shortly after. Later, she was favored by the Eldar death god and infused with divine power, and then became the leader of the Death Army. In other words, Madam Regent cannot beat Lailis one-on-one. This is her fighting strength. And her beauty once shocked a Space Marine captain who was captured in the Kamarak arena when he saw her for the first time, and caused a throbbing that only a mortal would have. The author is not talking nonsense. This is the official design of GW, and you can see this section in many popular science videos of UP owners. And Laylis personally said that whoever can defeat her in the arena will get her special reward. As for what the reward is, I don't know. Anyway, the tricks played by the Dark Eldar must be more than those played by humans. What are Hammer players waiting for? Hurry through Warhammer 40K to conquer this queen of the arena. Haha, I will. Isis smiled slightly, then pointed at the Dark Eldar woman who had just spoken and said, "You are very courageous, so it's up to you." The Dark Eldar woman was shocked and looked at her companions. These companions showed gloating smiles and moved aside, as if they wanted to distance themselves from her. Such is the nature of the Dark Eldar, to betray and be betrayed, to abandon and to be abandoned. In fact, the Dark Eldar woman could have guessed this ending when Isis opened her mouth. Her companions would definitely not fight against a powerful enemy for her. "All right," the Dark Eldar woman said resignedly, "take me away." Isis waved the wand lightly, and the rope-like substances on the opponent's wrists and ankles immediately fell off. Upon closer inspection, they looked more like plant vines. "Come with me, don't even think about escaping, unless you want a bloody hole in your head." There is no way, the Dark Eldar woman can only follow Isis silently, who knows if there is the kind of invisible lizard man behind her. Isis walked in front, the Dark Eldar woman following behind her. "May I have your name?" "Isa." "Isa, what a name!" Isis nodded. She turned her back completely to Isa. As long as Isa wanted to, she could use the agility of the Dark Eldar to rush behind Isis and either break her neck or slit her throat. But Isa didn't dare. Her courage had long been exhausted in the battle. The first time she saw the giant beast, the fury and desire to kill in her heart almost disappeared under the suppression of instinct. At the end of the corridor, a glimmer of light gradually appeared. When Isa reached the end, she saw that this corridor led to the outside of the temple, and outside the temple, the huge beast that made her fight disappear was now standing outside the temple. "Godzilla." She murmured the name. That giant beast has become an indelible nightmare in Isa's heart. I'm afraid she can't even sleep well. Chapter 25. Many people may think that what follows is a cliché part where the male protagonist acquires the female protagonist, but no, they are overthinking it. This is Warhammer 40K. When you think Godzilla will take women, it means you don't understand Warhammer 40K and you don't understand Godzilla. In this distant and dark 40th millennium, everything will develop beyond your imagination. Just like it is now. Slaanesh has set his sights on this planet. She longed to see these primitive and savage lizardmen torturing the Dark Eldar, bringing endless pleasure and pain. After the Dark Eldar died, they would absorb the other person's soul and provide her with pleasure that she had never experienced before. By the way, lizardmen should have too, right? They are lizards after all. However, things did not go as he expected. Isis stood high up in the temple, probably on a balcony. "Everyone!" She shouted loudly, and her voice spread everywhere with the spiritual energy. The lizard people looked towards the top of the temple, and even Godzilla stood in the distance and looked away. "Today, under the leadership of my god Godzilla, we achieved the first victory of the big plan." The lizardmen shouted excitedly below the temple, holding up the blood-stained weapons in their hands. The heads of Tau and Dark Eldar are still stuck on the wooden stakes around the temple, and their blood has long been drained. This is not the end, this is just the beginning. My god Godzilla's big plan has just taken the first step. Under the leadership of my god Godzilla, we will start an expedition. 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 The lizard people's blood is cold, but their hearts are hot now. The fighting spirit they are exuding now makes people wonder whether they are a gentle race. Their appearance is exactly the same as the green-skinned orcs. It is not surprising if they shout "Whack" the next second. For the big plan. Give victory to Godzilla. Whack. The lizard people were excited and excited. Even Thuras, the divine blessing warrior, was excited and eager for a hearty new battle. Offer sacrifices to my god Godzilla. The tip of Isis's tail flicked, and Isa, who was just lucky to have escaped, felt her head spinning. During the rotation, she could still see her headless body standing next to Isis. Ah! Isa's head fell into the hatching tank. "I'm dead." Now, even Slaanesh was dumbfounded. Her screams suddenly echoed throughout the palace of the Prince of Pleasure. Anyone who is familiar with the four gods of chaos knows that the relationship between the four gods of chaos is not good. Here we can probably sort out their relationship. First of all, Nurgle has a very good relationship with the evil gods except Tseentch. After all, he is a loving father, but he does not like Tseentch because Tseentch once sent an unlucky thing to his garden, causing his garden to combustion. Gurn doesn't like Slaanesh and Tseentch for the simple reason that they aren't close enough. Slaanesh also doesn't like Gurn, but likes Tseentch and Nurgle, probably because they have a lot in common and like to have fun. In the end, Tseentch likes everyone equally, but we all know that Tseentch doesn't like everyone either. Therefore, this can also explain why the scene that made Gurn watch and made the Prince of Joy scream. After hearing the scream, the demons of Slaanesh, who were enjoying endless pleasure and pain, pushed away their mates or attendants, because they knew they had a job to do. A secret keeper demon even stood up from his luxurious throne filled with alluring fragrance. He raised his arms like crab claws and began to gather his troops. This is Slaanesh's will. Offer pain and pleasure to Slaanesh. In the world of Warhammer 40,000, emotion is a sharp sword. Don't let emotions influence your judgment. This is one of the principles that Warhammer 40K time travelers must master. In other worlds, you can have a harem at will, but in the world of Warhammer 40K, if you think about having a harem, you will most likely end up becoming the harem of Slaanesh. Godzilla knows that too. I said she introduced a Dark Eldar. I thought it was that kind of plot, but it turned out to be a sacrifice. It's okay. What are you thinking? You didn't set reproductive organs for the lizard people. I wonder how cool the asexual setting is. Just like the green-skinned orcs, what kind of porn is there in Warhammer 40K? If you want to do porn, you should go to Xingyu next door. They are born in butter. Godzilla looked at the excited lizard man, and at the same time, he remembered something. Mission. Godzilla looked at his system interface. He had completed the task and should have 200 points now. 200 points are lying in the points list in the mall. Phew, now you feel comfortable, let's see what products can be exchanged for. Let's go straight to the legendary Godzilla or the final Godzilla. However, you definitely can't afford legendary Godzilla and final Godzilla. Jumping directly from the 50-meter level to the 100-meter level Godzilla is obviously a huge improvement. Godzilla's current 200 points can only be exchanged for other forms of the 50-meter level, or for other skills. Well, Godzilla was thinking whether to save points or just use them all. It's not a big improvement. The difficulty of this mission is not high, so the improvement is naturally not big. That's right, fighting a Tau is considered a graduation battle? It would be embarrassing for me to tell you. Others start by fighting Demon and Space Commander. Godzilla starts by fighting Titanium Lord. Others say hello, hey, the devil you fight today is Space Commander, oh, you fight Titanium Lord. I'm too embarrassed to speak when I go out. Are there any places where the fighting is fierce? Yes, Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade is about to begin, and he will open a webway gate to Cadia. Cadia, anyone who is familiar with Warhammer knows the intensity of the battle. Most people who are not familiar with Warhammer have heard the story of the Cadian army. Many people got into Warhammer because of the story of the Cadian army. That's too cruel, too cruel. That's not a place I can go to now. It's not that Godzilla is cowardly, Godzilla remembers the battle in Cadia and the Titans were everywhere. There are also the Blackstone Fortress and the Phalanx. The Blackstone Fortress finally hit the planet Cadia. If it hit Godzilla now, Godzilla would feel that he couldn't bear it. That thing is so big, hundreds of kilometers long. Change it, change it. There is an invasion of Chaos Space Marines near the home planet of Ultramar, Ultramar. They are the Chaos Space Marines who provided cover for Abaddon in the 13th Black Crusade. This is okay. That's okay. It's a bit exaggerated to start the Battle of Cadia right now. However, the 13th Black Crusade is about to begin, which means that Gilliman is about to be resurrected and the Lion King is about to return. That's it, wait a few days, and the gate to the webway will open. Chapter 26. Sorry, 12 chapters were added to the old book yesterday. I almost died suddenly in front of the computer. I will start updating it immediately. A few days is not a long time in the world of Warhammer 40K. On the contrary, it is as short as a blink of an eye. It is said that an Imperial Inquisitor once complained that the Imperial Inquisition's work efficiency was too low. Sometimes the interrogation responses sent to the Inquisition several years ago would only be answered several years later. After several days of refurbishing, the lizard people had already repaired their equipment and were ready for a new expedition. Isis led 2 female Dark Eldar to the largest webway gate on the planet. The webway gate looked like a doorframe without a door. This doorframe is large enough for the god machine to walk side by side, and can accommodate the lizard warriors and Godzilla behind Isis. Open the door. Isis said to the Dark Eldar woman behind her. It's useless. You can't control the direction of the webway gate. Even we, the Dark Eldar, can't control it. Open the door and I won't say it a third time. The Dark Eldar was trembling with fear. She had not absorbed souls and pain in the past few days, and her spirit had become much weaker. She walked to the door, touched her palms near the door frame, and the webway door was opened. An invisible light curtain appeared in the doorframe of the webway door. Behind the light curtain, there was another world. Okay, everyone, no more nonsense. Isis took a deep breath. For the big plan. For the big plan. The lizardmen began to enter the other side of the webway gate, and their expedition was about to begin. Godzilla was also among the lizardmen, and when he saw the gate to the webway opening, he couldn't help but murmur. Do you think the Emperor would envy me for having the webway gate? The webway gate is a very stable way of navigation in the galaxy. If Magnus had not blown up the webway gate on Holy Terra, the Empire's troops might actually be everywhere in the galaxy now. But there is no if. The current situation in the Empire is very bad. Abaddon, the Black War Master of the Chaos Legion, was originally the company commander of the Sons of Horus in the 16th Imperial Legion. He was one of the cronies of the former Imperial War Master Horus, and Horus set off a revolution in the 30th millennium. A major heresy called the Horus Heresy was launched. The result of the rebellion was that more than half of the Space Marine Legion rebelled, and the Earth's webway gate was blown open, directly connected to the subspace, and became a small eye of terror. The Emperor had no choice but to seal the webway gates, otherwise Holy Terra would be destroyed, even with the strength of Holy Terra's forces. After Horus' defeat, Abaddon declared himself the new War Master and renamed the Sons of Horus Legion to the Black Legion. The former Legion of the Sons of Horus has long existed in name only. The Black Legion is a brand new army that will accept every rebel who is willing and able to fight to kill the false Emperor. Including but not limited to the Word-Bearers Legion, the Iron Warriors who voted for Chaos but did not join any faction, a small number of members of the Alpha Legion or Alpharius himself, and the Death Guard. Before the 13th Black Crusade, Abaddon conducted the 12th Crusade, but these 12 expeditions were considered failures by the Empire. However, Abaddon himself insisted that this is to prepare for a new expedition, and every expedition is a victory, so that Abaddon seemed a bit funny in the eyes of Warhammer players, and there was an Abaddon who was victorious in every battle nickname. But the 13th Black Expedition was undoubtedly successful. He really captured the planet Cadia that had blocked his 12 expeditions. Cadia was smashed in half by the Blackstone Fortress. This is a story for later, something that has not happened yet. Now, on a planet in the Ultramar star field, a team of Chaos Space Marines is engaged in a fierce street battle with a team of Ultramarines. Both sides are surrounded by a large number of Chaos Believers and Mortal Auxiliaries. On the Empire's side, the Mortal Auxiliaries with the Golden Eagle emblem on their helmets were retreating in successive defeats. Even the Space Marines, after looking at the battle situation, began to report to the captain, "Sir, our battle situation is very unfavorable." "I see, Marcus, but now that hive cities across the planet are under attack by these hateful traitors, we have no more reinforcements. The current attack on Ultramar is the Chaos Warband's cover operation for the 13th Black Crusade. Since the announcement of the Codex Astartes, the Ultramarines have changed from a legion to a warband, fighting against the 500 worlds of Ultramar. The control becomes extremely weak. Only the planets near the home planet are truly worlds controlled by the Ultramarines." Blood sacrifice to the Blood God. A Chaos Space Marine rushed forward with the chain sword in his hand raised high. The Ultramarines team immediately dispersed. The Ultramarine at the front raised the chain sword to block the chain sword attack. The two chain swords rubbed together and produced countless sparks. Skull sacrifice seat. Vaguely, the Chaos Space Marines began to suppress the Ultramarines, and the chain sword was already pressing on the Ultramarine's chest. The next second, the head of this Chaos Space Marine who rushed forward was blown open by other Ultramarines. Putting away the melta-gun that was still smoking from the muzzle, the Ultramarines captain said to the other Ultramarines, "The traitors' offensive has intensified. The Emperor is above us. We have no way to retreat." At this moment, outside the city, Chaos Believers were dragging the people of the Hive City to the ritual site for sacrifice. The heads of ordinary humans were cut off one by one, and the blood had already dyed the land around the ritual site red. Chaos believers muttered obscure spells and knelt devoutly. As the sacrifices increased, a subspace gate appeared in the ritual site, and a red demon holding a giant sword walked out of it. Khurn Bloodletters, also known as Bloodletters. They are one of the most basic demon units in the Khurn army, with a large number. Generally, the main demon army is composed of a large number of Bloodletters and a small number of elite demons. Their brutal nature can be seen from their weapons. Although the number of Khurn Bloodletters summoned by this ritual is not large, for this planet, which is already struggling in defense, this is undoubtedly the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Then, not far from the ritual site, a webway gate appeared. Before the Chaos followers had time to get excited about the opening of the warp rift, they saw the huge webway gate light up. They didn't know what this gate was, and no one cared what it was. It hadn't been lit since humans arrived on this planet. Chaos followers only cared about the gods and chaos. A Khurn vampire left the team and approached with some doubts. He looked at the webway gate, and the thick demon tongue in his mouth seemed to be sniffing the smell in the air. Then, he looked up suddenly. He smelled the smell of war and blood. In response, a thick stick directly hit the head of the Khurn vampire, and the body and head were completely separated. Chapter 27. Khurn Demon. The setting of this demon type is the easiest to understand. They just like fighting, bleeding and skulls. Demons generally like to use fighting to harvest the souls of creatures. Khurn demons are the best at harvesting souls in close combat among demons. They like close combat too much, so that long-range attacks will reduce the damage to Khurn demons, and only close combat attacks can be completely effective. The laser guns commonly used by mortal auxiliary troops have a poor effect on Khurn demons. It may be difficult to kill a Khurn demon even if it is overheated. But if he takes the engineer shovel to fight the Khurn demon, it will definitely be more useful than the laser gun. When the lizardman's big stick hits, this rule is triggered. That stick is very effective. The head of the bloodletter rolled on the ground for dozens of times before it stopped. Before he died, he could see his body falling crookedly. Wyack! The lizardman let out a war cry similar to that of the green-skinned orcs, and then more lizardmen began to walk out through the webway gate. The two portals transported troops at almost the same speed, which made the Chaos believers dumbfounded. I only prayed to one god, why did two portals open? With the brain capacity and thinking mode of the Chaos believers, they probably couldn't figure out what happened. They were still wondering if they had sacrificed the wrong god. But the Khurn demon army didn't care about that. Any force that didn't belong to the Chaos side should be killed. Before the Chaos believers came to their senses, the Khurn demon army changed its direction of advance. The Khurn demon army, which was originally advancing towards the front line of the hive, began to charge towards the lizardmen at the webway gate. But the lizardmen's vanguard troops were not vegetarians either. The bloodletting giant sword and the black big stick collided with each other, starting a hearty close combat, close combat, close combat. The main theme of Warhammer 40K is always close combat. Originally, the Khurn demon army could suppress the lizardmen, but soon the situation changed. The blessed warrior Thuras walked out of the webway gate. This tall lizardman warrior made the nearby Khurn vampires look up. Their swords could only hit his thighs at most. He grabbed a Khurn vampire's head and crushed it with a snap, just like grabbing a rabbit. Then he dragged his huge mace and jumped into the group of Khurn vampires, starting to tear a gap in the position. What the hell is that? The Chaos Space Marines also came to the ceremony site at this moment, and they looked like they had seen a ghost. It's too big. This body is even bigger than the Chaos Space Marine Chapter Master. Ordinary Space Marines are more than 2 meters tall, and that thing is 6 meters tall. But it's still within the acceptable range. It's nothing more than a Khurn champion leading a few teams. Warriors, gather! The pupils under the Chaos Space Marines' helmets shrank before the word gather was spoken. Because in the webway gate, a huge foot stepped out. The Chaos Space Marine was so frightened that he said a word that was engraved in his DNA, but had long been forgotten and despised. Emperor. He didn't know what he was thinking when he said this. Maybe the memory of the Great Crusade was engraved in the mind of this veteran. Don't ask him how he lived for 10,000 years. The time in the warp is unstable. He may have lived for only a few hundred years. After the Chaos Space Marine veteran reacted, he quickly changed his words and shouted loudly in the communication channel, Blood God, what's the matter with that abominable giant creature? Heavy firepower, we need heavy firepower. Transport all the heavy vehicles and demon engines that have been stored in the bottom of the box. Heavy firepower, right? Here it comes. The first time Godzilla stepped out of the webway gate, he saw a large number of Kern blood letters. The vast red was particularly eye-catching. Then, Godzilla opened his mouth. A light that made people daydream lit up from the depths of the throat. Some Kern vampires were even attracted by the energy in Godzilla's mouth and looked up. Accompanied by a burst of energy surge sound, a thick blue beam of light shot out from Godzilla's mouth and began to sweep across the Kern vampires' line. The Chaos Space Marines saw the strongest firepower they had ever seen on the ground. Wherever the radiation heat beam passed, the Kern vampires that were directly hit were directly vaporized without even a drop of blood. The Kern vampires that were affected by the periphery were luckier. Because of Kern's blessing, they had a very high resistance to the impact of the explosion and high heat. However, a large group of Kern vampires were blown away by the impact of the nuclear explosion and smashed into the buildings of the distant hive. The Kern vampires farther away were almost unharmed. Nuclear radiation had no effect on chaos demons. They were not ordinary creatures and did not worry that nuclear radiation would destroy their body structure. Godzilla stopped the output of radiation heat beams. The ritual field, which was originally full of Kern demons, now only had less than 20% of them, and they were all bloodletters that had not been attacked because of the battle with the lizardmen. This number was no longer enough to stop the lizardmen from walking out of the webway gate. The Chaos Believer was completely dumbfounded, and he knelt down on the spot. In his opinion, the huge creature was simply the incarnation of a god in the warp who came to the battlefield in person. It didn't matter which god it was, as long as it wasn't the false emperor. As for Godzilla attacking Kern the Bloodletter, it's not just a day or two for the Chaos Evil gods to fight with each other. They don't even have the consciousness to be nothing more than Chaos Believers. What's even more surprising is that those lizard men actually didn't attack the kneeling Chaos Believer. As for the other Chaos Believers who didn't kneel down and even took up weapons to attack them, they were beaten to death by the lizard men one by one. Blood stained the earth again. Come on, system, tell me what the current situation is? This planet is now being invaded by chaos. Chaos demons and Chaos Space Marines have occupied a large area of territory outside this hive. Only a small number of Ultramarines and a certain amount of mortal auxiliary forces remain in this hive to resist. Well, as always the Empire is taking a beating. It is common knowledge among Empire Hammer players that both humans and ghosts are showing off, and only the Empire is being beaten. The terrible thing is that the Empire has not been defeated yet. Anyway, every time a major event occurs, such as Gilliman's resurrection, the demons will destroy several Empire worlds to celebrate. Godzilla is probably on a planet that has been destroyed by demons. They are all vampires, not the Demon Alliance, but the forces on Kern's side, well, the simplest one. Kern is indeed the simplest one. Compared to Nurgle who plays the plague, Tseentch who plays the trick, and Slaanesh who plays the bewitchment, Kern's principles are very simple. If you can beat it, you win, if you can't beat it, you lose. No other results. Chapter 28. The hive is so big. Godzilla looked at the huge urban complex in front of him, which was one of the characteristics of the human empire, the Hive City. It's called the Hive City, but it has nothing to do with the hive, except that the population there is very, very large. The tallest building in the Hive City is more than several kilometers tall. It is simply a huge mountain range that makes Godzilla look as small as an insect. But what Godzilla said is enough to scare any Hive City noble to death. It's definitely better to demolish the city than Tokyo. The Hive City can be roughly divided into 4 levels, the Spire, the Upper Hive, the Lower Hive and the Bottom Hive. The class differentiation in these 4 areas is also very clear. The top of the tower is the area where the nobles of the hive are located, and life is naturally the best. Shangchao is an area where various social elites live. Their lives are slightly worse than those at the top of the tower, but they are also stable and healthy. Xiakao is an area where various workers and civilians live. The living environment is very poor. Garbage and pollutants can be seen everywhere. There are not enough supplies. Starvation is a common thing. But it is better than the Bottom Nest. The Bottom Nest is a city cluster built directly underground. It is in a state of anarchy all the time and is filled with all kinds of criminals, aliens, twisted creatures, and mutant creatures. The environment here is no longer it's so bad, it would be better to live on a bad planet without civilization than here. Most of the Chaos Believers on this planet are local residents of the hive. This is normal. You never know what monsters will pop up from the bottom of the Hive City. Chaos Believers, Gene Stealers, Nurglings. One day, rats mutate into humanoid creatures and shout yes, yes, and even Godzilla no surprise at all. This is one of the reasons why time travelers don't want to come to the Warhammer world. There is a high probability that they will travel through the bottom nest and the lower nest. Being in the bottom nest is worse than being born in the subspace, and being in the lower nest is better, but with the tender skin and tender flesh of the person who travels, most of them will die. The lizardmen cleared out the last batch of Khurn vampires. The demons summoned by this batch of rituals were only vampires, not even a big devil. After the vampires died, their bodies quickly dissipated. Subspace enemies are like this. Although they will bleed, their bodies will disappear quickly after death. Is this the only enemy? There are 8 ritual grounds. You have only solved one that has just been opened, and the other 7 are still there. 8. This number is the number of Khurn, 6 is Slaanesh, 7 is Nurgle, and 9 is Tseanch. It has no meaning, it is just a number that the 4 gods of chaos like. What numbers did the Emperor like? Maybe 13? 8 ceremonial venues. Okay, let's start the fight, let's start the fight. Mission: blood sacrifice to the blood god, skull sacrifice to the skull throne. Mission description: on a planet in Ultramar, the demon army of Khurn and the Chaos Space Marines are invading the hive world of this planet. This is the first step of Godzilla's great expedition. In this faraway place from home in the extreme star field, who can win the victory between Godzilla and the gods of subspace? Task reward: destroy 1 ritual site and get 20 points. Destroy all the ritual sites and get an additional 40 points. At this moment, in the rest of the ceremony grounds, the demon army of Khurn is continuously walking out of the subspace cracks. This crack is not stable and will disappear with a little intervention. But that's enough. The demon army of Khurn rushed into the hive and began to harvest the last life from the hive. Civilians, mortal auxiliaries, and the last of the space marines would die, no doubt about it. At this time, on the other side of the hive, completely opposite to Godzilla, a bloodthirsty Khurn walked out of the crack. This was a standard demonic monster. It has a huge scarlet body, wings that seem to be unable to support the body at all, growing behind it, and the devil's horns on top of its head are blood red. He also held 2 huge axes in his hands. As soon as the bloodthirsty demon of Khurn came out, he looked up to the sky and let out a huge roar. This roar pierced the sky, penetrated the hive, and reached the ears of the Ultramarines. This voice, isn't it? It's a demon. Bloodthirsty demon, this is Khurn's archdemon unit. However, it must be made clear that the great demons are also divided into levels, and not every great demon has the same power. Dedicate your blood and head to the throne. The marching speed of Khurn's demonic army began to increase under the command of the big demon, and the bloodthirsty demon also advanced step by step towards the interior of the hive city. The hive city was too big, and it was worthy of him to make a big fuss in the hive city for fear of sacrifice and sacrifice blood. The Chaos followers also raised their weapons and began to charge. For a time, the Imperial defense line inside the hive city shrank again. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we reach the top of the tower. But Godzilla has already entered the hive. The hive city is so big that when Godzilla walks on the streets of the hive city, the streets look very spacious. There are Gothic-style buildings on both sides, which are more or less damaged. There are no living people inside, and the whole city is no different from a dead city. No, not a complete dead city. Not long after Godzilla entered the city, he was attacked by Chaos followers. Kill him. Abominable monster, the gods will take your soul. Whoa, whoa. These Chaos believers stood on the buildings on both sides, holding various live ammunition and energy weapons used by the mortal auxiliary army, but there were also some mentally ill Chaos believers who rushed over with chain swords, trying to make Godzilla bleed. Godzilla was hit by a barrage of fire, but suffered no damage. This level of attack was totally unfeeling, not even a tickle. He turned his body slightly, unconsciously stepped on the Chaos believer who was wielding the chainsaw sword to attack him, and then swung his tail violently. The building next to him was directly torn apart by Godzilla, from bottom to top, tearing out a huge diagonal damage, countless bricks, flesh, and glass flying in the air, as well as the pieces of Chaos believers. The lizardmen began to enter the battlefield at this time. On the other side of the building that had not been attacked by Godzilla, the heads of Chaos believers were pierced by spikes. The chameleon stalkers of the lizardmen crawled on the surface of the building with the help of their palms, holding blowguns to assassinate the Chaos believers who were in the way. These invisible assassins are simply nightmares for Chaos believers. But they can't be killed. These Chaos believers are simply endless. After hearing the noise, more Chaos believers are appearing from the corner of the street, and some are driving Chimera troop carriers stolen from the mortal auxiliary army. Kill, kill, kill. The Chaos believers, whose minds were already abnormal, seemed to have forgotten even fear. The only thing in their minds was to cut Godzilla in half. The turret on top of the Chimera troop carrier aimed its double-linked heavy bolt gun at Godzilla and started firing. Bang! A huge spark exploded from Godzilla's body, but that was all. This toy is okay. Chapter 29. Although the Chimera personnel carrier is a pretty big vehicle in the world of Warhammer 40K, in front of Godzilla, it is still as small as a toy. The quality of the equipment of the mortal auxiliary army is definitely inferior to that of the Space Marines. However, in terms of quantity, 1 billion Chaos believers can even defeat a startup war group. Don't ask why it is 1 billion, ask just GW's mathematics. But Godzilla is not a space warrior. Not enough. Godzilla twisted his body and looked at the Chaos believers on the street who were shooting at him from cover. Their madness had already exceeded the scope of human beings. But Godzilla will soon remind them of the most primitive fears in human genes, even if the human genome in their bodies is already pitiful. Godzilla opened his mouth again. This time, the target was the Chaos believers directly in front of him. The entire street became the best shooting angle for Godzilla. The radioactive rays shot out and swept forward from Godzilla's feet. It was unstoppable and undefendable. The blue beam that shattered everything moved forward and swept away everything on the street. Even the huge state church building at the end of the street was blasted out by the radioactive rays and began to collapse. The blow shook the entire hive. The Ultramarines team was all a little unsteady due to the vibration. It wasn't because of their incompetence. The mortal auxiliary army next to them had already fallen to the ground due to the violent vibration. The vibration was really too great. After more than 10 seconds, the vibration slowly stopped. What was that vibration just now? Was a certain power station in the Hive City destroyed? No, the power station explosion shouldn't have only caused this wave of shock. It was the shock caused by a certain attack. How is that possible, unless someone dropped a cyclone torpedo on the hive? Throwing cyclone torpedoes in the Hive City is a good idea. Don't think like that next time. The Ultramarines team was curious about the source of the vibration, but they did not have the energy or ability to check the location of the source of the vibration. On Godzilla's side, the building at the end of the street in front of Godzilla has disappeared, replaced by a passage blasted out by radioactive rays. The cuts in the building are quite neat, and the passage leads all the way to the depths of the nest. Hey, it's so cool to demolish it, but it's a pity that the nest is too big, and it really can't be completely demolished this time. The damage caused by Godzilla's attack was huge, but the hive was even bigger. The city is so big that many people may never leave the hive in their entire lives. The offensive of the Chaos followers was temporarily halted. On both sides of the passage blasted by Godzilla, there were many Chaos believers who had not been directly hit by the radioactive rays. They were looking at the damage to the hive in front of them in shock. The corridors between the hives were blasted to pieces, the tunnels were cut, and a huge canyon appeared between the Chaos believers on both sides. The wind passed through the canyon, making a sound like howling ghosts and wolves. Subsequently, the Chaos followers noticed that their body temperatures were rising, rashes and red spots appeared on their skin, and their bodies began to itch. That tickling sensation in their bones is the stinging sensation caused by the rupture of their cells. The radiation is killing these people, and unless they immediately begin to believe in Nurgle, it is a symptom of certain death. Driven by the itching sensation, the Chaos believers began to scratch their bodies. Their sharp nails dug into the skin, and the skin was torn open, revealing bright red flesh. The blood flowed down their bodies, and they did not care. Itchy, itchy, itchy. They were suffering every moment, and in the end, they collapsed with ulcers all over their bodies. These Chaos believers lay in a pool of blood in an extremely chaotic way. There was no movement anymore. They were all dead. Don't expect civilians in Warhammer 40K to have nuclear radiation protective clothing. If they can wear a gas mask, they are considered well protected. Godzilla continued to move forward, and the lizardmen cleared away the Chaos believers in other streets. Soon, on the way from the lower lair to the upper lair, Godzilla saw a large number of Kern's demonic army. A huge ritual field made of the heads of hive residents appeared in Godzilla's sight. The skull sacrifice is no joke. The ceremonial place where the heads are piled up is like a throne. The demon army of Kern heard the footsteps of Godzilla, and they all looked in the direction of Godzilla. They roared at Godzilla, their mouths opened wide, and their tongues trembled in the roar. The roars in unison formed the demonic form. War cry. Godzilla doesn't hold back either. He roared back, and the roar of his giant beast overwhelmed the roars of all the Kern demon army. The Kern demon army was shouted into silence and took 2 steps back. The lizardmen began to advance from Godzilla's feet, and they began to charge fearlessly. These sturdy-skinned lizard folk roar with war cries, run with long strides, and roar with their maws wide open. The 2 sides couldn't tell who was the devil for a while. The lizardmen and the demons of Kern clashed. It was a hearty fight, Kern's favorite fight in every aspect except that the lizardmen had no souls. The blood-letting sword struck the lizardman's body, leaving a horrific wound. Blood flowed down the lizardman's skin, and the lizardman swung his big stick and hit the Kern vampire on the head, bleeding Kern out. The ghost's head was smashed to pieces. Awesome, awesome, this is Warhammer 40,000 loyal melee combat. The Kern vampires also began to enter a state of fighting frenzy, even forgetting that there was a Godzilla. Godzilla strode onto the battlefield and stepped into the position of Kern's demonic army. At least 5 Kern vampires died in this one step, and some were trampled on the edges. Melee combat, I also want to fight close combat. To be able to fight Godzilla in close combat, one must at least be a warrior-level titan. Unfortunately, such a fringe planet would not have a god's machine. A god-like Kern vampire that was bigger than other Kern vampires rushed towards Godzilla crazily. He relied on his agility to jump on Godzilla's body, and climbed on Godzilla's tail and legs. Get on Godzilla's back, which is a rare foothold. The blood-letting sword was swung down again, and Godzilla's defense was broken this time. The blood-letting sword was similar to the power sword, and had a position that could break the defense. However, it only made a hand-deep wound, which did not even penetrate Godzilla's skin. Wow! The angry god King Kern Bloodletter jumped up, held the sword in his backhand, and thrust it directly into Godzilla's skin below. This time it completely penetrated Godzilla's skin, and the blood-letting sword as tall as a person was completely inserted into Godzilla's skin. He shouted happily, as if he had already seen the scene of the sword tearing Godzilla's flesh and blood. But when the god Kern the vampire tried to pull out his sword, he found that the sword was tightly clamped by Godzilla's muscles, and he could not pull out the sword. The god Kern the vampire calmed down in an instant. Wow wow wow! He drew his sword even more anxiously, but he still couldn't pull it out. Chapter 30. Damn it, something stuck in my back. Godzilla can feel the blood-letting sword thrust into his body. What kind of thing broke my defense? Godzilla is well aware of his defense. In theory, Godzilla has a defense that will not be injured in the center of a nuclear explosion. Human firepower in the normal 2K era cannot hurt Godzilla. But attacks with strong penetrating power are still effective against Godzilla, such as the current blood-letting giant sword. The Lord Kern vampire is considered a stronger vampire. Among Space Marines, he is probably equivalent to the captain of the Space Marines. But he just couldn't draw the sword. There is a huge blood-letting sword with a disintegrating stance inserted into your back. Where did he come from to collapse his position? Oh, it's about the subspace, it's the demons of the Kern family. Isn't it hard to understand that melee combat comes with armor sundering? As the system said, Kern and subspace, not to mention the attack that comes with armor piercing, even the attack with critical hit, can be understood. Don't use your brain to think about the subspace, you can't understand it. Godzilla felt a little itchy on his back, and he began to swing his body, trying to get rid of this troublesome guy. This was not easy. The divine vampire grabbed the hilt of the sword tightly to prevent himself from being thrown off. His sword was squeezed so hard that it could not be thrown out. Isis sensed trouble on Godzilla's side. The seemingly fragile lizard girl did not let the lizard warriors deal with the trouble. Instead, she took action on her own. I haven't had a fight in a long time. I picked up a chain sword used by the mortal auxiliary army from the ground nearby. This kind of chain sword used by mortals is naturally not as good as the chain sword of the Space Marines, but it is very suitable for Isis's body type. As Isis walked forward, her tail swayed back and forth behind her, unhurriedly and gracefully. Her graceful pace looked more like the Maiden of Desire in the palace of the Prince of Joy. But her tail hooked up a bloody axe next to her. The axe was full of spikes. This was no longer the equipment of a mortal auxiliary army, but obviously the equipment of a chaos believer. Then, Isis began to accelerate, and she began to show speeds far beyond those of ordinary lizardmen. Even the most agile lizardman running on all fours could not catch up with her. Such a woman was enough to attract the attention of Slaanesh, but unfortunately, Kern had his sights set earlier. Isis ran all the way, running up Godzilla's back from the tip of his tail. As Godzilla's servant, she was supposed to deal with some annoying little guys for Godzilla. Before the divine vampire could be thrown off, Godzilla paused for a moment. As soon as he stood firm, he saw Isis rushing over with a chain sword in his hand. The chain sword buzzed and the vampire's scalp went numb. But at this time, maybe it was the blessing of Kern, or maybe there was a convulsion in the subspace, and the bloodletting sword that had been unable to be pulled out was finally able to be pulled out. The divine vampire quickly raised the bloodletting sword to block the chain sword. The bloodletting sword and the chain sword rubbed wildly, sparks flashing out. The divine vampire just wanted to use his strength and pushed Isis away. But the next second, Isis turned around suddenly, as if dancing, and hit the vampire's head with the giant axe on her tail, which almost shattered the vampire's head. But the lizard man's black axe was used. His head was gone. The divine vampire took 2 steps back. His head was struck by an axe, and he was now a little dazed. Isis's tail shook off the demon's blood on the axe, and she slowly approached the god of bloodletting. She showed a wicked smile and said, "What's wrong? Come on, keep fighting." The divine vampire was retreating continuously. He didn't understand. How could this person be so fierce? It is a big mistake to think that because Isis is a priest, she cannot fight in close combat. Priests in Warhammer 40K may be better at fighting than warriors. Many priests go to the front lines with bolters and chainswords. This is common sense in Warhammer 40K. But Isis is obviously able to hit a little too far. That slender body has terrifying power and extremely strong spiritual power. His slim figure is like the dance of the Eldar when fighting, and he is also the loving high priest of the lizard people. Ah, got it, the lizardman version of Holy Leth. The god-Kern vampire slowed his thoughts for a moment, then let out a roar and began to charge with the bloodletting sword in hand. But this time, Isis didn't give him any chance. Psychic power attaches to the chainsword, imbuing it with blushenic energy. That's right. Isis did not dodge the attack, but directly swung the chainsword. With a stabbing sound, the divine vampire was cut in half from head to crotch. The chainsword brutally tore apart the divine vampire's body. Isis's body was covered with blood, staining her white and tender skin red. Light gauze. Kern and Slaanesh would probably be excited if they saw this scene. The great bloodletting sword in the hands of the divine vampire was also cut in half like its owner and broke on the ground. Comfortable. Isis wiped the blood on her face with the back of her hand. This failed to wipe away the blood, but instead made red blood lines appear on her face. The Kern demon is okay. I'll find a big demon to fight next time. The big demon and ordinary demons are not on the same level. If Isis dares to challenge the big demon, she must be powerful. Back to Godzilla. Hey, it's not itching anymore. Godzilla, who no longer had anything strange on his back, began to continue his previous battle. He swept out with his tail and threw away a large group of vampires. Then he walked towards the ceremony site and stepped on them. The magic circle formed by the skulls of the Empire's citizens was crushed to pieces by Godzilla. It's a pity. Next time we come to the Chaos Temple, it will be more interesting. The Chaos Temple has more than just this kind of defense force. It may be a defense force that is a mixture of demons, Chaos Believers, and Chaos Space Marines. That is not something that ordinary forces would dare to provoke. The second ceremony site was demolished by Godzilla. In the remaining ceremony grounds, the Chaos Space Marines think tank seemed to sense something. He murmured, "The second gate is closed." Judging from the costumes of these Chaos Space Marines, they should be some members of the original Empire's 12th Legion World Eaters. This legion is relatively miserable. As the original Space Marine Legion, their Primarch Angren is even more famous. As for the World Eaters themselves, due to the Great Rebellion of Karn, they have now transformed from a legion into a group of stragglers, divided into hundreds of war gangs, and it is not surprising to appear anywhere. Anyway, a fight will be enough. That damn behemoth! Has the vehicle been summoned? Already summoned. Vehicles of the Chaos Space Marines have gathered around the Chaos Space Marines, as well as some demonic engines burning with flames like flying dragons. These guys are as huge as a Thunderhawk fighter plane, about 20 to 30 meters in length. You must know that the Thunderhawk fighter is one of the air transport vehicles of the Space Marines. Very well, let those lizard-like beasts and that abominable beast feel the wrath of the World Eater. Blood sacrifice to the Blood God, skull sacrifice to the Skull Throne. Chapter 31. The second ceremonial site was dismantled, and Kern's daemon host was once again cleared. Although the lizardmen were slightly killed in battle, they were not as heavy as the demon army of Kern. It was impossible to fight Kern without any casualties. Fighting Kern had to bleed on both sides, otherwise Kern would not be happy. Next, Godzilla starts heading to the third ceremony site. At this time, 3 demon engines began to appear in the sky of the Hive City. They had steel wings and demonic flames burned in their skeletons. Their dragon head-shaped heads scanned the lizard people below, and then landed on the 3 buildings. On the roof. This daemon engine is called a Hell Wyvern. These giant jet dragon-like chaos fighters were once just ordinary space marine fighters, but were later twisted by the power of the warp into a flying daemon engine. The pilot trapped inside had long since died, his body fused with the fuselage, and his soul was bound to the demonic engine. The hell-flying dragon roared like a dragon roar, but in fact this was the scream from the soul of the former pilot. Hey, here are 3 big toys. Compared with the previous Chimera troop carriers of the mortal auxiliary army, the demon engine is not so easy to see. The troop transport has high energy production, but the output of the demon engine is very low. Most demons are unwilling to enter the demon engine. Faced with the roar of the Hell Dragon, Godzilla roared back. Both sides were full of momentum, but Godzilla's roar was vaguely louder. In human terms. What are you yelling at? Why are you yelling at me? You try yelling again. Just try it. A hell-flying dragon took off with its jet and hit Godzilla's face. It pounced on Godzilla like a bird of prey and sprayed hellfire towards Godzilla's face. This size difference is somewhat similar to the legendary Godzilla and the legendary Muto. The Hell Wyvern's claws were beyond comparison with the bloodletting giant sword, and they hooked deeply into Godzilla's skin. The flames smeared on Godzilla's face, blocking Godzilla's sight. Can Godzilla with his violent temper endure this? He grabbed the hell-flying dragon's back on the spot, pulled him off his body, and threw him heavily to the ground. Boom! The hell-flying dragon was badly hit, and deep pits were created on the ground, but it was a demon engine after all. He struggled to stand up again. Then, Godzilla stepped on it. Even if the strength of the demon engine was stepped on, it was completely crushed from the chest position. The first hell-flying dragon died suddenly on the spot, its parts were scattered on the ground, and the demonic flames in its body gradually dissipated. Come! Godzilla looked at the remaining 2 hell-flying dragons, and glanced back and forth at the 2 hell-flying dragons with violent eyes. The 2 hell-flying dragons also flew from 2 angles, with flames spraying behind them, and they attacked with extremely fast jet flight. To Godzilla. Then, Godzilla quickly turned around and flicked his tail. The 2 hell-flying dragons were all in the attack path of Godzilla's tail flick, but they couldn't avoid it. The tip of the flicking tail had already reached several times the speed of sound. After hitting the first hell-flying dragon, the hell-flying dragon was driven by the terrifying power of the tail and smashed towards the second hell-flying dragon. The last 2 hell-flying dragons were stacked together and were hit hard by Godzilla's tail to the building next to them. The huge hive building suffered heavy damage again. However, the 2 hell-flying dragons are not dead yet. Despite the horrific impact, they slowly climbed up from the building, but Godzilla began to strike again. There was a surge of energy from behind, and the light in Godzilla's mouth overflowed from between his teeth. Almost at the moment Godzilla opened his mouth, radiation rays shot out, bombarding the 2 hell-flying dragons. Body. The first hell-flying dragon was burned through its chest almost instantly, letting out a scream that reached to its soul. The second hell-flying dragon blocked the damage of the first one, but it also blocked a little damage. The radiation rays penetrated the first hell-flying dragon and bombarded the second hell-flying dragon. His steel body was melting, and the scarlet hellfire in his body was being invaded by radioactive rays and turning into blue light. Finally, in the dazzling blue light, the hell-flying dragon exploded. The 2 hell-flying dragons were penetrated together with the Imperial building they smashed. This time, the Ultramarines finally observed the blue beam of light that penetrated the hive. The Ultramarines under the helmets were all extremely surprised. We didn't know there were super heavy weapons in this world that could cause such an attack. Yeah, this is obviously not an ordinary weapon. The scale of this attack, let alone Space Marines, even a Titan unit can't handle it. Even if Titan has a void shield, it does not mean that the shield can be output without limit. Sooner or later, the shield will be broken. Are we retreating? Captain. The Space Marine commander shook his head. No. The order they received was to defend the planet to the death. Under the protection of the mortal auxiliary army, they could barely maintain their front. Once they leave, many people will die. Besides, they shouldn't have changed the order. Other planets are also being attacked by traitors and demons. We should not retreat. Maybe the attack was sent by a device of the enemy. In that case, let us usher in a glorious death, for Macrage. The somewhat shaken morale of the Ultramarines returned to normal at this moment, and even increased by a few points. For Macrage. Live up to the glory of the Ultramarines. There is good news, and of course there is bad news. The Kern Demon army summoned from other ritual sites is already very close to the Spire front, and the Ultramarines are about to face a Kern Demon. The morale of the Space Marines increased greatly, but the morale of the Chaos Space Marines was not so good. What did you say? The Chaos Space Marine raised the Chaos Cultist with one hand to report the battle. 3 demon engines have been completely destroyed. They didn't even last 3 minutes. The Chaos Space Marine was so angry that he crushed the head of the Chaos Believer. He roared to the sky angrily, "Godzilla, Godzilla!" He didn't know how he knew the name Godzilla, but he just knew the name. He shouted Godzilla's name like crazy. The Chaos Space Marines behind him looked at me and I looked at you, but no one dared to admonish this commander, or even stay away a little to avoid being driven crazy by him. Make 2 cuts. Let the troops move forward quickly and stop Godzilla before he reaches the next ceremony. Godzilla. The other Chaos Space Marines also knew the name, and they did not wonder why the giant beast was called Godzilla. No matter what his name is, just chop it down and that's it. The Chaos Space Marines began to advance at a faster pace. Behind them, super heavy tanks exceeding 20 meters in size could even be seen. The barrel is thicker than Godzilla's arm. Chapter 32. This demon engine is okay, but it's not powerful enough. Not weak enough. Godzilla knows what his current level is. Even the 2nd generation Godzilla cannot beat him. This demon engine may be dismantled by humans in the 2K era. Of course, it will definitely take a lot of effort. I'm thinking about something more weak. It is true that the current gadgets are not weak enough. The Hell Dragon dares to attack ground units alone. If it is placed in the Krieg position, it will probably be sieved by the intensive anti-aircraft firepower. There is no infantry and tank coordination, no covering firepower, just the giant beast charging into the formation. Unfortunately, Godzilla is bigger, stronger, and weak. Many people may be curious about what weak means. This is a characteristic and adjective of green-skinned orcs. You can understand that all words such as bigger, stronger, more capable, and more cunning can be described by weak. Big means good, big means strong, big means weak. That's probably what it means. And Godzilla is clearly the most weak of the lizardmen. However, the lizardmen also began to encounter enemies with sufficient organization. An attack array composed of Chaos Space Marines, Chaos Cultists, the Dark Mechanicum, and the Demons of Kern appeared within the sight of the lizardmen, as well as the defense on the other side of the street with the help of bunkers, vehicles, and turrets. Don't let these heretics go any further. For the Emperor. Both sides were engaged in intensive firepower, but the mortal auxiliaries were obviously at a disadvantage. The Chaos Space Marines and Kern Vampires strode forward and attacked the mortal positions. The lasguns of the mortal auxiliaries are useless against Chaos Space Marines, and attack shots are no more effective than flashlights on Chaos Space Marines. Even with the help of large-caliber vehicles, it is almost impossible to stop the Kern Demon army from advancing with the firepower of the mortal auxiliary army. As for which army they are? It doesn't matter, they are all loyal subjects of the Empire. One of the World Eater's Space Marines swung his arm violently, knocking away a mortal auxiliary beside him, and then heard something. In this chaotic and bloody battlefield, that voice actually made him temporarily put aside his desire to kill. Boom! Muffled, huge, and heavy, the Chaos Space Marine turned to look in the direction of the sound, and a tall figure appeared between the buildings. Coming! The Chaos Space Marine roared. Godzilla is coming! For a moment, anyone who heard his roar stopped attacking and turned to look at the behemoth. Your Majesty, the Emperor! A mortal auxiliary wearing a helmet with the Sky Eagle emblem was fighting hand-to-hand with a Chaos Believer. But the moment he saw Godzilla, his fight with the Chaos Believer stopped. That creature! What is that creature? What he didn't know was that the creature was the same as the Emperor he believed in. It came from Holy Terra, tens of thousands of light years away from the ultramarine star field, and it was also one of the oldest creatures in Holy Terra. He is the oldest Titan creature. It is a god believed by ancient humans. It is the incarnation of nature born from destruction. It is also a natural disaster that brings destruction to all enemies. The arrival of Godzilla changed the situation on the battlefield from a battle between Chaos and the Empire to a battle between Chaos and Godzilla. The Chaos Space Marines were already waiting for Godzilla's arrival. It's the giant beast in the communication. It's so big, it's worth cutting down. Blood sacrifice to the blood god, blood sacrifice to the blood god. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. One World Eater's brain was even more congested. I don't know if he had the butcher's nail in his brain or if he was really brainless. In short, this Chaos Space Marine rushed towards Godzilla with 2 axes in hand. He was so fearless that other World Eaters thought he was too bold. The Lizard Man appeared around Godzilla at this time, and the World Eater slashed several axes in succession. His movements were very fast, and the Lizard Man was forced back. He broke through the front a little, but only a little. As he continued to charge forward, his red helmet decorated like rabbit ears was chopped off along with his head. In the face of Isis's psychic power, his power armor was as brittle as paper. This chainsaw axe is good, but a little too big. Isis' tail hooked up to the Kern chainsaw, which she liked very much. It's a nice toy, boys. Go. No need to talk nonsense, the lizardman rushed to the front. What followed was a fierce battle. The 3 parties mixed together, which greatly reduced the pressure on the Mortal Auxiliary Army. The Mortal Auxiliary Army were all surprised and shocked. At first, when they saw Godzilla and the Lizardman, they thought they are the Tyranids. In this regard, the shape of the Lizardman's skull does have a bit of a Tyranid style. Godzilla is more like the Titan of the swarm. What is going on? An alien that I have never seen before. Commander, this is Position 3. There is a situation on our side. The commander of the Mortal Auxiliary Army, who was commanding the entire battlefield, received the communication and immediately asked, "Soldier, report the situation." We were blocking the heretic's attack, but suddenly an alien army appeared and was fighting the heretic. The commander frowned. The Mortal Auxiliary Army commander's mechanical eyes flickered, making it impossible to read his thoughts. His eyes scanned the projection sand table. After a few seconds, he made his decision. Let the artillery fire on all enemies, be they aliens or heretics, be damned. Commander, there is one more thing that must be reported. We believe that those damn heretics may not be the opponents of those alien races. Soldier, why do you make such a judgment? You must know that your wrong judgment may lead to the sacrifice of many companions. Everyone is the Emperor's precious property and cannot be sacrificed in vain. This commander is quite competent. He cares more about the Empire's victory than casualties. Such a commander is already a relatively good commander. Some idiot commanders don't care about others at all and only care about their own life and death. Commander, as we were just talking, in my line of sight, more than 3 Chaos Space Marines have been judged to have been killed, and now there are 4. This was beyond the commander's expectation. After all, every time a Chaos Space Marine was eliminated, the lives of many mortal auxiliary soldiers had to be sacrificed. Now there are 5, and the enemy has lost even more Chaos cultists and demons. Shrink the front, retreat to the streets behind, and let the unknown alien race fight the heretics first. A wise choice. Obviously the commander didn't expect this alien race to be so capable of fighting. Chapter 33. The Chaos Space Marines did not expect the Lizardmen to be so capable of fighting. As long as it can fight, in the medieval Warhammer next door, the Lizardmen can fight the Kern Demon army with their big sticks. This 40K version of the Lizardmen created by Godzilla naturally has a close combat ability that is comparable to the Kern Demon army. Military. A Chaos Space Marine of the World Eaters had just chopped a Lizardman from head to toe with a chain axe. The next second, the Chaos Space Marine was stabbed through the head by a Lizardman with a spear. It turned out to be a battle loss close to 1:1, which was a very heavy loss for the Chaos Space Marines. There were not many people, and the battle damage was huge. The Chaos offensive was suppressed by the Lizardmen. If not for the large number of Kern vampires filling the front line and the long-range firepower of the Chaos cultist troops, this World Eater squad would have been overwhelmed. Your Majesty the Emperor, do those aliens rely on those primitive weapons to fight those demons? They remind me of those green-skinned orcs. The green-skinned orcs also dared to fight the Kern demons with their crude weapons, but the green-skinned orcs generally couldn't kill the vampires in a 1v1. But there are so many green-skinned orcs, so many that the devil's scalp is numb. The lizardmen don't have as many green-skinned orcs, so the unit quality is higher. Godzilla did not immediately participate in the battle, he was more watching the battle. Along with the gradually shrinking chaos front, a sound of artillery appeared on the battlefield. The explosion was nothing, but this explosion was too loud. A violent explosion occurred in the lizardmen's line, and the fire of the explosion was almost like a small nuclear explosion. The heat wave generated by the explosion even swept into the faces of the distant mortal auxiliaries, and they had to immediately hide behind the bunkers of the ruins of the building. When the heat wave dissipated, they saw the source of the explosion. It was a tank with a super huge gun barrel. It seemed to be a modified model of the Stormblade super heavy tank. The originally deadly plasma blaster was replaced by the Demon Engine's skull cannon. The shell just now was fired by the skull cannon. The Stormblade super heavy tank is a terrifying super heavy vehicle that can smash even space marines to pieces. Even if a Titan takes a shot, it will probably still be left with HP, let alone equipped with the skull cannon of the Kern Daemon. Is it the Stormblade super heavy tank? Oh, damn heretic, what a blasphemous transformation that is. It actually dismantled the loyal plasma blaster. An Empire's mechanical prosthetic eyes are so angry that they start to produce garbled characters. Messiah, I can even hear the machine soul of that Stormblade super heavy tank wailing. Although most people listen to machine souls as amusement, machine souls do exist. At some point, the machine's sudden loss of control and performance improvement are mostly related to the machine soul. That kind of thing cannot even be explained by science. The machine soul can even make the barrel without shells eject ammunition, or break through the performance limitations of the machine. Hordes of Chaos Space Marines and Chaos Cultists are coming. Godzilla. The Chaos Space Marines roar and rage into battle. Behind them were more heavy vehicles, and they had begun to fire. Explosive flames began to light up on Godzilla's body. The muzzles of the secondary weapons and assault cannons also began to shoot out chains of bullets, bombarding the ground. In the lizardman's position, the lizardman's attack was blocked. The World Eaters knew that the best defense was to attack. Regardless of the accidental damage caused by artillery fire, they and the vampires pressed against the lizardmen again. Well, it's like a war, the infantry charges, the artillery fires, and the artillery blasts the infantry. The lizardmen had always been in close combat before, but when they suddenly faced the Chaos Space Marines who changed their strategies, they suffered a lot of losses. However, the lizardmen also began to change their strategies. From behind Godzilla, a large number of flames shot out, crossed with the firepower of the Chaos Space Marines, and bombarded the Chaos Space Marines' position. After the vehicle where the Chaos Believers were located was hit, a huge hole was melted out of their strong armor. Molten iron dripped into the bodies of the Chaos Believers along the damaged area, causing the brainless Chaos Believers to scream in pain. Even if the Demon Engine, whose whole body is burning with flames, is hit, the iron frame on its body will melt. Not only that, some Chaos Believers in the shooting position began to fall down inexplicably. If you look closely, they all have a slender black thorn stuck in their heads. Only one Chaos Space Marine noticed something strange around him and fired a shot into the air with his backhand. A chameleon rogue fell, their defenses too weak to stop even the knives of the mortal auxiliaries, let alone the bolters of the Chaos Space Marines. However, the Chaos Space Marine's head was also pierced by another thorn fired from the back of his head. Chaos offensive was blocked again. Then, the heavyweights entered the scene. Boom! Godzilla entered the scene under the flames of the explosion, crushing a Chimera troop carrier on the front line with one kick, and the blood of Chaos followers burst out from the gaps in the troop carrier. What? The Chaos Space Marines were shocked. This is impossible, why can't this guy be killed? Isn't this a matter of course? If you want to fight me, you must at least have a Titan unit. The Stormblade super heavy tank is indeed a threat to the Titans, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a Titan killer, but similarly, the Titans are a huge threat to any super heavy tank, and the identities of the hunter and the prey may change at any time. Now is the time for exchange. As Godzilla steps forward, the Chaos Space Marines can cut off Godzilla's legs and tail without charging. A World Eater swung his double axe furiously and slashed at it. But all it could do was rub countless sparks on Godzilla's skin, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make any further progress. Until Godzilla moved away from his feet, the World Eater was unable to deal any effective damage. Ah! The angry Chaos Space Marine was helpless and furious, but there was nothing he could do. If he had used a power sword, maybe the results would have been better. At this moment, the skull cannon was loaded and fired his second shot. The cannonball with a caliber in meters flew out and hit Godzilla's face. The second wave of explosions exploded on Godzilla's head. Godzilla was completely swallowed up by the fire. Anyone who saw that scene would be shocked. Arrive! The Chaos Believers raised their weapons high and shouted excitedly. In their opinion, Godzilla must be dead. However, Godzilla's claws grabbed the Stormblade Super Heavy tank. This thing was not small. It was a behemoth that could easily crush even a space marine to death, but it was still picked up by Godzilla. It even looks small compared to Godzilla. This chess piece is okay, it's big enough. Then, Godzilla threw the thing out with everyone watching. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, this thing was thrown in the direction of the Imperial position. The frightened mortal auxiliary troops immediately fled away from the place where the super heavy tank fell. Boom! The sound of falling to the ground was deafening. P.S. It's on the recommendation list. Please vote for recommendation and come and read more. Chapter 34. The brute force displayed by Godzilla was enough to remind the Empire's mortal auxiliary soldiers of the god machines. Those god machines as tall as buildings and mountains could even carry a church building. However, because of this, the morale of the Chaos Space Marines has not collapsed. Because the Chaos Space Marines have seen god machines as tall as Godzilla, and the former World Eaters also had their own demon titans, but the current World Eaters are lonely. Compared with other demon primarchs, Angren is a capable boss, but he is definitely not a boss who is good at commanding. The Chaos Offensive is retreating. The Empire swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Commander, is the communication still stable? I can hear it, soldier, how is the battle going? Those heretic troops have been repelled, and those aliens have a behemoth that exceeds the size of the Warlord Titan. This mortal auxiliary soldier has seen the Warlord Titan, and there are 3 of them. It was a battle between humans and the Eldar. The Eldar also dispatched 2 Titans, and the battle was very tragic. Have those alien races advanced into the city? No, not yet. Soldier, what's your name? Sergeant Randall, sir. Very good, Randall, now follow my instructions and lead the troops to withdraw from position 3. Our other positions have been breached. I need you to continue to shrink the defense line and reach the spire area to set up defense lines. Yes, Commander. Randall, we finally know the name of this mortal auxiliary soldier who may die soon. But now is not the time to discuss his name. The retreat of the Chaos troops means that the lizardmen have begun to enter the site of the human position, and the lizardmen have also begun to see humans. Isis glanced at the human position. Her psychic power has long known the humans' thoughts. Running so fast. The speed of the human line shrinking exceeded Isis's imagination. With the transportation of the few remaining troop transport vehicles, these mortal auxiliary troops began to retreat quickly from the alleys, main streets, and even sewers. Obviously very familiar with the terrain here. Isis said to a chameleon stalker, "Follow them." She naturally had to follow the movements of humans. She had no good feelings towards humans, especially since she knew that humans had the ability to destroy planets. Isis would try her best to prevent the planet where Godzilla was located from being destroyed, which would cause Godzilla to float in the universe. Godzilla did not have the ability to fly in the universe. Once the planet was destroyed, Godzilla could not go back. Okay, next it's time to follow Lord Godzilla to the 4th ritual site. Isis continued to follow Godzilla to the 4th ritual site. On the human side, the Empire finally saw Godzilla. The Ultramarines walked into the command room and asked the commander, "Commander, why did you call us back? The soldiers on the front line are being suppressed by the Chaos Demons. We are in a hurry." "I'm sorry to call you back, Sergeant Carrion, but in fact, you have to take a look at this." Godzilla's battle video record was played. Just the first glance shocked this veteran of the Ultramarines. "My 500 worlds. It's normal to be surprised, but it's not normal not to be surprised. Is that the Tyranids?" "No, they don't show the characteristics of the Tyranids that devour everything. In fact, as you know, there are no Tyranids in the star field of the 500 worlds for the time being. We don't know where they went, but that beast is definitely not a Tyranid. Then what could he be?" "Godzilla," the commander said, "although I don't know what happened, I think he's called this name. Godzilla, I have an impression of this name. Don't mess with Godzilla." The extreme warrior remembered the words that the think tanks had conveyed not long ago. The second captain of the extreme warriors, Kato Sicarius, had also brought back some information about Godzilla. It is said that it was a primitive beast on a certain planet and had fought with the Tyranids. And also brought a sentence. Don't mess with Godzilla. This is the benefit of having a biological father. Guess if the emperor on the golden throne dreamed of the Earth in the 2K era in the middle of the night, where he and a beautiful girl were eating popcorn and drinking Coke in a movie theater, and a monster movie was playing on the screen, and the monster was beating up a three-headed golden dragon from outer space. Then he really saw Godzilla in the distant and dark 40th millennium. Oh, God, this is definitely a nightmare. So, we don't attack those aliens? Instead, we let them act freely in our cities. At least most cities are no longer under our jurisdiction, Commander. The Ultramarines were still relatively rational and did not fire just because the lizardmen were aliens. If it were the Inquisition, it would have pulled out the cannons to bombard the lizardmen, and maybe even taken out the extermination order. As long as they don't actively attack us, we'd better not attack them. After all, the words of the think tank are often very referenced. Psychics sometimes receive the Emperor's oracles, which is common sense in the current empire. Okay, my idea is not to attack these aliens for the time being. We don't have enough troops to attack them. We are exhausted just to defend the existing front line. Commander, this is position 6. We have been breached. There is a Kern daemon. I repeat, there is a daemon. Oh, damn it. Along with the communication came the screams of humans and the sound of broken buildings. The roar of the great demon of Kern was the last sound of this communication. Finally, communications broke down. Big Devil. Oh, Your Majesty. Sergeant Carrion of the Ultramarines turned serious. We're all going to die here. Each of the big demons has terrifying combat power. Let alone appearing here, even if they appear on the tightly defended Ultramarines' home planet Makraj, they can cause a bloody storm. The most famous summoning event of the Kern demons was the 8 Kern demons summoned on Terra during the Horus Heresy. That's in Holy Terra. On the holographic sand table, the position of position 6 quickly turned red and rushed towards the top of the tower. Position number 6 has been breached, and demons are pouring into the last refuge. It's over, it's all over, our defense line is all over. You don't need to even think about what will happen if the demonic army of Kern rushes into the mortal crowd. Everyone will die. This scene, which had been rare for centuries, also attracted a certain famous person from Warhammer. A skeleton-like metal skeleton holding a cane appeared high on the city building, overlooking the battlefield below. The red Kern demon in the battlefield was already killing mortals like a no-man's land. There was a faint light shining in the metal skull's eye sockets. He murmured, "Oh, this is really a rare collection." Indeed, in terms of quantity, the great demon of Kern is much smaller than the Imperial Guards. It is no wonder that Trazyn the Endless is moved. Oh, correct me. There are far fewer Kern demons appearing in the real universe than the Emperor's Imperial Guard. Chapter 35. The Necron, a race that has been the overlord of the galaxy long before the birth of mankind. They were not born with the active metal bodies they have today. At that time, they were not called Necron, but Necrontyr. The Necrontyr's home planet is a planet full of poison and harmful radiation. For this reason, their lifespan is extremely short, but even so, they have developed extremely powerful technology. Then, they went through that big battle. War in Heaven. The great battle between the ancient saints and the star gods was a local battle that far exceeded the scale of the Imperial Great Expedition. The ancient orcs, the ancestors of the green-skinned orcs, and the previous Eldar participated in this battle. They were the ancient holy party. The Necrontyrs are on the side of the star gods. The star god is a conceptual being of the laws of the universe. Similar to the star god next door who destroyed the Star Dome Railway, the star god took a fancy to the bodies of the Necrontyr and gave them technology to overcome their physical defects. Thus was born the Necron race. They lost their bodies and souls, replaced by active metals that could repair themselves and memories that could be transferred. But soon the Necrons discovered that the C'tan had deceived them. The future of their race had lost the possibility of development under the confinement of active metals, and the Necrons' active metals had no way to resist the erosion of time. As a result, the Silent King, the supreme leader of the Necrons, launched a rebellion. The angry Necrons began to attack the star gods. Many star gods were beaten into pieces, and some of the fragments were taken by the Necrons as the Necrons' energy supply. After that, the Necrons began a long slumber, and their dynasties hibernated underground on planets to avoid the erosion of time on their bodies. In the 40th millennium of the imperial calendar, the Necrons have begun to gradually recover. Sometimes when they wake up, they will find that there are some more buildings on their planet, and some are more alien creatures. In short, because no one knows the location of all the Necron dynasties, any space appears from the ground of the planet. Not even the dead souls are surprised. Trazyn the Endless was one of the Necrons who woke up earlier. Let's talk about the level differentiation of the Necrons. The highest one is the King of Silence. His status is like the Emperor of the Empire. He is sacred and inviolable. No dynasty can violate his will. Next is the Council of Three Saints. They are second only to the King of Silence, and their status is slightly higher than that of the King of France. Then there are the Pharaohs, whose status is similar to that of the Primarchs, or the Pharaohs of ancient Egypt, each with its own dynasty. After the King of France comes the Overlord. They are the leaders who are inferior to the King of King. Trazyn the Endless is an Overlord. He has his own tomb world. This tomb world belongs to the Nihilak dynasty, so there is a difference between him and the Silent King. 3 levels. This is why the Endless Trazyn dares to collect figures everywhere, but does not dare to touch the Necron Technology Magnificent Star Map, because it is the private property of the Silent King. If he dares to touch it, the Silent King will let him go. Other dynasties destroyed him. As the most technologically advanced race in the galaxy, the Necrons have extraordinary achievements everywhere and rarely suffer defeat. The figures collected by Endless Trazyn include an Emperor's Imperial Guard, a team of Ultramarines from the 30K era, a 15-meter-tall ancient orc warrior, and a series of other things that ordinary people cannot see. But the Great Daemon of Khurn really doesn't have one. Because it is very difficult to bring a Khurn demon to the real universe. However, it seems there are more interesting collections here. The image transmitted back by the undead beetle appeared in front of Trazyn's eyes, and Godzilla was marching with the lizard people. Oh, what an amazing creation! He will become one of the most eye-catching additions to my display cabinet. This was the first time for the Ultramarines to see the Great Demon of Khurn. Their previous enemies were often only possessed warriors, champions of Khurn, and the like. Even then, it would take a huge loss of troops to defeat the enemy. Sergeant Carrion put on his helmet and stood ready to say to the Ultramarines, "The time has come to sacrifice your life for 500 worlds." The rest of the Ultramarines are also very serious. Against the big demon, Khurn is still the most powerful demon. Without the determination to die, it is difficult to even hurt him. Although actually retreating is the better option. But the Ultramarines were unable to retreat, and they didn't even have a single flying vehicle left. On the other side, the Great Demon of Khurn had already penetrated the Empire's defenses, but he had heard Godzilla's roar long before. An obscure demonic roar came from the mouth of Khurn. Godzilla. Angry, extremely angry, the wrath of Khurn has nowhere to vent. He strode into the Imperial army and chopped down the troop carrier that was shooting at him with an axe. The already riddled troop carrier was chopped in half with a single axe. The anger in the heart of the Great Demon of Khurn grew stronger, and with his anger, the demon army of Khurn also glowed with red light as if blessed by Khurn. "I want Godzilla's head." The Khurn demon army began to rush directly towards the 4th ceremony venue. In the remaining 4 ritual venues, the Khurn demon army was still pouring out, rushing towards Godzilla's army. The top of the tower is not that important anymore. The Ultramarines stood on high ground and could see the demonic army of Khurn bypassing both sides of the building's defense line and rushing towards the other side of the city. What are these demons doing? They want to surround us. They have already surrounded us, Marcus. Then they are just taking a detour. I have never seen these demons take a long detour. Maybe where we are is the long way. Indeed, it is better to run directly from the upper nest under the spire than from the upper nest to the spire and then down to the upper nest. The area where the Ultramarines are located is indeed the long way in the eyes of the Khurn demons. The previous line was broken only because their line blocked the demons' way. The target of the Khurn demon is not us, then it will be, damn, his target is that behemoth. It seems so. The Ultramarines figured it out and felt a little humiliated, but also a little lucky. If we can go back alive, maybe we should investigate this behemoth called Godzilla, but now our mission is to protect the remaining civilians. The Khurn demon army charged all the way, overthrowing and crushing everything around them. Even some blind chaos believers were trampled to death by bloodletters, but it didn't matter. The Khurn demon only had Godzilla in his eyes. His eyes burned with anger. "I'm going to chop off your head, Godzilla. Isis seemed to have heard this voice. She turned her head to look in the direction where the demons were about to appear, and sneered with disdain. What an arrogant tone! Well, Lord Godzilla didn't have enough fun this time, so I'll allow that pathetic demon to be arrogant. The size of Kern is not the same as Godzilla, but he dared to say that he would chop off Godzilla's head. Then let him do it. Godzilla hasn't had enough fun yet. Chapter 36. Kill, kill, kill. Godzilla was wreaking havoc in the Chaos Front. When he stepped down, several Chaos Believers were stepped on. When he swung his tail, even the Chaos Space Marines flew backwards and hit the buildings in the distance. In this distant and dark 40th millennium, Godzilla has demonstrated his terrifying status in urban warfare. Damn it, stop him! The followers of Chaos are still trying to resist, but to no avail. This small amount of troops is not enough. There are not many people in the Empire. Can anyone send a message to the Imperial Military and Political Department? What message? I will not pay taxes, Emperor. I'm afraid you are not an Imperial black man. This is really not the Black Empire. If someone really sends a message to the Imperial Military and Administrative Department refusing to pay taxes, even if the planet is full of insect swarms, chaos, green-skinned orcs, and black bean sprouts, the Imperial Navy will probably parachute to this planet with a fleet and fight to the death. The planetary governor who captured the planet was executed. Godzilla is obviously not very satisfied with the current strength of Chaos. He opened his mouth, and a blast of radioactive rays swept through the Chaos Army in front. The Chaos soldiers were burned to ashes, leaving no trace of dust behind. Even the metal prosthetics on the Chaos Believers were burned into molten iron, flowing and solidifying on the ground. But there are too many enemies. No matter how many Godzilla kills, more Chaos Believers will always reappear from the darkness of the building. It's just that there will be casualties of Chaos Believers every moment, and this Chaos Believer dies quickly. Amazing! At this rate, in a week at most, the Chaos Believers on this planet will be finished by themselves. If the number is low enough, there will be no threat from the Chaos Believers. However, the number of Chaos Believers has decreased, but the number of Kern Demon Army has increased significantly. The vast red field of Kern vampires feels like it is no longer the number of vampires that can be summoned in the ritual field. Boom, boom, boom. Godzilla heard the sound of huge footsteps. It seems like something is coming. Godzilla looked at the top of the tower. Soon, he saw a flash of red at the end of the street. Countless Kern vampires and blood-crushing knights rushed from the other side of the street. The dense footsteps were the sound of their running. At the same time, among the demon army of Kern, a figure much taller than the other demons appeared in front of Godzilla. Oh! Godzilla turned and looked in the direction where the Kern demon army was running. Big demon, I have only traveled a short time before I met the big demon. This treatment is too good. Yes, among the Warhammer 40,000 time travelers, there are very few who can defeat the big devil within the first 40 chapters. In chapter 40, most of them were still fighting with grunts, or fighting in the trenches with their own cans of ant beef. Wow! The great demon of Kern roared at Godzilla. There was obviously a huge gap in size between him and Godzilla. This great demon of Kern was 10 meters tall and 3 stories tall, but it dared to challenge a man who was taller than Godzilla. He's 5 times the size of a titan. This is similar to the demolition of the demonic titan in the original game of Gene. Yell at me! Godzilla yelled back. Roaring sounds echoed above the streets, and the great devil of Kern ran all the way with 2 axes in hand, trampling and killing several Kern vampires without caring. I am the sharp axe of the blood god, a blood sacrifice to the blood god. Godzilla did not charge, but waited for the arrival of Kern, who suddenly jumped up when he approached Godzilla. He raised the 2 axes in his hands high, and the wings played a role in flying, and the 2 axes hit Godzilla's head. Maybe it's because the second-generation Godzilla's defensive performance is mediocre, or maybe it's because Kern's weapons have a built-in disintegration stance. In short, these 2 axes have become the most damaging blows in this battle. There are 2 more blood marks on Godzilla's head, but that's all. That's it. Godzilla grabbed Kern on his head and threw it to the ground hard. Kern landed on his back, and the fall was not light. But before he could get up, Godzilla raised his foot and stepped down. Ah! The great demon of Kern pushed Godzilla's feet with both hands, preventing Godzilla from stepping on them all at once. However, how could the weight of 20,000 tons be pushed by the great demon of Kern? Not to mention the terrifying power of Godzilla. Godzilla exerted a little force, and Kern was stepped deeply into the ground. Kern's body was so tough that even if the masonry was dented, he was not crushed. However, blood was flowing all over the body of the great demon of Kern. This kick did not crush him, but it also put his body under tremendous pressure. Godzilla! Kern roared Godzilla's name. Godzilla moved his feet, and Kern crawled out of the ground with difficulty. He picked up his double axe again, endured the severe pain in his body and ran past Godzilla's legs, and swung the axe to follow Godzilla's tail. This is a position that is currently difficult for Godzilla to attack. Godzilla turned around to deal with it, but Kern jumped on Godzilla's back. He gasped to recover from his injuries while raising his axe again. "I'm going to chop your head off, Godzilla." An axe hit the dorsal fin on Godzilla's back, but what came out was not the sound of the axe chopping off an object, but a violent shock that was enough to make Kern's hands feel numb. So hard. The hardness of the dorsal fin exceeded Kern's imagination. His axe could cut through Godzilla's flesh, but it could not damage the dorsal fin at all. Godzilla began to shake his body violently, trying to drive Kern away. The great demon of Kern grabs Godzilla's dorsal fin, but he is different from the vampire of Kern. The vampire of Kern is small and cannot be easily thrown off, but the great demon of Kern is too big, and the inertia and centrifugal force will be extremely great if he moves even slightly. Outrageous! He was thrown off Godzilla's back, and although he quickly flapped his wings to get back on Godzilla's back, Godzilla's tail whipped over. The tail, which was almost as thick as the great demon of Kern, struck hard on the great demon of Kern and whipped him away. "Godzilla, I will definitely come back." At this time, Kern flew at least a few kilometers away. He landed on a building in the Hive City and smashed the poor residential building to pieces. The great demon of Kern crawled out from the rubble, waving his wings to shake off the dust from his body. Although his body was in pain, he still wanted to fight. He was going to chop off Godzilla's heads and offer them to their master. But he had no chance. He. A burst of weird laughter sounded, and a pyramid-shaped green stasis energy stance appeared around the great demon of Kern. The great demon of Kern did not react at all, and was controlled in the stasis stance and stopped moving. Even if he is as powerful as the great demon of Kern, it is absolutely impossible to escape from the stasis position without defense. Trazen the Endless walked up to the great demon of Kern step by step, leaning on his staff. He looked at his new collection with admiration. "I have one more item in my collection." Chapter 37. Happy. This is the first time Godzilla has discovered that the world of Warhammer 40K can still be so happy. Sure enough, green-skinned orcs are the happiest race in Warhammer 40K, Waik. Godzilla looked up to the sky and roared. This roar after victory severely damaged the morale of the Kern demon army. Even the Kern bloodletter who only knew how to cut people knew that this thing couldn't cut it. You can't win at all. Although the Chaos Space Marines wanted to fight, kill, and have blood and heads, seeing Godzilla again could not improve the morale of any of the Chaos Space Marines. No, the magnitude difference is too big. Without God's machine, there would be no way to fight. It takes a titan to barely fight. "Let me go, I'm going to fight again." "Calm down." The World Eaters who still wanted to fight were carried away by other World Eaters. If they wanted to fight, they would see if they could fight. They just didn't have fear. It wasn't that they didn't understand the strength of the enemy. It doesn't matter if you fight the Lizard Man, but it's absolutely impossible to fight Godzilla. It's better to go to Terra and fight the Corpse King. Maybe the chance of winning is better than fighting Godzilla. Carry him away and tie him to the shuttle. We are leaving. The Chaos Space Marines chose to retreat, which was the best option. The Kern Demon Army is still fighting against Godzilla's Lizardman Army, but it has begun to gradually disintegrate. Some of the Kern Demon Army have even collapsed. This is simply a shame for the devil. These demons of Kern converse in an ancient tongue understood only by demons. Where's our boss? Devil's language, ... I don't know, I was knocked away and disappeared. Devil's language. The Kern vampires are a bit like the green-skinned orcs. Without a boss, morale can easily collapse. Now the Kern Demon Army has begun to collapse, and has even begun to fight among themselves. Okay, this is Kern. The Ultramarines team watched the battle from a distant building, each of them silent. Until an Ultramarine said, "I understand." "What do you understand?" "The advice of the think tanks must be the Emperor's oracle. Even in distant Terra, the Emperor still does not forget the people of 500 worlds. Although these words seemed a bit too superstitious even among the Ultramarines chapter in the distant and dark 40th millennium, this was the first time the warriors agreed with these words. Yes, this must be the Emperor's order to prevent them from making mistakes. The oracle given. If an Ultramarine opened fire on Godzilla, Godzilla would be fine and they would all die. At that moment, even the Ultramarines were probably filled with joy. Only their commander, Sergeant Carrion, was still calm and did not utter the fanatical exclamations of a battle nun like his soldiers. Those traitors retreated, but we will have to face these alien races sooner or later. Maybe we believe the predictions of the think tank and do not attack the giant beast. What about these alien races? They are fighting in the Empire's nest. In the end, what will be the result? At this time, a demonic army of Gurn was already in disintegration and attacking towards the top of the tower. Damn devil! The Ultramarines had just raised their weapons, preparing to deal with this small army of Gurn's demons. Several rays of green light shot out from the surrounding buildings, hitting the nearest Gurn demon army. At the same time, the Ultramarine sergeant noticed something and dodged the green light coming from the darkness with superhuman agility. The moment the green light came into contact with the demon and the ground, it decomposed the ground, and a big hole appeared in the demon's body. Oh, damn, get back to the line immediately, it's those metal skeletons. Upon hearing the metal skeleton, the scalps of the Ultramarines present went numb. Necron, this race occasionally appears in the Ultramarine star field, and every time it appears, it will cause huge casualties. Not to mention a small squad of Ultramarines, even a whole regiment of Ultramarines is nothing in front of the Necron, especially since most of the Necron dynasty is still sleeping. Trazyn the Endless dispatched his troops, and even the clouds above the sky lit up with a faint green light. Under the green light, a crescent-shaped aircraft could be vaguely seen in the clouds. It was a Necron Dirge-class raider, one of the smallest Necron naval units. Even so, he has a huge size, far exceeding the average ground Titan unit. I'm afraid that the Emperor-class Titan is a little guy in front of it. In order to capture Godzilla, Trazyn the Infinite also made great efforts. However, his movement was too big and was seen by Isis. Isis did not detect the psychic signals of the Necron. She did not become aware of their existence until the Necron began to attack. At the same time, on the balcony of an Imperial building above and to the left of Isis, a space began to show spiderweb-like green stripes, and a Deathmark warrior walked out of the space. This is a metal skeleton made of silver-grey metal. He has only one green eye on his head, and he also holds a technological rifle in his hand. Deathmarks are highly skilled snipers and assassins in the Necron army who can emerge from all corners to deliver deadly and precise shots. They can use part of the Necron's superdimensional technology to use pocket dimensions to travel in ways that other races cannot imagine. It can be said that they can go to the Imperial Palace of the Empire as long as the Necrons want. Any bunker is meaningless in their eyes, they can easily infiltrate it, they just need to find a suitable position, raise the nerve-crushing gun in their hands, and shoot a deadly green light. The target will die. Just like Isis he is targeting now. But when the Deathmark aimed at Isis's head, Isis suddenly turned back and her eyes met the Deathmark. What? I was shocked by this Deathmark. Oh, yes, I forgot to mention that the Deathmark is one of the few Necron units that can still retain consciousness. Mark of the Dead has found the wrong enemy. If it were an elite unit like Thuras or Oxolius, he might have a chance, but Isis is really capable of defeating the 4 ordinary demons of the Chaos Gods. People. Snort. Isis snorted coldly, held a chain sword stuck on the ground with her backhand, and then threw it towards the Deathmark. Deathmark looked at the chain sword flying towards him, and quickly retreated and hid in the pocket dimension. Don't blame him for being a coward. Deathmark's melee capabilities are very weak. A Space Marine can easily tear apart this Necron sniper unit in close combat. Even units like Crete who are good at close combat in trenches and Deathmark warriors can't. You may not be able to win a few. You ran so fast. It's a pity that the Necron super dimension is beyond my reach. Otherwise, I would definitely pull you out and beat you up. Isis' supernatural power is Shinix, which are related to the warp. Necron is a purely physical technology, but she has no way to deal with the ultradimensional space of the Necron mark. But what are the Necron doing here? They're not part of the grand plan. Isis thought for a while and suddenly thought of something. Wait, is it that guy? That guy without eyes wants to take action against me or other lizard people. Or is he targeting my god? Chapter 38. The Elegy-class assault ship in the sky also appeared in Godzilla's sight. The Necrons are different from other races. Their navy is one of the few that can enter the atmospheric environment for combat. There is no other reason. There is simply an era or several eras between their technological level and other races. Navigating the Necron dimension makes them immune to the effects of the warp. The inertia-free engines allow them to travel at extremely high speeds and acceleration. Necrons have at least, but more than 3 ways to safely navigate the universe. Oh, is that a Necron ship? New mission released. New mission, destroy the Elegy-class assault ship. Mission description: the Necron's Elegy-class assault ship appears in the atmosphere of this planet. His goal is obvious. He has aimed his weapon at Godzilla, but he does not know what he is challenging, even if it is the Milky Way. The most ancient overlord cannot challenge the strongest creature on that ancient planet. Mission reward: choose one of War Dragon Godzilla and New Age Godzilla. Damn it, just give me a new form of mission? Speaking of which, I can't stand the Necrons. Godzilla looked at the Elegy-class assault ship in the sky. Although it was only an assault ship, Godzilla visually estimated that it was several hundred to 1 kilometer in length, and this thing was not easy to destroy. All Necron units contain living metal, and the material's regenerative properties and resistance mean that the Dirge-class raider is immune to the adverse effects of celestial phenomena such as solar flares, radiation, gas clouds, and nebulae, and can survive combat quickly repair armor. The Dirge-class raider will do this by fade-out, whereby a severely damaged ship is dematerialized and whisked away into an unknown extra-dimensional space, thus taking it out of the battlefield. The units of the Necron are really dying one by one, so they will not choose to fight desperately, especially the precious naval units. That's why I say that the Figure King played a big role this time, not only dispatching necromancers and necromancer marks, but also a Dirge-class assault ship. You're going to be the best in my showcase, Godzilla. Trazyn stood high and surveyed the entire battlefield. Now, feel the power of the Necron overlord. The Elegy-class assault ship began its attack. Inside the crescent-shaped structure, there is a structure that looks like a green one-eye, which is the lightning arc generator, which can release the stored solar energy into an arc field full of energy. From this structure, green lightning arcs began to emerge, and with a burst of dazzling green light, the green lightning arcs bombarded Godzilla. The lizard people had already noticed something strange and dispersed around. But some lizardmen still failed to escape. The lightning arc bombarded the earth, turning the earth into a raging lightning field. Those electric currents moved like a human-eating python and penetrated into the lizard man's body. Those lizard men fell down immediately. Even though they were equivalent to small Godzillas, they could not withstand the bombardment of a battleship-level energy field. Only Godzilla stood in the green lightning field. This was within Trazyn's expectation. If you die, there will be no collection value, but you need to be weakened. Trazyn began to have the Necron beetles set up a stasis stance in preparation for taking control of Godzilla and transferring it to his display case. However, Godzilla moved slightly and crushed the undead beetle closest to him. What? The green one-eye of Endless Trazyn flashed obviously, and his right hand holding the scepter couldn't help but use strength. Under the attack of the Elegy-class assault ship, you can still maintain your ability to move. Godzilla is indeed feeling a bit uncomfortable. Countless electric arcs penetrated into his body, attacking the weak points in the gaps in his skin. This was also the attack method of the lightning arc generator. Although it hurts, I can still bear it. With the size of the second-generation Godzilla, it is rare to be able to withstand the lightning arc of the Elegy-class assault ship. Is there a tomb world of the Necron dynasty below this planet? Otherwise, a Dirge-class assault ship would appear somewhere. Godzilla raised his head and roared unyieldingly at the Necron ships in the sky, which made Trazyn's tone darken. Increase output power. In order to ensure that Godzilla did not die, he naturally did not let the Elegy-class attack ship use its full strength from the beginning. Now that Godzilla has strong resistance, he will increase the output power and cannot let this giant beast move around. After all, it is a behemoth that is over 50 meters tall. It cannot be locked into a stasis position while maintaining activity. The attack intensity of the Elegy-class assault ship increased significantly, and the electric current penetrated into Godzilla's body like a needle. However, this ancient titan creature from the distant 2K era showed extraordinary perseverance and tenacity. Amidst the green electric current, still tenacious, they began to gather attacks. Even little green electric lights began to appear in Godzilla's dorsal fin. Oh, how tough this guy is! Even if a sword-class frigate of the Empire was attacked in this way, most of the people inside the ship would be reduced to ashes at this moment, but Godzilla was stunned to withstand the attack and began to gather the energy of the attack. He is actually converting the attack of the Elegy-class assault ship? This is simply unbelievable. Even the fragments of the Star God can only wail under the attack of the Elegy-class assault ship. He is actually absorbing this attack. Trazyn became more and more fond of Godzilla. Obviously, judging from the power Godzilla has shown so far, it is not powerful enough to make the undead overlord afraid. He just feels that Godzilla is more valuable as a collectible. Now, big guy, let me see your limits and see which one is more tenacious compared to you and the ancient enemy we encountered before, he. Trazyn the Endless let out a deep, deep laugh. Godzilla suffered more and more pain under the continuous attack of the Elegy-class assault ship. The green lightning penetrated deeply into his body, but the energy released by the nuclear reactor in Godzilla's body was fighting against it, and at the same time, Godzilla was accumulating. Slaw's radioactive hotline. The time it took to build up this radioactive ray was so long that Godzilla felt as if a century had passed. Then, radiation rays were ejected from Godzilla's mouth, and the blue beam mixed with a small amount of green lightning collided with the lightning beam of the Elegy-class assault ship, creating a beautiful picture in the air. I really want to record this scene. It's a pity that this scene is too big, otherwise Trazyn the Endless would definitely record the entire battlefield. Recorded as are several other noteworthy scenes in his collection. The radioactive ray and the Elegy-class attack ship are engaged in a terrifying duel. A 50-meter level monster is dueling with a nearly 1-kilometer long ship. No one will have hope for Godzilla. Even Godzilla himself doesn't think he can win. After all, this is the world of Warhammer 40K. Then, the anti-aircraft guns on the spire suddenly opened fire, triggering a series of explosions underneath the Elegy-class assault ship. The officer in charge of the anti-aircraft array pulled out a gun and put it on the soldier's head, reprimanding loudly, "Who gave you the order to fire?" "Soldier." The soldier was so frightened that he quickly raised his hands and said, "It's not me, sir. I swear, I was just following the order and aiming at those alien ships at all times. It was this paper press, the name of the anti-aircraft artillery, that fired on its own." The Emperor swears. While the soldiers raised their hands, anti-aircraft fire continued. Not only was the anti-aircraft gun in charge of this soldier, but other anti-aircraft artillery positions that had already been aimed at the alien ship and were waiting for the order to fire began to tilt their firepower. Even the turret with the largest caliber began to slowly rotate without human operation and raised the muzzle to the sky. Boom! The huge cannonball, half the size of Godzilla, flew out and caused a violent explosion under the Elegy-class assault ship. This time, even the Elegy-class assault ship was a little unable to withstand it and shook violently. This takes a lot of pressure off of Godzilla. The radioactive rays shot straight into the sky and hit the central part of the Elegy-class assault ship, penetrating it entirely from the middle. Even the Necron's technology is now starting to emit thick black smoke and is threatening to fall at any time. Chapter 39. This was no longer an ordinary machine spirit's rage. In the eyes of the technical priest, this was simply the appearance of the Om Messiah. The ancient artillery of this hive world were venting their anger in an indescribable way, pouring firepower at the ancient aliens in the sky. Amidst the hot oil and fireworks, the artillery fired wave after wave into the sky. The tech priest knelt, his murmurs of wonder emanating from his mechanical breathing tube. Om Messiah is upon us, this is nothing short of a miracle. Those mechanical servants used incense burners to appease the machine souls, and chanted binary hymns that only the cult of Mechanikus could understand, but they could not suppress the riots of the machine souls. Under the attack of the only remaining anti-aircraft firepower in the Hive City, this Elegy-class assault ship, which was enough to destroy several Sword-class frigates, suffered a serious blow. Those primitive hairless monkeys are disturbing my fun. Trazyn was a little unhappy. He waved his hand and sent out a group of undead warriors to suppress the human troops. In the clouds of the sky, the Dirge-class assault ship was almost torn in half by Godzilla's radiation rays, but the horror of the Necron was now revealed. The Elegy-class assault ship began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken parts began to return to their places in a way that was almost like going back in time. This was the most terrifying thing about the Necron. Not destroyed. That is the ship of the Necron. I don't need to explain the characteristics of the Necron. The characteristic of the Necrons is living metal. Not just the Empire, any force that wants to destroy Necron units will have to spend several times the force. To destroy a Necron ship, the Empire usually needs to use several capital ships to bombard it to death to completely destroy it. A Necron ship. Godzilla watched the Elegy-class assault ship being repaired, and also remembered the setting of the Necron. Oh, I remembered. According to the military book, the best way to destroy a Necron ship is to join a gang. Yes, the best way to destroy a Necron ship is to join a gang. Trazyn ignored the human artillery fire. Those artillery fires were the only remaining anti-aircraft firepower of a hive city. They could cause damage to the Elegy-class assault ship, but it was impossible to knock it down. Now we just need to continue to suppress Godzilla and make Godzilla lose the ability to resist. Continue the attack. But when he wanted the Elegy-class assault ship to attack Godzilla, the Elegy-class assault ship did not respond. Trazyn's green one eye flickered back and forth, inquiring about the situation inside the ship. Oh, when did these scaly reptiles enter the interior of the ship? Inside the Elegy-class attack ship, Isis has already led the Lizardman jump gang into the ship. This time she personally leads the jump gang. The undead warriors in the ship raised their gauze rifles and continued to fire. These gauze rifles were fatal to any enemy, regardless of discrimination. However, Isis held up the psychic shield and moved forward, and the lizard population behind lit up yellow flames, and spit out. The flames smeared on the head and body of the Necron, instantly burning a large piece of the metal body. Drink! Isis struck the staff, and the raging psychic storm pushed all the undead warriors and undead beetles in the corridor away. The violent impact caused most of the undead warriors to enter a self-healing downtime state. The lizardmen at the rear immediately followed up and smashed their heads with a club one by one. This still cannot kill the Necrons, it can only slow down their resurrection. But no matter, Isis has her way around this ship. These metal chops are so damn good. More undead warriors came to stop Isis and the others, but it was impossible to stop her with these undead warriors alone. However, Isis soon began to have a headache. Her psychic powers began to shrink, and some kind of device suppressed her psychic powers. It's the Blackstone device. That guy noticed me. Pathetic lizard people. Trazyn the Endless walked out from the other end of the corridor and stood in front of Isis and the lizard people. Your power is too small in front of me. How dare you say that? Isis was furious, but there was nothing she could do. The technology of the Necrons was definitely the highest in the galaxy. Whether it was technology in the real universe or technology for subspace, their Blackstone obelisk could even make the big rift across the galaxy disappear. Cannot be swallowed. Cadia's Blackstone obelisk is capable of neutralizing any psychic power. Isis's current psychic power is also greatly suppressed. I know who you are, Trazyn, the Citan's lackey. What? The lackey of the Star God. I don't know where you know this from, but I am definitely not a subordinate of those losers. Wait, your appearance. Trazyn looked at the lizard people and Isis. To be honest, the appearance of these lizard people looked a bit like the style of the ancient saints, but Trazyn did not think about it. Just kidding, the last ancient sage has been dead for who knows how many billions of years, so how could there still be creations from the ancient sages? But he heard some clues from Isis's words. These lizardmen actually knew that they were still the Necron tier. Coupled with Isis's lizard-like and Eldar-like appearance, especially the pair of pointed ears and scaly limbs, a fact appeared in Trazyn's mind that he could not believe. Are you the creations of the Old Ones? Yes, Isis didn't say anything. Trazyn himself made up the past of the lizard people. It's not surprising that he had such wild thoughts. In order to fight the Star God and the Necron tier, the ancient saints created several races, including orcs, space monkeys, etc. It wouldn't be surprising if another ancient saint creation appears now. The most important thing is that the ancient saint itself is an aquatic, toad-like creature. Even if they really created a race like the lizard people, Trazyn would not be surprised. I don't know what an old sage is. I am only loyal to my god Godzilla. Humph, whatever you are, get out of my ship. The staff in Trazyn's hand struck the ground, and more undead warriors and undead beetles appeared in the corridor. But there was a sudden violent vibration inside the ship, and Godzilla's radiation rays were ejected again, bombarding the left side of the ship, and the entire Elegy-class assault ship began to tilt. Damn, where did that giant beast come from with such a powerful attack method? This level of energy output is already the engine output of a ship. Wait, isn't it also a biological weapon of the ancient sage? Trazyn's green one eye flickered back and forth, seeming to be thinking about something. But the third radioactive ray struck again. Godzilla began to use continuous attacks to try to crush the entire Elegy-class assault ship. As long as he radiated enough heat, he would destroy the ship before the Necron's living metal could be repaired. The Necron ship would also be unable to withstand it. While Trazyn was thinking, Isis was not idle. She had already rushed forward. What? Trazyn took 2 steps back, but Isis used an agility that surpassed that of the Eldar to dodge the undead warrior's shots. She used a sliding shovel to dodge the deadly gauze rifle shots, and at the same time waved the chain sword in her hand at an extremely fast speed. Trazyn used his staff to block, but he was not good at melee combat. He only blocked it once and was cut in half by the chain sword. Do you think Trazyn is going to quit now? No. After this Trazyn was chopped down, his appearance instantly changed from a gorgeous tomb technician to an ordinary undead warrior, Trazyn the Endless. He can easily transfer his consciousness to any on the Necron units under his command. Therefore, he will not die easily. The Trazyn you see is not his true form, and he will never let his true form appear to others. The terrifying speed and strength are very good. It looks like the creation of the ancient saints, just like those of the spirit race. Trazyn looked at Godzilla again, and this time, he began to observe Godzilla seriously. This allowed him to obtain a series of data about Godzilla, but the more he understood Godzilla, the more terrifying he became aware of this creature. My King of Silence, this creature has a nuclear reaction organ in its body. Even the Necrons would be surprised to see this data. After all, no race knows better than the Necron what those poisonous radiations can do to the physical body. Chapter 40. The predecessors of the Necrons, the Necron tier, were a race that was tortured by cosmic radiation to a very short lifespan. Of course, they knew what would happen when those radioactive particles collided in the living body. No wonder he can withstand the attack of the Elegy-class attack ship. He has an organ in his body that continuously produces radioactive particles. He naturally radiates and is energy resistant. Oh, this is incredible. The Necrons of the Necron tier era dreamed of having a body that was resistant to radiation. No, the current Necron still wants a similar body. There are already many Necron who want to use their technology to find a race to replace their metal bodies, but they have not found one yet. Trazyn saw some signs in what he thought was the creation of the ancient saints. His smart brain is analyzing the pros and cons. Perhaps, the bodies of these creatures can be useful to us. Thinking of this, Trazyn was no longer obsessed with catching Godzilla. Godzilla was too big to be captured. Even a Dirge-class assault ship was difficult to capture, so he couldn't dispatch a light cruiser. A Necron light cruiser is worthy of an Imperial Sector Navy fleet to capture. Trazyn acknowledged that Godzilla is rare, but not to the point where light cruisers are needed. He looked at Godzilla. Godzilla was still bombarding the Elegy-class assault ship with radioactive rays. The firepower was enough to knock down a cruiser, but it was unable to completely paralyze the Elegy-class assault ship. The world's best in Necron technology. The technology of the Necrons has surpassed that of all humans. It's very strange to suddenly have a convulsion while playing JoJo memes. That's why I said that Warhammer 40K is full of monsters. They ate 5 of my radioactive rays and they didn't fall down. Godzilla is accumulating the 6th radioactive ray, and the Elegy-class assault ship in the sky is already crumbling. Black smoke is rising, sparks are flashing frequently at the fractures, and the speed of regeneration of living metal is gradually unable to keep up with the damage caused by Godzilla. But it just hasn't fallen off yet. Necron, so terrifying. Even in this distant and dark 40th millennium, it seems too outrageous. As if those desperate and distorted realities have nothing to do with the Necron race. He won't run away. Can't he run away? Isis has led the lizardman into the necronomical dimension generator inside the ship, and used the lizardman's thorns to trigger a raging energy storm. Even with living metal, there is no way to repair this in a short time. The damage caused. This was enough time for Godzilla to continue bombarding the ship with radioactive rays, knocking the ship out of the sky. It has to be said that even for the second-generation Godzilla, this is a feat. Never mind. Trazyn shook his head. The Elegy-class assault ship is hopeless. Although I regret the loss of a precious ship, I have obtained useful information and a good collection. It's time for me to leave this planet. 3. The Holy Council will surely be pleased to hear my submission. Trazyn turned and left. Behind him, there were several lizardman individuals carried by the underworld beetles. These unlucky lizardmen will become his collection and tribute, and will be presented to the Supreme Master of the Necrons, the Silent King. As for what the Silent King thinks, it is beyond the control of his little overlord. Maybe he can take advantage of this opportunity to get a reward from the King of Silence, so why not? The Necron forces left just as quickly as they came. Even the undead warriors in the Elegy-class attack ship left the battlefield in a special way, leaving one ship as a target. After withstanding about the 9th radiation ray, the entire ship finally collapsed. The ship began to pour uncontrollably to the left, and fell all the way to the lower nest of the nest. The Chaos Believers watched the fall of the warship and ran away. Boom! There was a vibration that was enough to make the entire Hive City tremble. The ship caused a lot of damage in the Hive City, but only the technical priests of the Mechanikus knew that this was simply a gift from the Om Messiah. Countless tech priests would come to this world for such an alien ship. Isis and others walked out of a corner of the ship. Thanks to the final recovery of psychic power, Isis seemed less embarrassed, and the lizardmen suffered very little losses. Nailed it! Isis was not saddened by her slightly embarrassed appearance, after all, it was a Necron. Looking at the entire galaxy, which race is not defeated when facing the Necron? They are all being deflated, the Empire is deflated, Chaos is deflated, the Greenskins are deflated, the Eldar are deflated, the Zerg are deflated, even the young race of the Tau are deflated, and it can be said unceremoniously that if the Necron are deflated, that's probably because the ancient sage really came back. Without further ado, let's get back to the topic. The observation range of the forces of chaos in the Empire gradually narrowed, and even the scouts sent out to detect the enemy's situation were not attacked by Chaos Believers. Commander, those traitors to the Emperor have been driven back, and the demons are killing each other. Very good. The commander has never been happier than he is today since the Chaos Cultists started a rebellion on this planet. The heretics have been defeated, the aliens have retreated, and the glory of the Emperor is protecting this Hive City from the difficulties. There's one last problem. The soldiers of the Empire saw the lizard men walking towards the top of the tower. Among them, Godzilla was even more eye-catching. The energy that the 50-meter-tall monster was continuously outputting just now was seen by countless soldiers of the Empire. In comparison, the laser rifles and flashlights in their hands are no different. One soldier tightened his grip on his rifle and asked, "Are they our last enemies?" "Your Majesty, the Golden Throne, I would rather fight those traitors for another 30 years than fight these alien creatures." The soldiers of the Empire are fearless, as long as they don't see the picture of 2 or 3 lizardmen dismantling a Chaos Space Marine together. You have to know, let alone ordinary Imperial soldiers, even those in the Astra Militarum elite, the battle loss ratio against Chaos Space Marines is also extremely exaggerated. And Godzilla is now trampling on the corpses of Chaos Space Marines, smashing the vehicles of Chaos Believers, and walking towards the top of the tower step by step. He is simply God. Oh, what a blasphemous thought! As soon as this idea came to the Imperial soldier, he shook his head and raised his loyal laser rifle, waiting for the commander's order. As long as their superiors say a word, they will immediately launch a loyal charge. Maybe they cannot be as fearless as the Krieg Legion, but their loyalty to the Empire is unquestionable. The Ultramarines also arrived at the position closest to the lizardmen's advance route. The arrival of these tall giants wearing blue power armor also boosted the morale of the mortal auxiliary army. But the ones with the lowest morale here may be these Ultramarines. They even fought off the Necron. It is not the character of an Astartes to say dejected words, but if you can repel the Necron, the Emperor is above you. Sergeant Carrion took off his helmet and waited for his final battle with great seriousness. Perhaps today is the day when our souls return to the Golden Throne. Chapter 41. There is a silent sense of oppression. Godzilla only needs to move forward, and that sense of oppression is already there. In this distant and dark 40th millennium, Godzilla's momentum seems so suitable for this land, and he looks so well matched in the Gothic-style buildings dominated by great tones. The Ultramarine felt like he was about to suffocate. The feeling of oppression was too strong. But luckily, Godzilla is not coming for them. Godzilla passed by the area at the top of the tower, just passing by. Only a small group of lizardmen came in front of the Ultramarines. The lizardman leading the team was a big guy over 3 meters tall, with his back covered in the blood of the enemy. The Ultramarines had to raise their heads slightly to see them. The Space Marine was 2 meters tall without armor, but with armor he was close to 2.5 meters tall, which made him 2 heads shorter than him. Note, different Space Marines also have different heights. He's stronger than Chapter Master Calgar in power armor. Want to fight? An Ultramarine clenched the chain sword in his hand, ready to start the engine at any time and let the loyal chainsword slash the lizard man. No, wait a minute. Ultramarines are not afraid of fighting, but in the current situation, it is best not to fight if possible. The lizardmen and the ultramarines were confronting each other. During this period, the lizardmen said some words, but to the ultramarines, it was just some weird gibbering language. What is he saying? How could I know? At this time, Isis's voice sounded. He's saying you're in his way, shorty. Isis walked slowly from behind, accompanied by 2 lizardmen guards. Those lizardmen guards were taller than the lizardmen in front of the ultramarines, but far less than the eternal divine warrior Thuras. First meeting, fellow ultramarines, my name is Isis, a humble servant of my god Godzilla, and also his spokesperson. Oh, you speak human language. Human language is not difficult to learn. You only need to scan your unobstructed brain for a while to know the meaning of those runes. Alien and psychers, this made the ultramarines even more wary. One ultramarine even raised his gun unconsciously. Haha, put away your weapons. If it weren't for our arrival, you would have been wiped out by those minions of chaos within a few planets. Even if you don't thank us, there is no need to be so vigilant. Your hostility will soon disappear from your head. It's overflowing. Sorry, it's been a long time since my soldiers and I relaxed. The ultramarine sergeant lowered the muzzle of the gun in the soldier's hand next to him. Can we pass by now? Sorry, can you take a detour? As soon as these words came out, the lizard people were in a commotion. Isis laughed, loudly. How dare you say that, hairless monkey, we are just passing by your territory, but if you don't get out of the way, we will run over you. As soon as these words came out, the ultramarines and the mortal auxiliaries exploded. The ultramarines all raised their guns, and the lizardmen also raised their weapons. The people on both sides may collide at any time. I won't say it a third time, get out of the way, human. Isis is already very polite. She knows that Godzilla has unique feelings for the human race, so she gives humans a little preferential treatment. But this preferential treatment will soon disappear under the obstruction of human beings. Suddenly, Sergeant Carrion stopped the conflict. Get out of the way. The Ultramarine sergeant chose to give in. Although the Ultramarines were angry, they still obeyed their commander's orders. Wise choice. Isis did not give the Ultramarines a good look, and walked through the crowd on her own, but as they said, the lizardmen were just passing by. For these creatures that were obviously different in appearance from demons, necrons, and Tau, they did not take action. The Ultramarines followed the lizardmen to prevent them from making a sudden attack. To be honest, the strength of the two sides is not of the same level. Even this small force of lizardmen can easily destroy these warriors of the Ultramarines. You don't have to watch us. Isis smiled at the Ultramarines. Our targets now are only the demons' ritual grounds, and humans are not among our targets. Are you the leader of these lizardmen? Carrion looked at the woman. From a human female point of view, Isis was very beautiful and she was also very tall. Of course, beautiful here is just an adjective, and the Ultramarines have little interest in the lust between mortals. I said, I am just the spokesperson of my god Godzilla. God. Carrion was still a little frightened when he thought of the giant beast that walked past here not long ago. His two hearts seemed to be held by one hand, and he was a little short of breath. Yes, just like those minions of chaos have their gods, you humans have your own gods, and we lizardmen also have our gods. Humph, the false gods of chaos are simply not comparable to our great god emperor. An Ultramarine retorted. In this regard, chaos and the empire are the same. Both believe that the gods worshipped by the other are false gods. Isis smiled and shook her head. I will not comment on this issue. We only know that we need to follow our gods, and you follow your gods. The power of gods naturally determines the winner. Isis does not need to maintain Godzilla's prestige, Godzilla will use his own power to prove his strength. Just as Isis and Carrion walked through the towering buildings and came to the other end of the city to look into the distance, Godzilla had already crushed the fifth ceremony venue. The huge sole of the foot trampled the landscape composed of the skulls of the people of the Hive City with just one step, and blood spattered all over the ground. This is undoubtedly a provocation to Kern, but the demon army of Kern is currently powerless. The subspace of this planet is too stable for the Kern lords to send more powerful demons and troops. The Kern lords can even hear the laughter of Tsianch and Slaanesh. In this confrontation, Kern lost. It's time to change the chess players. Next, it was Slaanesh's turn. It didn't take Godzilla long to crush the remaining 3 ritual sites. Mission completed, current points, 400 points, optional mission reward, choose one of War Dragon Godzilla and New Age Godzilla. Phew, I feel much more comfortable. Godzilla stood on the ruins of the hive city with thick black smoke and began to stand still, but the lizard man did not feel strange. Their god is so tall and has a long lifespan that it is normal for him to lie down somewhere and fall asleep on the spot, let alone be in a daze on the battlefield. Godzilla looked at the 2-choice mission reward and began to have trouble. Can't we have both? Chapter 42. There is not much difference in the specific numerical values of the 2 Godzillas, so it is difficult to choose the one with higher attributes. The popularity of Godzilla the Dragon is slightly higher than that of Godzilla of the New Age. His enemy is the 3-type machine dragon that Godzilla fans have heard more or less. The setting of the 3-type machine dragon once influenced many of the later ones. The setting of robot monsters. Compared with the 2nd generation Godzilla, Godzilla the Dragon has a small improvement in attributes, but not much. However, because it is a leather case from 2000s, it is a bit more handsome than the 2nd generation Godzilla, especially the head that resembles a wolf's head. Next is New Age Godzilla. New Age Godzilla has several new skills, but New Age Godzilla is more fierce, so fierce that he looks more like a lizard man than the traditional image of Godzilla. His popularity is not as good as that of War Dragon, and his enemy is also the less classic Super Xiang Long, which did not appear in the follow-up. There is no difference in most people's eyes, but in fact, Godzilla himself doesn't look much different either. If you think about it carefully, Godzilla has been an IP for a long time. In the past 70 years, there must not be many people who know all about Godzilla. Most of them only know about Legendary and New Age Godzilla. Godzilla was already losing money in 2004, and it was restarted in 2014, with a 10-year window in between. Choose Dragon, be more handsome, the new Century leather case is still a bit too fierce. Godzilla finally chose Godzilla the Dragon. The leather jacket of Godzilla the Dragon is closer to the essence of Godzilla. It's okay, it doesn't matter which one you choose. New Century rewards will still be released in future missions. After Godzilla selected the reward, there were no obvious changes to the naked eye. But his numbers did improve a bit. Name, Godzilla, War Dragon Godzilla. Height, 55 meters. Weight, 25,000 tons. Attack method, white hot light, radiation rays, hand-to-hand combat. This data has improved a little, but only a little. Godzilla didn't ask for too much. After choosing the reward, he looked up to the sky and let out a roar. His roar resounded throughout the hive, and even the mutated creatures in the dark corners at the bottom of the hive could hear it. See the roar of Godzilla. Unspeakable fear enveloped the hearts of the hive survivors, whether on the Imperial side or on the Chaos side. Sergeant Carrion asked cautiously, "Will you leave this planet?" Isis nodded and said, "Yes, but the big plan is not over yet." Isis looked around the hive. After the demon army of Kern was completely defeated, it was time for other forces to appear. Sure enough, the Ultramarines received a communication signal from outer space. "I am Kato Sicarius, the 2nd Company Commander of the Ultramarines. If you hear the Empire residents in Holder's world, please reply. Are there any living people in this world? If you hear it, please reply. If there is no reply, we will execution order on a planet day." True to form, the Empire chose the order of extermination after seeing that much of the planet had been corrupted by chaos. "Commander, please reply to the 2nd Company Commander immediately." Response has been given. They will send a shuttle to the starport to praise the Emperor. The Imperial people in this hive world are saved. The commander remembered something at this time and asked, "Sergeant Carrion, have those alien races left?" Carrion glanced at Isis and whispered back, "Not yet. I'll be leaving soon, don't worry, human." Isis shrugged. She took a deep breath. This city is full of conspiracy, dirt, and luxury. I don't like this city. Maybe you need to pay attention to maintaining the hygiene of the city. Sergeant Carrion felt uncomfortable, but nodded anyway. "Thank you for your suggestion." Watching Isis leave, Sergeant Carrion's palms were sweaty. This seemingly weak female may be very strong, probably a race similar to the Eldar. Several Thunderhawk warships descended from the atmosphere. The pilots saw Godzilla below from a distance in the air. The pilots were startled and quickly adjusted their courses to avoid flying over Godzilla. "It's that Titan creature called Godzilla. Why is he on this planet?" Company Commander, what should we do now? Godzilla's eyes followed the flight path of the Thunderhawk battleship. The gaze of those beast eyes was particularly eye-catching. Godzilla might open his mouth and spray flames at them at any time. They had seen Godzilla's attack methods on that planet. Godzilla can attack air units. Godzilla is on this planet. Don't act rashly, check the situation first. Kato Sicarius solemnly warned, the Emperor's oracle has shown that we should not fight that creature and do not fire the first shot. Understood, Company Commander. The Smurfs are coming to support. Remind you, the Tyranids have re-entered the galaxy, and the Ultramarines will still conflict with the Tyranids. That's a human matter, I won't care about it for the time being. My mission is accomplished. I think it's unnecessary to spray more radioactive rays. Godzilla looked away and did not destroy other buildings on the planet. Instead, he continued walking towards the wilderness outside the hive until he disappeared from the Empire's auspicious omen somewhere. He had returned to their homeland with the lizard people. On the planet. The prologue of the big plan has been written, and next, a big walk is about to begin. I can hear my god's voice, hungry for more battle. Isis returns to the temple, and more lizardmen come out of the hatching pool. They will fill the vacancies of the fallen lizardmen. And, today is a special day. She will have a sister of her own. From a temple incubation pool somewhere on the planet, another new character with similar racial characteristics to Isis emerged. The difference between her and Isis is that her tail is thinner and longer, and her height is shorter. Isis's height is equivalent to that of the Eldar at 2 meters, but this new lizard priestess is only less than 1.8 meters tall. Furthermore, she does not exhibit any psychic powers. She's more of a snake person than a lizard person. When the lizard folk saw her walking out of the hatching pool, they immediately knelt on one knee to express their respect for the new priest. But the new priest didn't say anything. She walked naked on the lizard people's temple street, her eyes dull and confused. Unlike other lizard people, she had not yet found the meaning of her birth. Until she saw the Tau technological supplies sold by the lizardman stall on the roadside, the broken metal fragment came into her eyes, and her dull eyes suddenly lit up. As if she knew the meaning of life, a name belonging to her appeared in her mind. Kadada. Godzilla's second lizard priest. Chapter 43. At the same time, among the Dark Eldars captured by the lizardmen, there was a female Dark Eldar who could no longer bear it. Her body was shaking, as if she was suffering from some kind of addiction. This female Dark Eldar had not sucked the souls of pain for a long time. The Dark Eldars were different from other Eldars. They did not have a device called Soul Stone. Because of excessive indulgence and lack of protection, their souls were sucked by Slaanesh every moment. The way the Dark Eldars dealt with this situation was to absorb the energy of the souls of pain and replenish their own soul energy. In Comoros, the tortured and slaughtered captives were as common as roadside snack stands, full of the energy of the souls of pain, but on Godzilla, there was no soul energy of pain for them to suck. The Dark Eldars were all very hungry and depressed. But when they were extremely hungry, the soul energy of 6 Dark Eldar women was suddenly replenished. Their dry and wrinkled faces due to lack of psychic energy became moist and smooth, and they began to emit an alluring fragrance, sweeter than any incense. The other Dark Eldars fell instantly, leaving only these 6 Dark Eldar women. If you look closely, you can vaguely see the soul energy of those Dark Eldars flowing into the bodies of these 6 Dark Eldar women. Go! In the ears of these Dark Eldar women, a voice seemed to ring. Let that beautiful existence fall. Slaanesh wants to make Isis fall. These 6 Slaanesh maids are just the first step of her plan. She is different from Kern, the barbarian who only has killing in his mind. Like Siench, she prefers to watch the target fall. Slaanesh, the focus is not on sex, but on evil. This is just the beginning. Slaanesh is waiting for the opportunity. At a suitable time, her Slaanesh demon army and the Keeper of Secrets will come forward to personally make Isis and even Godzilla fall, which will bring her the ultimate pleasure. She, just likes the existence of extremely difficult positions. Back to Isis, after learning about the birth of the second lizardman priest, Isis also immediately rushed to greet her compatriot. It's really rare. There are 2 priests in the same era. It seems that the big plan has really arrived. The past priests all have powerful psychic powers, including those sleeping ancient priests. They are much older than Isis, and their lifespans are so long that they need to hibernate to relieve the neurological problems brought by the long years. But this time Isis did not detect psychic power from the newly born priest. On the contrary, it was a kind of power that was more in line with Godzilla's current thinking. Godzilla was thinking at this time. I think I need something to board. First, the planet under your feet can fly, similar to the Greenskin's battle moon. Second, Isis can throw continental plates into the sky. This is Wyack, but not Wyack enough. I think we need something more Wyack. Godzilla never forgets to board a ship. To be honest, with the size of the ships in Warhammer 40K, Godzilla can board a ship without any problem. Not to mention the Blackstone Fortress and the Phalanx, even ordinary frigates are several hundred meters long. This length is a bit crowded, but if it is a cruiser above the frigate, Godzilla can easily board a ship. Battleships and space stations can make Godzilla make a big fuss. Godzilla has a long range, but the attack strength is not enough to break various energy shields. At this time, loyal boarding is needed. You still have the lizardmen. They can, but I can't just let them board, I want to fight too. I've traveled through time and space and become Godzilla, why don't I fight and let my younger brother fight? Is there any difference between my travel through time and space and not traveling at all? Godzilla can't wait to join the next battle. Having already fought the Tyranids, Tau, Necrons, Dark Eldar, and Kern, it's time for that, the only happy race in the Warhammer 40K world. I think I should fight the green orcs once. Are there any orcs Wyack nearby? You are really not afraid of death. The green orcs are a race with a very low lower limit and a very high upper limit in Warhammer 40K. If they are low, they may not be able to beat the Tau Krut warband, but if they are high, they can compete with the Tyranids, Necrons, and the Empire in the 3-1K period. I explained what Wyack means before. As for the Wyack of the green-skinned orcs mentioned by Godzilla, you can understand that when the fighting enthusiasm of the orcs reaches a certain level, they will spontaneously gather together under the induction of Wyack energy to form a big Wyack. When several big WAAGHs are combined again, they will become a Wyack at the level of a star region. When it reaches this level of Wyack, it is really powerful. If there is a slight mistake, the green-skinned orcs may push to Holy Terra, and even the Tyranids may not be able to stop them. Even if the boss is strong enough and powerful enough, it is not impossible to have a galaxy-level Wyack, but there is no such a powerful green-skinned boss at present. I remember there are green-skinned orcs in the ultramarine star field. There are 2 or 3 WAAGHs of orcs, but you can still cope with it at the moment. Oh no, there happens to be a Wyack for you, but you not only have to face the green-skinned orcs, but also the Eldar and Tyranids, and possibly demonic troops will appear. The old tradition of Warhammer 40K, Big Chaos. Warhammer rarely sees battles involving only 2 races. Often when the 2 sides are fighting, third and fourth parties are attracted, mostly Chaos and Dark Eldar. Now the Tyranids have arrived and another Tyrant is coming. Zerg clan. Where is the location? The planet on the edge of the galaxy is some distance from the ultramarine star field. Okay, the further away from the home planet of the Smurfs, the better. I'm not ready for the 13th Black Crusade yet. That guy Abaddon not only has the Blackstone Fortress, but also the Planet Killer. Damn, that's enough. Disgusting. Planet Killer, as you can tell from this name, it is something capable of destroying planets with one strike. The beam produced by this thing is many times thicker than Godzilla. Can't stand it, can't stand it. Okay, it's decided, let's go fight. You need to wait for a while. This time we will not take the webway, this time we will take the subspace channel. Okay. Godzilla is not in a hurry. He walks on this planet that belongs to him and patrols his territory. As for Isis, although she is aware of what the big plan is going to do next, it does not affect her progress. In any temple, she can let the planet enter the subspace. When she arrived at the temple, she first found the new lizardman priest. But Isis looked at her strange fellow. In the time she had just rushed from her temple to this fellow had already built a huge mechanical skeleton 10 meters high. It could be vaguely seen as a lizard-style skeleton. A tail also extends from the spine. The lizardmen around were carrying Tau weapons, power armor, and shipwrecks while discussing animatedly. I'm thinking about adding big claws to this thing. Fire breathing, you must be able to breathe fire. The Kadada technician, priest, is so awesome, our gods will definitely like this. The technician named Kadada, despite being covered in oil, was still assembling the machine in front of her. She still put in the parts that clearly seemed inappropriate, and finally added local plant and animal skeletons as fittings. Device. After this series of actions that angered the machine soul, the parts started to work in harmony. Isis scratched her nose, and it seemed that her compatriot was a little different from herself. Chapter 44. Isis did not continue to look at the strange performance of this fellow species. They were different from humans. As long as they were born from the incubation pool, it must be a big plan. Everything is right in the grand scheme of things. It's time to start sailing. Isis walked into the center of the temple. She raised her wand and her eyes lit up with blue psychic power. As her power was stimulated, a beam of light shot out from the top of the temple, gradually covering the entire planet under the protection of the psychic force field, forming a subspace protective barrier similar to the Empire's Geller force field. After that, the entire planet entered the subspace channel. Subspace is another dimension different from the real universe. It is also called the Sea of Souls and the Supreme Sky. It was precisely because of the discovery of subspace channels that humans were able to establish a great human empire in the distant 20K period. However, with the influence of the Chaos Gods, the warp lanes have become increasingly unsafe. Ships sailing in it will not only encounter the unstable physical laws of subspace, but may also be attacked by chaos demons at any time. You must know that there are more than just those 4 evil gods of chaos, but those 4 are the biggest evil gods. In short, subspace navigation is a very dangerous behavior. The psychic field outside Godzilla's planet is a shield against this kind of danger. The lizard people have become accustomed to it. It seems that this is not the first time to travel through subspace. Only Godzilla looked up and looked at the colorful fluctuations in the subspace outside the planet with an expression of surprise. Wow, this is subspace, it's my first time here. Everything in the subspace is distorted. Here you can see many scenes that cannot be seen in the real universe. A turbulent and strange spiral nebula appeared in front of Godzilla. Do you think the 4 gods of chaos will come to trouble me? Yes, but not now. The subspace voyage only lasted a few hours. After that, the planet Godzilla appeared directly from the northeastern star field of the Milky Way to the star area near the outer end of the Milky Way. This star area was so far away that even the Emperor's sight might not be able to see it. But as soon as he arrived here, Godzilla saw the fire exploding outside the distant planet. The fleet of green-skinned orcs is fighting the fleet of the Eldar. The battle is very fierce. Light spears, missiles, and even the most direct angular attacks can appear on the battlefield. Godzilla saw an Eldar fleet as soon as he arrived. The clan warship crashed into an orc battle fortress transformed from a meteorite. Wow, is it so exciting right from the start? Both the Eldar and the green-skinned orcs were attracted by this huge planet that suddenly appeared. The Eldar who had just jumped to the green-skinned orc meteorite fortress were dumbfounded. Prophet Alana, have you seen that planet? I saw. Far away from the battlefield, an Eldar prophet wearing a gorgeous Eldar robe stood on the observatory of an Eldar battleship, taking in the entire battlefield. How could she not see the planet? Appeared, something that big appeared in orbit next to another planet. She's not blind. But she really seemed to be blind. Each Eldar prophet is a powerful psyker. Even among the Eldar who are good at psychic powers, they are extremely powerful and can even see what will happen in the future. But this Eldar prophet named Alana did not see the arrival of this planet, which is no different from being blind. It's weird. There are new changes in this battle. This is not a good thing. Alana raised her hand and brushed it in front of her. She used her spiritual power to spy on the fate of the planet. However, she only sees one thing in her future. The ferocious black beast stood in the sea of fire, surrounded by the remains of greenskin and Eldar units. Thick smoke and flames dotted the monster's power. Even the Eldar titans fell to him. Feet. He looked up to the sky and let out a roar. Godzilla seemed to be aware of Alana's spiritual prophecy, and slowly turned his head to look at her. Suddenly, Alana felt a powerful psychic impact blasting into her mind. She staggered back 2 steps, breaking away from the vision of psychic prophecy. She was lucky, this psychic shock didn't intend to blow her head off, it was just a warning. Otherwise, her brains and minced flesh would already be on the observation deck. Godzilla. Alana, like everyone else, knew Godzilla was called Godzilla at the first sight, just like a certain concept. Everyone who has seen Godzilla will know his name. What is the real name of the reverse devil? As for the green-skinned orcs are not in space, but directing the battle on a wild planet nearby. But even without the boss's instructions, the green-skinned orcs know that the arrival of this planet is a good thing. A green-skinned little boss raised the power claws in his hands and let out an excited roar. Boys, there's a new fight to fight. Wyack. The green-skinned orcs around them let out extremely fanatical and somewhat crazy war cries. Even the grot and snot monsters were full of fighting spirit under the influence of Wyack. The orc boys began to swarm into the hangar of the battleship, boarding the tattered shuttles that looked like they might fall apart at any time. Those shuttles were not airtight enough to sail in space, but the green-skinned orcs didn't care about this. They are not ordinary creatures. Their tough bodies allow them to survive without breathing for a short period of time. Not to mention the protection of Wyack energy. One shuttle after another began to fly directly towards the Godzilla planet, and several huge battleships with orc carvings turned towards the Godzilla planet that appeared. Many people may be thinking, hey, doesn't this green-skinned orc consider the enemy's strength? If they had thought more about it, they wouldn't be called the happiest race in Warhammer 40K. The greatest joy of the orcs is fighting. Even Kern admires this style and wants to bring them under his command. However, most green-skinned orcs are not interested in Kern. They have their own gods, namely Brother Gore and Brother Mao. I will not introduce them in detail here, but summarize these two gods in one sentence. Brother Go is both powerful and cunning, Brother Mao is both cunning and powerful. Except for a few green-skinned orcs who were corrupted by chaos, most green-skinned orcs believed in these two gods, so they would not be easily corrupted. Oh, here it comes. Godzilla looked at the largest battleship coming towards Godzilla's planet. That battleship was definitely more than 15 kilometers long. The green-skinned orcs' battleships generally had different styles, but they had astonishingly many turrets and huge. The gun barrel that can fit Godzilla is a standard feature of the orc battleship. Countless orcs screamed Wyack in the leaky ship. When that picture appears, you can also understand what the Wyack of the orcs is. Fire! The green-skinned boss gave an order, and the green-skinned boys from countless turrets began to load cannonballs and fire at the Godzilla planet. The largest cannonball among them was bigger than Godzilla, and it was a cannonball modified from the Cyclone torpedo warhead of the human empire. There is one person next to the warhead and two people on the left. You can see the size comparison. Chapter 45. The orc battleship opened fire, especially the main gun, which exploded as soon as it was fired. The rocket propelled the shells and blew away countless green boys. But the cannonball did fly towards the planet Godzilla. The cannonball entered the atmosphere and burned under the friction of the atmosphere, and the impact point of the cannonball was Godzilla. Damn it, whirlwind torpedo! Godzilla's eyes widened, which was a bit uncharacteristic of Godzilla. But it was a cyclone torpedo. The cyclone torpedo is a torpedo weapon used by the Empire to drop orders of extermination on planetary orbits. The order of extermination does not need to be explained. Anyone who has a little knowledge of Warhammer 40K will know what an order of extermination is. Godzilla's feet stomped heavily on the ground, and his tail also hit the ground as a support. Light began to shine in his mouth, and he raised his head to look at the huge cannonball that was rubbing fire in the atmosphere. Godzilla began to accumulate a huge amount of energy. It would naturally not take that much energy to defeat the cannonball. The focus was on the impact that would occur after the cannonball was destroyed. Wyack! The green-skinned orc boys also entered the atmosphere in shuttles. Some of the shuttles collapsed due to friction and burning in the atmosphere, but most of the shuttles entered the atmosphere, and not just shuttles. There were also some airdrop warehouses made of scrap metal, and some of them disintegrated in the sky, and green-skinned boys were flying all over the sky for a while. Godzilla ignored those orc boys, and as his energy accumulated to the extreme, a thick blue beam of light flew into the sky with a loud sound. This radioactive ray hit the orc demon-modified cyclone torpedo in the atmosphere without any suspense. Immediately afterwards, a big explosion that could be seen even in outer space appeared in the atmosphere and began to spread out. The flames of the explosion started from the cyclone torpedo as the center, and gradually began to disperse to the surrounding areas, covering large areas of land. Godzilla was completely swallowed by the fire, not to mention the plants on the ground, which were also completely covered by the fire. This explosion covered at least a land area the size of Asia, and set off a turbulent storm comparable to the atmosphere when the Earth was just born. Even the lizard men were partially blown away. But the lizard man is not the worst is the green boy. All the green-skinned orc boys in the atmosphere who were preparing to land on Godzilla's planet were incinerated by the flames, leaving no one behind. Only their vehicles fell across the planet with flames. This is not over yet. The following orc boys tried to apply the brakes, but found that they had no brakes at all. Then he plunged headlong into the still burning atmosphere. Okay, this is green. The Eldar scouts looked at the green-skinned orcs as if they were fools as they plunged into the partially burning planet. They did not dare to rush into the planet whose atmosphere was filled with fire. The life of every Eldar race, they are all very precious. Originally, the Eldar's reproductive rate was low. Before Slaanesh, there weren't many newborns at every party. Now that there is Slaanesh, the Eldar dare not give birth to children at will. They are not the immoral and shameless people of Kamarak. The Dark Eldar will use some forbidden ancient technologies. The Eldar the clan won't. The scouts are preparing to leave in their small frigates. This planet may be dangerous, but the burning planet is obviously much less of a threat now. Just as they were thinking this, a blue light penetrated the atmosphere and hit the battleship of the green-skinned orcs. The already shabby green-skinned battleship didn't seem to expect the attack. Maybe it didn't turn on the shield. Well, maybe it didn't install a shield device at all. In short, the battleship's shabby armor was of no great use and was blocked by the blue beam. Direct penetration. But it wasn't over yet. The blue light suddenly swept across and began to sweep across the starry sky. Some unlucky small frigates were cut in half the moment they touched the blue light. An Eldar cruiser was also affected. Fortunately, the energy shield was turned on at any time. The blue light caused ripples on the energy shield and did not penetrate it. Shield. After sweeping left and right for a minute, the blue beam stopped outputting. Dot. The scout's eyes widened. With such a violent explosion, not all living things on that planet died. The Eldar have seen planets that were burned to death by the Empire. One cyclone torpedo may not be enough, but they can ensure that no living thing can survive in that sea of fire. But not only did some creatures survive, but more than one. Godzilla stands in the sea of fire, and the dim yellow flames are like the end of the world, but Godzilla is standing above the end of the world. Not only Godzilla, the lizard people, but even the plants on the entire planet were not seriously damaged. On the contrary, the plants each absorbed a lot of energy and emitted blue fluorescence. Fortunately, it's a nuclear flame. Godzilla is also absorbing the firelight, and the radiation visible to the naked eye is pouring into his body. Cyclone torpedoes have different warheads. Nuclear flames are the type that Godzilla is least afraid of. The entire Godzilla planet feeds on nuclear radiation. It usually absorbs solar radiation, but this time it is a big supplement. Because many lizardmen absorbed too much energy, flame-like red lines began to appear on their backs. Lizardmen generally call this phenomenon the red lotus, which generally only appears on a small number of lizardmen. It often appears after the lizardmen have absorbed a large amount of radiation. It is a phenomenon that can greatly enhance the overall strength of ordinary lizardmen. Increased status. But generally only small lizard people have this phenomenon, and larger lizard people are less likely to have this phenomenon. Comfortable. The flames around Godzilla gradually subsided, and the entire planet soon ate the harmful radiation produced by this cyclone torpedo. To the Eldar scouts, the area where Godzilla's planet was bombarded eerily lit up with countless faint blue lights, beautiful and dangerous. And Isis, the priest of the lizard people, was standing naked on the top of the temple. I quite like that dress. Isis sighed regretfully, and at the same time made a simple costume using some nearby materials. Even though it was a costume, it only covered the key parts. Okay, now it's our turn. Isis' wand struck the ground and she began her counterattack. Her counterattack is also very simple. Crash it over. The Godzilla planet began to move directly towards the naval battlefield between the green-skinned orcs and the Eldar. The Eldar scouts looked at the huge planet that was getting closer and closer, gradually filling their pupils. Prophet Alana shouted loudly, and her voice, blessed by spiritual energy, echoed in the ears of all the Eldar. Run! For a moment, both the Eldar and the green-skinned orcs began to move quickly towards the edge of the battlefield. It won't work if it doesn't happen quickly. If any ship appeared in the forward orbit of the planet, they would run away immediately, and they would really be smashed to pieces. Chapter 46. The warships on the battlefield began to disperse immediately. No one dared to confront this big guy head-on. Even the battleship of the Prophet Alan began to move away from the battlefield. That was a planet. The last time Warhammer 40K encountered such a thing was probably during the Beast Wars more than 30,000 years ago. Godzilla planet only approached some shipwrecks on the battlefield, and those shipwrecks were attracted to the planet by the gravity of the planet. Godzilla planet began to rain broken scrap metal. Most of the broken things burned up under the friction of the atmosphere, leaving only the big guys. A small group of Eldar troops and a large group of green-skinned orc troops also landed on the planet. Their luck was too bad. They were too close to escape. But this was inevitable. This is the world of Warhammer 40K. You will not be treated preferentially just because you are a group of handsome men and beautiful women. Remember, this is the world of Warhammer 40K. God of Asurian, I am so unlucky. An Eldar ranger came out of her flying machine, cursing. Rangers are one of the sniper units of the Eldar. Eldar rarely wear heavy power armor, and rangers are even worse. They wear flexible spirit bone mesh armor, carry ranger rifles, and are equipped with power swords or star dart pistols. They are very powerful ground units in both close combat and ranged combat. One person can easily wipe out a squad of Tau. The Eldar looked around. There were signs of burning on the ground, but the plants were emitting a faint light. After taking a look at the condition of the plants, the ranger silently put on her mask and hood. The color of her coat began to become similar to the surrounding environment, hiding well. She was very experienced and could see that these plants were emitting harmful radiation. The Eldar and humans looked similar, but their body structures were very different, so this level of harmful radiation could not kill her. But when the ranger looked up at the sky, countless fire meteors were falling on the planet. It was like a man-eating beast, devouring everything on the planet. Even the orcs' battle meteorite was pulled down. The outer wall of the battle meteorite burned in the atmosphere, absorbing a lot of damage for the orcs inside. When the battle meteorite hit the Godzilla planet, a large number of green-skinned boys rushed out of the battle meteorite. They started firing at the woods without seeing the enemy, and several unlucky farts were shot in the head by their teammates. Wyack! The green-skinned orcs roared and shouted at the exit of the battle meteorite, and then were kicked out of the door by a tall orc leader who was nearly 3 meters tall. This orc leader was obviously different from other orcs and dressed like a pirate. The mechanical eye on the left scanned the planet. He stood with his hands behind his back, his posture upright, and looked so out of place with the manic green-skinned orc boys around him. Until he raised the bomb pistol and shouted, "Boys! Attack me!" The green-skinned boys rushed into the woods, completely ignoring the possible danger. Boom! The green-skin leader was still a little rational and did not rush with the boys. The orc bosses were like this. Although they liked to fight, they could not all be brainless. When the green-skin boss became bigger, stronger, and wyack, he would also become smart, and being smart was also wyack. He seemed to hear something. Boom! The noise was getting louder and louder, and the green-skin leader's artificial eyes flashed with a light of thinking. He couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. An extremely huge black shadow was advancing in the jungle, scaring the green-skin leader's eyes wide. "Oh, my Mao brother!" This green-skin leader, who was calm even in the face of the falling meteorites in battle, was extremely shocked at this moment. "That thing is so big. It's even bigger than my squiggle." The green-skinned orcs' accents sound a bit barbaric, but that's actually the case. Their dialects are very strong, and the translation probably means "I think." The big thing in his eyes is naturally Godzilla. Godzilla is heading towards this huge battle meteorite, which is the biggest thing that has fallen from the sky. I think it's too wide to use this thing for boarding. The battle meteorite is a green-skinned battle fortress made by hollowing out a meteorite, which is much larger than an ordinary battleship. Standing next to the battle meteorite, Godzilla looks particularly small. Thump 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 thump. The green guys have already seen Godzilla. They are holding crudely made bolt guns and shooting at Godzilla. On the turrets on the battle meteorite, the green guys hold the triggers and fire at Godzilla frantically. They just pull the triggers, and leave the rest to the machine spirits and wyack energy. Whether the barrel explodes or not depends on fate. But it's useless. Ordinary bolt gun ammunition can only produce a small spark when hitting Godzilla, and the big turrets can only produce a larger spark when hitting Godzilla. Godzilla's forward trend is almost unstoppable. Until a huge roar suddenly came from the battle meteorite, and the outer wall of the battle meteorite was broken, and a huge machine made of rags staggered out of the battle meteorite. They stuffed Kujuji into the battle meteorite. The huge machine that appeared in Godzilla's sight was the Orcs' Titan unit, Kujuji. As mentioned before, it is almost impossible to find identical machines in Orc units, and the same goes for Titans. These Titans are huge Orc machines made of rags. They often have stocky bodies and a huge Orc skull-like head. At the same time, there are an irregular number of arms, which often have weapons such as flamethrowers, saw blades, missiles, and turrets. What now appears in Godzilla's field of vision is an ancient giant. The individual strength of the ancient giant is not as good as that of other forces, but if the orcs can make ancient giants at the scale, they will often mass-produce ancient giants. Compared with the Titan unit, they are more like some kind of super heavy-duty units. Vehicle. The ancient giant in front of Godzilla is ridiculously big. Generally, ancient giants are only more than 10 meters long, but this one is even taller than Godzilla. The green-skinned leader stood atop Juji's head, holding a pirate scimitar pointed at Godzilla. Brother Mao is the strongest, attack the big guy in front, advance 4. The orc boys inside the ancient giant began to get into their positions, operating the ancient giant in an orderly manner amidst the chaos, and began to advance towards Godzilla. They fired as they advanced. There was a huge cannon barrel in the head of Gujuji's orc, and with a rumbling explosion, a huge cannonball hit Godzilla's head, and Godzilla's progress paused for the first time. But there was only a pause. This is okay, it must be fun to fight. Chapter 47. Both white bean sprouts and human shrimps are weaklings, but Godzilla is not. Godzilla is weak. Green-skinned pirate captain, Goluk. Mission, Big Wike. Mission description: a huge green-skinned wike is gathering on the outskirts of the galaxy. If this wike is completely assembled, even the Tyranids will be unable to break through the orc's wike. However, Godzilla is not afraid of the green-skinned wike. Wike, he is the most wike monster, and his big plan will defeat this wike. Task reward: destroy the wike of the orc pirate captain Goluk. Reward: skill internal radiation. Defeat or destroy the fleet of Eldar Tyranden in the craft world. Reward: 200 points. Thwart the advance of the Tyranid Leviathan fleet. Reward: 200 points. Tilan. Go to the Ark world? I've never heard of it. The only Yildari craft worlds I know of are Uthvi, Aletok, Bijitan, Yandan, and Samhan. In the vast dark universe of the Milky Way, there are many other Ark worlds floating, each with its own unique history, heraldry, and war concepts. Some smaller craft worlds remain hidden from the world all year round, and even their compatriots on other craft worlds may not even know of their existence. Your answer is official enough for reading, right? As long as I don't determine the number of Ark worlds, there will be other Ark worlds, which is an old tradition of GW. By the way, can't I accept them as my younger brothers? Try not to accept it. Godzilla accepting too many younger brothers is a very toxic plot, but if they follow you themselves, it doesn't count as accepting. Why is Aquaman speaking? Godzilla is really the king of the ocean. Godzilla's body was still bursting with fire, Juji's engine made a roaring sound, and black smoke billowed from the chimney behind it. Cut him. The chain sword and saw blade on one arm began to spin, and as Gujuji swung the huge weapon, it struck Godzilla's body. Dazzling sparks flew between the saw blade and Godzilla's skin. No matter how Gujuji's saw blade cut, it could only cut a small wound. Then, the overwhelmed saw blade broke and rebounded on Gujuji's belly. Godzilla even grabbed the chain sword's arm with both claws and pressed it hard on Gujuji's body. Gujuji's head was cut in half. However, as a mechanical creature, the head is just a monitor. Gujuji's other weapons are still firing hard. Even if they can't defeat Godzilla, the fighting spirit of the orc boys has not dropped at all. Until Godzilla opened his mouth, and a blue light lit up in his mouth. Oh, my brother Mao. The green-skinned leader who had been frantically directing Gujuji just now calmed down instantly. The next second, a blue beam of light shot out from Godzilla's mouth, sweeping from the top of the ancient giant base to the bottom, and the entire ancient giant base was cut in half from the middle. Godzilla threw aside the ancient giant that had split in two, ignored the remaining orc boys, and looked at the battle meteorite. Comfortable. Next, there are more comfortable things. Godzilla's second radioactive ray is coming. The radioactive ray shoots out from his mouth, penetrates the huge battle meteorite like a hill, and detonates from the center. I don't know whether it was the nuclear explosion of radioactive heat or the detonation of the green-skinned orc's ammunition depot. In short, the scene of the exploding battle meteorite was enough to eclipse any natural disaster, and the raging fire swept through the rainforest again. The flames brushed across Godzilla's body, but could not burn Godzilla at all. The lizard people began to appear in the rainforest and fought with the green-skinned orcs. The green-skinned orcs boys were unable to fight in both long-range and melee combat, but they could fight both. They held machetes in one hand and bolt guns in the other and rushed towards the strange lizard men. The bolt guns were only a dozen meters away, but they could not hit the lizard men in the eyes of the green-skinned orcs. Occasionally, a bullet hit the lizard man and was bounced away under the protection of the scales. The orc boy rushed in front of the lizard man, and just as he was about to swing his machete, he was beaten to the ground by the cold-blooded lizard man. One-on-one, orc boy couldn't defeat the lizard man at all. The orc boys were not outnumbered either. Most of them were killed by the self-destruction of the cyclone torpedo and the explosion of the battle meteorite. The lizardmen were not afraid of explosions at all. The battle on Godzilla's planet is expected to end soon. Godzilla has already begun to look towards the planet not far from Godzilla's planet, that is his next target. By the way, I don't understand why the Eldar want to fight the green-skinned orcs. They are all very smart. I remember that the Eldar once deliberately attracted the Imperial fleet and the green-skinned fleet to the Tyranid fleet, so that the three of them had a big melee, while he watched the show from the side. Soul Stone. Ah! This Eldari ground force had just repelled the Tyranid fleet not long ago and was still collecting the soul stones of their dead companions. As a result, the green-skinned Wat came over, and the Tyranid fleet's support fleet was also approaching. Damn it, you have so much martial virtue. Even Godzilla has to lament that the Eldari in this arc world are very fierce. After fighting against the Zerg and the greenskins, they will also fight against the Zerg. According to the normal timeline, they will be eaten up by the Tyranids, and only a very small number of tribesmen will escape into the Webway Gate. I understand, the kind of background board that gets ripped off. Ark World, this is the world ship of the Eldar tribe. It is as big as the continental shelf of a planet. Each Eldar Ark World has a complete political system. Generally, the Ada Eldar in this Ark World are called white bean sprouts by players. I remember the Eldari had a very high winning rate in the 10th edition rule book. In the 10th edition of the rule book, white bean sprouts can wipe out the world eaters in one turn. Version T0 hits version sewer. Is there any suspense? I had never played with Warhammer chess pieces before Godzilla Time Travel. They were too expensive and I couldn't afford to play with them, but I had seen others play with Warhammer chess pieces. It's quite fun, and you can play it if you have time. In addition, Warhammer also has many good games, from war chess to real-time strategy, from role-playing to CRPG, and its current influence is gradually expanding. Godzilla looked around to make sure that there were no large green-skinned units around him, and then began to walk towards the gate of the Webway. I'm going to that planet too. Does that planet have a name? The Eldar call that planet Soto. Isis sensed Godzilla's intentions and nodded. It's time to open the passage to that planet for my god. Unfortunately, although Isis has psychic powers, she is currently unable to open the Webway Gate independently. She still needs the assistance of the Dark Eldar. This gave the handmaidens of Slaanesh an opportunity. Chapter 48. Godzilla cannot fly from one planet to another. Godzillas with this ability generally only have the most powerful Godzilla forms, as well as space Godzillas that are not Godzillas. It's important that Space Godzilla is not Godzilla. He, like Biollante and Type 3 Drag Ride, is an individual derived from Godzilla's cells. The biggest difference between Space Godzilla and ordinary Godzilla is that he does not have the skeleton of Godzilla. His skeleton is a space crystal-like life form with a layer of Godzilla cells on the outer layer. This is the official setting anatomy diagram. He has Godzilla cells in his body, but he is definitely not an authentic Godzilla. Instead, he is a combination of human, plant, and Godzilla cells like Biollante, or a Godzilla skeleton and technological exterior like the 3-type machine dragon. A combination of layers. Therefore, among the current Godzillas, only Hell Godzilla, Snow Godzilla, and Singularity Godzilla have clear ability to move in the universe. Ahem, the flying ability of the second-generation Godzilla is Godzilla's dark history. He can fly with that ability, but the flying posture is very inelegant. After being seen using it once, Godzilla never used it again. Character and divine power. Godzilla would rather not use it, at least he can still maintain his strength. Don't ask, asking is part of Godzilla's dark history. As Godzilla advanced towards the Webway Gate, Isis went to the dungeon where the Dark Eldar were being held captive, but as soon as she entered the dungeon, she sensed something was wrong. An alluring aroma penetrated into her mouth and nose. Even the lizard man who liked incense felt his body and mind trembled when he smelled this aroma. Isis could feel that something was being stirred in her heart. Pry. Slaanesh's power began to affect her heart, and the two sides began to make some kind of judgment. Unlike Guilliman, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, who has negative magic resistance, Isis has a strong resistance to chaos, and she already knows who is messing with her. Shailesh. When Isis pronounced the name, she could even feel the tongue licking her skin. This was an illusion, but also a reality. Because Slaanesh was indeed targeting her. It's just that the power of Slaanesh cannot corrupt Isis instantly. Isis is not an Eldar race. If it is an Eldar race, as long as it is an Eldar race without a soul stone, their souls may be swallowed by Slaanesh at any time. It is almost 100% likely to be devoured upon death. Isis resisted Slaanesh's corruption, her will so strong that Slaanesh's power could barely enter her body. Godzilla seemed to notice something and turned to look at the temple where Isis was. Is it my imagination? I feel like it's turning purple there. Alana, the Eldar prophet, could see the purple aura on the Godzilla planet from a long distance away. She showed an expression of extreme disgust, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Hungry lady. Slaanesh has many names: Prince of Pleasure, Lady of Thirst, King of Indulgence, Lord of the Six Rings, etc. In the mouths of different races, the names are also different. Slaanesh is both male and female. In the eyes of the Eldar, she is like there are more women. Damn, the troops on the ground are in danger now. I hope they can collect the soul stones as soon as possible and then leave the planet. Isis resisted Slaanesh's corruption, but the more she resisted, the more excited Slaanesh became, the stronger she became, the more Slaanesh looked forward to. The dark Eldar women whose souls were devoured surrounded Isis in enchanting postures. They began to climb up Isis's body in a seductive posture, and their tongues licked Isis's body like snakes' tongues. And whispered in Isis' ear. Oh, Lily Control said she couldn't stand it. The mates of Slaanesh rubbed Isis's body with their arms and thighs, acting in a sufficiently ambiguous manner with Isis like a gangrene attached to the bones. So far, they have not shown obvious mutations, so the picture is very beautiful. The energy of the subspace filled this small dungeon, and some twisted Eldar souls could be vaguely seen floating inside. The purple aura makes the entire dungeon look like a prosperous palace. The luxurious silk bed is large enough to sleep dozens of people. Foods that all kinds of imperial nobles covet gradually emerge. In the hall paved with gold, various kinds of fascinating items are placed. Instruments of pleasure and pain. Although sex is still the main focus now, the evil part will soon be reflected. If Isis cannot resist the corruption of chaos, mind you, here is the if. Then she might literally merge with these 6 Slaanesh mates and become a weird creature with multiple arms, spikes and smooth skin, which is basically equivalent to becoming a demon. At the same time, the planet may be torn apart with a subspace rift centered on this dungeon. Even if it does not become the size of the Eye of Terror, it may still cause great damage. But Isis gritted her teeth and endured some kind of restlessness in her heart. Those temptations seemed meaningless in her eyes. It's so noisy. In Isis' ears, those whispers were particularly gentle, but to Isis they sounded no different from meaningless noise. Quiet. With Isis' loud shout, a unique roar like Godzilla echoed in the dungeon. The surrounding subspace energy was shaken away. The Slaanesh maid was knocked away and hit the wall of the dungeon. Those tempting the smell and addictive hallucinations disappear in an instant. You actually doubt my loyalty to my god Godzilla. Isis twisted her neck in displeasure. She rarely got angry, but today she was really angry, a little too angry. You guys really looked down on me. Isis walked up to the nearest Slaanesh maid. Before the Slaanesh maid could get up, she was stepped on in the face. Boom! Cracks were formed in the masonry of the dungeon, and the Slaanesh maid's head exploded into bloody water. Her foot felt the heavy feeling of wearing power armor. What do you think my loyalty is? Loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal. The second Slaanesh maid was grabbed by Isis' head and pressed against the wall of the dungeon. She punched her with her other hand, causing another burst of blood. The third Slaanesh maid was grabbed by the head by Isis and violently tore it off from her neck. This slender-looking girl shows the brute strength and violence that is consistent with Godzilla's subordinates, and her crazy appearance is very similar to Godzilla's. That scene made Kern want to leave his head behind when he saw it. But Slaanesh was getting more and more excited as he watched. Unlike last time she really wanted to see the lizardmen humiliate the Dark Eldar with their 2 penises, but unfortunately, the lizardmen had no genitals. This time, she was mentally prepared for the failure of her plan and was ready to see Isis punish the Dark Eldar. Although the punishment was to be beaten to death with 1 punch, the feeling at the moment of death of those Dark Eldar was simply great. It was the ultimate pleasure and torture, which gave the Prince of Joy temporary satisfaction. Well, soon she wouldn't be happy anymore. When Isis was angry, a Godzilla-like being appeared in the realm of Slaanesh in the warp. However, this is a story for another day. Chapter 49. Isis was so angry that her mouth was steaming. It had been a long time since she had used the heating organ in her body, but this time she was so angry that she almost breathed fire. She swore that the next time she saw any daemon of Slaanesh, she would deal with the daemon of Slaanesh with 1000% wrath, letting Slaanesh and her minions feel her wrath. But now, she has other things to do. Isis glanced around the dungeon. In her anger just now, she had killed the only 6 remaining Dark Eldar. The remaining Dark Eldar were dead, their bodies shriveled up to just a layer of skin. The Dark Eldar are dead, and I need someone to open the webway gate. Fortunately, there are still many Eldar on this planet. Godzilla didn't know what happened. Everything happened too fast. Less than 2 minutes passed from the beginning to the end, and he didn't react. But Godzilla has reached the gate to the webway. It's time to open the door. The door did not open immediately, but from the corner of Godzilla's sight, he keenly saw a ranger hiding behind the door frame of the webway gate. The ranger's reaction was extremely fast. The moment Godzilla saw him, he completely hid behind the door frame. Did I just see something green swishing past? Damn, did that big guy see me? Even though his cloak was still functioning as a camouflage effect, being glared at by a 55-meter-tall monster was really unacceptable to the Eldar Ranger. A creature of that size would kill her if she stepped on it. Even the incarnation of Cain I have seen before is far less stressful than the pressure this giant beast puts on me. What is going on with this planet? Oh, by the way, Cain is the Eldar god of war, one of the few Eldar gods who have survived Slaanesh. Cain fought a battle with Slaanesh when Slaanesh was born. The outcome is unknown, but Cain was broken into many pieces. The largest fragment was saved by Kern, and the remaining Cain fragments became strength. Different incarnations of Cain. Each craft world has an avatar of Cain, and as long as the craft world is not destroyed, the base avatar of Cain cannot be destroyed. If an Ark world needs to dispatch the avatar of Cain, it often means that the Ark world is on the verge of destruction. This ranger is not timid. Because the Eldar have keen senses and can detect things that humans cannot see, they often gain an advantage in negotiations with others. But the more he saw, the more frightened the ranger became. That creature is a complete monster. She can even see the radioactive colors coming from Godzilla. Why hasn't Isis opened the door yet? Almost there. Isis was so late that she didn't even have time to apologize to Godzilla before she raised her wand. The Eldar Ranger was instantly imprisoned psychically, and even the Eldar, who were also good at psychic abilities, could not escape from this control. A force of energy grabbed the Ranger's neck and lifted her up. She was like a drowning person, using her hands and feet to break free. Isis walked up to the Ranger. I don't have time to explain anything to you. Rangers of the Eldar tribe, please open the webway gate immediately. She let go of Ranger, who landed on the ground, gasping for air. Before Isis could speak again, the Ranger raised his hand and fired a quick shot. His quick reaction showed that he was an experienced Ranger. The laser shot from the rifle hit Isis's psychic shield and failed to penetrate it at all. Shield, this made Isis click her tongue. This is the second warning. Open the webway door now, otherwise I will use unconventional means. Seeing that the rifle was ineffective, the Ranger pulled out the Wraithbone scimitar from his waist and rushed towards Isis. This wore out Isis's patience. She took action directly. Before the Ranger could react, Isis raised her hand, and a powerful psychic energy rushed into her head. The gap in psychic power between the two sides was too great, and her mind was instantly affected by Isis. The Ranger's forward movement stopped and he stood upright in front of Isis. Lord Isis, what are your orders? As a powerful psyker, it's very easy to brainwash a creature. However, Isis didn't want to do that. She hoped that the other party would bow down to Godzilla's powerful power instead of being turned into a puppet by her psychic power. Now, go and open the webway gate. Yes. The Ranger walked to the gate of the webway. With a wave of her palm, the ancient characters of the Eldar appeared on the gate of the webway, and the gate of the webway gradually lit up. Godzilla stepped into the webway gate. He didn't care who opened the webway gate, as long as someone opened the door. Isis took a long breath. It almost delayed the progress of the big plan. It seems that I was not prepared enough. I was too immature. Isis was filled with remorse and vowed that this would never happen next time. As the spokesperson of my god Godzilla, you must be fully prepared at all times. Okay, Isis, it's time to follow my god to that planet. In fact, Isis is not to blame. What she went through, let alone her, even Godzilla himself would not have done better. As we all know, in the Warhammer 40K world, the first challenge that travelers experience is the gods in the subspace. Just like the protagonist of Rogue Trader picks up a random fragment, it is the temptation of evil gods. This is just the beginning. She will experience more similar things in the future. Slaanesh not only seduces others, she also steals people. The last time she cared so much about someone was the Angel of the Empire. Back to Godzilla, as soon as Godzilla walked out of the webway gate, he was hit in the face by a shell. No, it was a rain of shells hitting Godzilla. In the fire of the explosion, Godzilla could barely see what situation he was in. A huge green city has surrounded the entire webway gate, and countless guns are pointed at the webway gate. The green boys fired crazily, and some of the shells even made Godzilla feel pain. I don't know what materials they used. A green boy with a smart mind saw the problem, and he said to the green leader beside him, "Boss, that thing doesn't seem to be Duya's big thing." The green leader slapped him in the face. "No matter if it's a bean sprout or not, fire hard at me, don't stop." This slap blew away the green-skinned boy's only rationality, and he continued to pull the trigger frantically. They were originally a force to defend the Eldar support force, but they didn't expect to defend Godzilla. This firepower is a bit fierce. There were so many flames in the explosion that Godzilla could no longer be seen. Only a completely different blue could be seen in the red flames. "My firepower is also very strong." The next second, the radiation heat rays sprayed out from the flames and bombarded the green-skinned orcs city. Boom! This sound will become the main tone on the battlefield next time. Chapter 50. The planet is almost completely covered by green-skinned orc cities, and there are almost no safe places to stay. Godzilla's radioactive rays blasted out and penetrated large areas of the green-skinned orc cities, triggering several explosions comparable to nuclear explosions. The explosions shook the atmosphere and the green-skinned orcs' ears. Most of the green-skinned orcs were shaken by the explosion. The greenskin ammunition depot exploded again. Godzilla stood in the flames and crushed the wall of scrap metal in front of him with one foot. The radioactive ray just blasted a canyon in the green-skinned city, but it was nothing. Because Godzilla knows that the green-skinned orcs can really transform a mountain or a planet into a battle fortress. This green-skinned boss is so weak. Godzilla looked around. The green-skinned boys were running around in panic in the flames of the explosion. Some green-skinned boys even ran to Godzilla's feet and used their burning buttocks to rub Godzilla's soles to put out the fire. It was so chaotic that only Godzilla and a handful of green-skinned orcs could clearly see the situation. Godzilla is looking for the green-skinned boss. Green-skinned people are a highly differentiated race. Their size will grow over time, and the bigger they are, the stronger they will be. The ones that are a little bigger than ordinary orcs are the orcs like the captain, the ones that are a little bit bigger are the orcs like the boss, the ones that are a little bit bigger than the ordinary orcs are the orcs like the boss, and the ones that are even bigger are the orcs that are at the WOG boss level. Orcs have a strict hierarchy, but their names are not that detailed. Godzilla's previous complaint of "I'm bigger, I'm stronger" is a simple way to tell the level of orcs. The largest green-skinned orcs currently known are 6 or 7 meters tall. It is not too difficult to strangle a space marine primarch. If the greenskins are not loosely disciplined and the boss dies, the greenskins will collapse instantly. Quite possibly the largest force in the galaxy. A point of light appeared in Godzilla's sight. That spot of light indicated his target. Godzilla raised his head and looked at his target from a distance. "I'm here." Godzilla began to move forward, and everything on the road was kicked away unconsciously by his feet. No matter it was broken scrap metal or the burning corpse of the green-skinned orc, there was no obstacle to Godzilla. However, there is something that can temporarily stop Godzilla. From the city of green-skinned orcs, a roar of beasts was heard. This is the sound made by the beast named Squig. The breeding method of orcs has been briefly mentioned before. Among them, the beast named Squig was born together with Grodd and Snot. There are many branches of this beast, but without exception, Scrooge has a big mouth full of ferocious teeth like an orc. Among them, there is a branch called Skogo. This branch looks a lot like a rhinoceros. It often grows big and strong, so big that a small fortress can be built on its back. Now, on Godzilla's path, such a giant Skogo beast appeared. His stocky limbs trampled the ground heavily, and his body as strong as a rhino was like a hill. He carried the fortress of the green-skinned orcs on his back, looking unstoppable. The giant Skogo beast opened its big mouth and roared at Godzilla. The rotten teeth in its mouth came towards Godzilla with a stench. Although the green-skinned orcs on the fortress tried hard to hold the reins, the giant Skogo beast could not stop it. The beast still showed signs of losing control. Godzilla was silent, with only the tail swaying slightly behind his back. The atmosphere now is like the calm before a cowboy duel. Godzilla's claws clenched lightly, and his heart was as restless as his claws, longing for a close battle. Afterwards, this extremely huge Skogo beast spread out its limbs and charged towards Godzilla. What a display of fearlessness this was! Even among his own kind, this giant squig beast was extremely huge. He rushed in completely regardless of the possibility of trampling other green-skinned orcs to death. Godzilla did not dodge, but braced himself for the impact. The next second, Skogo's huge body collided with Godzilla's body, causing the earth to roar. But Godzilla didn't move. It's just that the ground under his feet cracked because it couldn't withstand the impact. Godzilla used an unrivaled momentum to stop the charging Skogo beast. Some of the orc boys who watched it forgot to escape and were surprised. He looked at Godzilla with his mouth wide open. My dear, did he block Big Bad Ya's charge? Last time, Big Rotten Tooth knocked down all the big stuff of Stinky Zayamai, humans, but this big thing didn't get knocked down. Immediately afterwards, an even more shocking picture of the green-skinned orcs appeared. Godzilla clasped his arms together, grabbed Skogo's body, and then used his arms hard. Skogo's 4 legs began to gradually leave the ground. He was being hugged by Godzilla. The shadow of the giant beast covered the tops of the green-skinned orcs. This scene really shocked the green-skinned orcs. Of shock, a few timid green-skinned orcs even let out snot-like screams, dropped their weapons, turned around and ran away. They made the right choice. Scrooge, who was picked up by Godzilla, began to struggle, and at the same time, the battle fortress on his back began to tilt its fire. Those shells did little harm to Godzilla, but some affected Godzilla's vision. As a result, Godzilla began to spin with Skogo Behemoth in his arms. The centrifugal force generated by the rotation of the two behemoths was extremely huge. The green-skinned battle fortress on Skogo Behemoth was torn apart by the huge force. Falling apart. How could the inherently weak battle fortress withstand such a huge centrifugal force? The two giant beasts even stirred up quite a storm as they rotated. The storm enveloped the flames, making Godzilla look like the Lord of Fire and Storms. In the end, under the action of the centrifugal force that Godzilla himself was almost unable to control, the giant Skogo beast was thrown away. The giant beast that was tens of meters tall was thrown into the sky. Godzilla then bombarded Skogo with a rapidly charged beam of radioactive rays. Boom! A small mushroom cloud exploded in the sky. In the dazzling light, Godzilla slowly turned around and turned his back to the explosion site. The fire and impact swept over his body. The surrounding buildings collapsed one after another. Only Godzilla could stand firm. A real man never looks back to see the explosion. Godzilla continues to move forward confidently and powerfully. In a short time, the green-skinned orcs may fall into chaos and be unable to stop Godzilla's progress. But the Tyranids are coming.